All right, man. Nah, let's get straight to it. Because this is going to be a good one, guys. We got a lot to cover. So let's just get straight into it with Trump doing this congressional dinner. And then we got a whole lot more. All right, guys, let's go. And let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. And hey, man, forgot to introduce myself. It's Set from Set Media. Let's get straight to it.
I'm going to do tele-rallies. You know, tele-rallies? I'll do rallies for a lot of you, but I'll do tele-rallies at a minimum. And we just had two great elections, by the way, and I heard everybody is introducing our two new Congress. Where are they? Please stand up. I want to look you in the eye. I want to look you in the eye, Randy. Look at the two of them. What a job you did, man. Huh? You were never in doubt. Where's our second person here? I know there he is. Boy, they gave him a lousy seat. He's behind. Great job. We're proud of you, man. Great job. Great job. Thank you. And, you know, both elections, they were saying, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. And I was listening. And they won by you won by what, 17 points, 18 points? I don't think that's close. I don't think it's close. So we won by 15 and 18 points. And they're saying, it was a terrible evening for Trump. Can you believe it? Terrible evening. They only won by 18 points and 15 points. Anyway, good job, both of you. Good job. But in addition to our fantastic House Speaker, we're pleased to be joined by Majority Leader Steve Scalise. And I watched you too, Steve. I watched you on C-SPAN 1. And Steve has suffered greatly. I mean, I was there the night that it looked like he wasn't going to make it. He's very brave. He suffered greatly. And I tell the story about the baseball game where, I mean, he was really, the doctor told me, sir, I've never had anybody lose so much blood. It's not looking good. And his wife loved him. She was such a disaster that night. She was crying. She was crying because I've been with people that were in serious trouble and the wives couldn't care. They couldn't care less.
I'm done.
In fact, after they recovered, I said, do yourself a favor, get rid of the wife. She couldn't. No, I'm only kidding.
I mean, we know a lot of wives that we kind of look at kind of crazy, like, damn, don't you got a husband? Or damn, don't your husband mean something to you?
Of course. I'm only kidding. I like to say I'm only kidding. That way, that cleans it up a little bit for the press. I say I was only kidding. No, I've seen some wives that were truly not bothered too much. I had one where the dog died and the husband died on the same day. And I said, it's too bad about Harry. No, but Lucy died. Lucy, oh my God. Harry didn't mean, he left her a fortune too. Can you believe it? Harry didn't matter. The dog mattered a lot. But I was with Steve and he was really, you know, that was a tough thing. And then amazingly, he was like a year later, he was in the baseball game against the Democrats and he's playing second base, and he was having a hard time. You know, it's a hard time getting around. And with his luck, a shot was hit to him on the ground, a ground ball, and he got down, and that ball was it was right at him, but really it was whacked. I don't know who the hell hit it. It looked like a major league ground ball. And Steve went down and blocked that sucker and got on his knees and threw it to first base. It was the most unbelievable thing that it could happen. This was God watching a game, I'm telling you. Yep. Does everybody remember that? He blocked it, or knocked the hell out of his foot. Not his glove, it was his foot. And he got down and grabbed the ball, threw it out, and got the runner by quite a bit. And they then took him out of the game. And I said, what a great move. That was a good manager. They took him out of the game because you can't improve on that, let me tell you. But he had great courage and amazing how he's done. And he's been very special, and all of us know it. He's really done great. Another man I've really gotten to know a lot, and I think he's fantastic, is Tom Emmer, Majority Whip. I think he's fantastic. Where's Tom? All
right, let's get some meat and potatoes real quick.
312. But we won in a landslide, too, because we won the popular vote for the first time of a Republican in decades. And now I think that's going to be done routinely. We won 85%.
I mean, that's something that them should honestly never let go. Is like, you let a Republican win the popular vote Like, of course, electoral. I mean, the Republicans been winning that for a while now, but to win the popular vote, I mean, come on now.
Bruh.
Yeah, it kind of shows where the country's leaning.
Percent of all counties in
Hey, so the
America,
red wave wasn't coming, right?
525 for them and 2,725 for us. That's that map that you see. It's all red except for the two corners. They have a little blue, a little line of blue. For the first time in history, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. First time in history. It's never happened. It's a shift. It shifted Republican. And today there are more registered Republicans than any time in the history of our country. How good? How about that? Meanwhile, approval ratings for the Democrat Party
I consider myself an independent, but that's just me.
Have plunged to the lowest level ever recorded. They're at 26%. So you tell me about the midterms, right? 26, the lowest level ever for either party. The Republican Party is a much bigger party now than it was ever before. And I must say that it's the biggest now since you heard the name Donald J. Trump running as a politician. You heard the name before, but not as a politician. I said to my wife, I think I'm going to do this thing. Do I have your approval? Yes, darling. I think you'll win. See, she's a supportive first lady. I don't know if she believed it or not, but she said it. She said, yes, darling, I think you'll win. How do you think I'll do? Oh, darling, you'll win very easily, even though I've never done it before. I said, I have one problem. I've never done it before. She said, that doesn't matter. You're so talented. I said, thank you very much. This is why we get along. It's easy to get along like that. But we have far more people and far more enthusiasm than the party's ever had. I think I could almost say than any party's ever had. I don't think any party's ever had more enthusiasm than us and spirit. A lot of that's our leadership. The Democrats are a broken.
I mean, when it kind of looks like the Democratic Party was coming for, the conservative way of life in every way, shape, and form, yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's going to make people speak with some passion. I mean, if it's not high taxes that conservatives don't agree with, if it wasn't the gun laws that conservatives don't agree with, free speech laws that everything that the Democrats low-key was trying to low-key go against. Yeah, those were conservative values. I do say it was regressive tolerance that the Democratic Party had. It's like y'all had all the understanding of whatever liberal idealism y'all had, but as soon as anything conservative came into sight or came into y'all space, annexed, shunned immediately.
Party with bad policy. They've lost so much. And
let's make sure to like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way.
Look, both as politicians and as people, they've lost. The stage is set for a monumental victory for the Republicans in the midterms. And many of you, I guess most of you, so many great congressmen and women here. You got some senators here also, but many of you all of you are up. We've got to win. We've got to work really hard, or we got to win, because there's no way they should be winning based on policy, and it's ultimately about policy. We simply have to keep our promises to the people, and we have to very simply put America first. Put America first. And I said, I ran on common sense. I ran because it sounds like a phrase that would have been used. I don't know. Nobody tells me it was used in politics before. Now everybody's using it. I see some Democrat guy who's a real sleazeball got up. He said, yeah, I ran on common sense. That's what I did. Common sense. Yeah. And I said, gee, the problem in politics, you come up with a little slogan and they copy it.
Bro.
But, they copied no tax on tips. Remember, I said no tax on tips. Nevada hadn't been one for many years by a Republican.
Now, what was shady about the no tax on tips is, yes, Trump said it first, Kamala copied it, and then when she released her tax plan, where her administration released a tax plan, tax on tips was not on there. Yeah, I know, right? So she ran on it on the campaign. Then when both of them released their tax plans, bro, tax on tips was not on Kamala Harris's tax plan. Or no tax on tips was not on Kamala Harris's tax plan. And that's the shady part. But you want to know what was? Tax on unrealized gains.
Emotional damage.
And that is what I had when I looked at that tax plan.
And state of Nevada, and don't ever call it Nevada. you'll lose 25%. Go at Nevada, it's true. It seems almost nicer the other way. You know, Nevada sounds like Brooklyn. Does that make sense? I come from Nevada, but don't ever call it Nevada. Call it Nevada. But as you know, the corrupt globalist establishment that ruled our country for decades is now complaining that I'm doing exactly what I pledged to do in the campaign. All of these things, tariffs.
Oh, I mean, this man been talking about tariffs for like, bro, since the man had like blonde hair. Like, bro, this man been talking about tariffs for the past 30 years. That's nothing new. I mean, the campaign stuff about immigration and all that good stuff and make America great again. I mean, that's the past 10 years, okay. But tariffs, like, you can go back and watch interviews of this man talking about, yo, yeah, we need to find a way to protect our economy, protect the middle class. And as a rich man, I'm like, trust me, Trump, as a patriot and a rich guy, Trump wants to protect the middle class.
The men and women's sports, everything. The borders, strong borders. We have the strongest border we've ever had today. It was just announced. Strongest border. They don't want to write that. You know, they forget. They forget. Eggs. I came in eggs. Not a very glamorous thing to talk, but eggs. I was in for 1 week and they said, egg prices are soaring. I said, I've just been here. I didn't know this, please. I didn't know it. The fake news, they're going, egg prices are soaring. I said, man, I just got here. You know, let me know about it. What's
Man, shoot, I was like, nah, I was offended when the Dems were complaining about eggs. I was like, well, what were they doing under Biden the whole time? Like, did y'all not notice? Did you not see the eggs prices rising under the Biden administration the entire time? But then all of a sudden, Trump's in office, and y'all like, the egg prices is too high. Like, you disingenuous, you know, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
What's going on with eggs? Tell me. So they gave me a little bit of a thing, and it's true. Under Biden, they soared like double, tripled, quadrupled. You couldn't even get them. They were not available. They said, don't use eggs for Easter. Use the plastic alternative plastic. We got at Mar-a-Lago, we got plastic eggs all over the place. They said, don't use it for Easter. If you're doing an Easter egg hunt, do not use eggs. Well, we have a wonderful secretary.
And guys, we got over 100 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen. Yes, double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's go.
Agriculture, as you know, Brooke Rollins. She's here someplace, I think.
And shout out American Handmade. He said, finally, a real president for the people, man. And I ain't gonna lie, shout out. Appreciate the support, man.
And she went out.
Oh, and appreciate you for starting us off.
After it, when she goes after something, we don't play games, right, Brooke? And egg prices are down now 87%, and you have all the eggs you want, 87%. And they didn't write about it. They don't talk about it. I go up, I make speeches about eggs all the time. I never get a reporter writing about it because we were successful. If you're a Republican, when you're successful in something, you have to toot your own horn. Talk about it because you're the only one that's going to.
I mean, no,
so
don't.
Pretty rough.
Whoa. I wouldn't tell them to do that. I mean, you talk about how good you're doing, and the left wants to tell you how you stepped on everybody to do so. All you could have been doing was, I don't know, shoot, you could have been being a doctor. You could have opened your own clinic. All you were doing was helping people. But just because you become a multimillionaire or even just make $1 million, the left will tell you that you had stepped on people. I know, right? It's like you can't win with these people.
It's a rough business.
God bless you.
But
God bless. And shout out to our man Daniel Castro. He says the liberal media was making it more orange. What the fuck, loons? Not for real though, because I'm like, hey, why did this man look moderately white? Like, I do not, bro. Actually, why does this man's hair look extra white? You know what? That's what the presidency does to you. Like the first time Trump survived, this time, I know it. I don't even think it was the presidency. I think it was the campaign that did it to him. The campaigns will stress them out. I mean, you got to go through all these debates, all these courts. I mean, you get shot at. You almost get shot at a couple of times. I mean, Yeah, that's pretty stressful. I could see where our man would kind of lose the blonde a little bit.
Real voices that you're hearing this week about tariffs are the same scoundrels and frauds who never thought twice about when the United States lost 90,000 factories and plants. Think of that, 90,000.
So, man, y'all tell me they Joe Rogan, my man. They pretty much Joe Rogan. Like, they turned Joe Rogan gangrene. Like, made that man look sickly green, and they turned Trump orange. So everybody can try to make fun of him and say, oh, he's wearing makeup. Like, you know, I wonder if they're doing the same thing with JD, or does JD just have really long eyelashes? Because when they make that eyeliner joke, if you do look at JD, it's like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm like, huh, that's weird.
How do you do 90? If you had a map, a big map the size of that wall, and you had a pin for each factory, you wouldn't have enough room. You think of it, 90,000 factories since NAFTA, the worst trade deal in history, by the way, and we had it terminated. Everybody said you'd never be able to, it had to be terminated by Congress, and it was not easy. It was so bad. You know, the people have a lot of, it's very interesting. They have a lot of power. They have a lot of political power. It's hard to get even a bad deal terminated, but we did do it. And we got USMCA, and that's been really great. But when they cheat, it's not so good. And they cheat. They do cheat. You know,
they cheat
hella. I respect Mexico. I respect Canada, but they cheat like hell. You know, Canada charges for our dairy products 270%. Nobody knows that. They charge you 2% for the first 2 cartons of milk. And after that, you go up to 270. And the press says they've only charged 2%. No, that's for the first 2 cartons. So it's, you know, we can't have that. And we have to be wise to it and get along with everybody, but we have to call people out. 6 million manufacturing jobs were lost since NAFTA when 21 million illegal aliens poured across our borders. Think of that, many of whom were violent criminals, murderers, drug lords, and the mentally insane.
And speaking about violent criminals, man, let's shout out to the Supreme Court, bro. Shout out to the Supreme Court, bro. Hey, they said, know what? Y'all gonna stop effing with my man Trump. You gonna let my man send these criminals back, okay? They're going back home where they belong, in a jail cell. Now, I know y'all wanted to try to turn them and bring them back around, but guess what? Guess what? The real judges stepped in and said, you can't. You can't. All right, let's go.
Insane asylums were closed. They used to go crazy when I talk about Hannibal Lecter, the late, great Hannibal Lecter, right? Silence of the Lambs. The fake news would say, why does he talk about that? He's a fictional character. He's actually not. We have many of them that came across the board. It's actually not. But when the people went to the voting booth, then we understood why he talked about that, because they voted for us. They said, we don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country. The great Hannibal Lecter. He was a very...
I know, we got all the Hannibal Lecters like...
Sparta!
Man, turn into Sparta at the border.
Important force. But the press would go absolutely crazy if I mentioned Hannibal Lecter's name, because they said he's a fictional character. No, but it was making a point. And the point is they're emptying mental institutions and insane asylums. Not anymore, they're not. Insane asylums into our country. We had numbers, the likes of which nobody's ever seen anything like it. Other countries, I deal with other countries all the time. I am right now on tariffs where they want to make a deal with us. We don't necessarily want to make a deal with them.
Yeah, and word at the White House is, I mean, they blowing up the phone lines. I'm like, really?
Really, nigga?
And I know, excuse the language of the soundbite, but yeah, like, really? Like, now y'all want to start making fair trade deals now that we got to threaten your economy? Like, really think about this. We have to threaten y'all whole economy, our very way of life, because we basically subsidize y'all very way of life. And now you want to talk? I mean... I don't know. It don't really sound like we was really y'all friends in the first place. I don't know, man. Kind of just sounds like y'all was treating us like a, you know what, like an OnlyFans model and their sugar daddy. Yep. I mean, money throwing. There's money thrown, but no love given. I know, right?
Bruh.
We're happy the way we are, taking our $2 billion a day.
Man,
but they want to make a deal with us, and they talk about it, and they say we cannot believe that they had open borders. These are countries. They have, they have borders, and they don't let people into their country. They can't understand how they did it because they're sick or they're crazy. There's something really wrong with these people. But the same people now telling me about how to deal with China are the ones who sold out America for decades to China.
I mean, yeah, the ones who are telling to lift the tariffs are the ones who are invested in the company who kind of outsource jobs overseas. So, you know, if you see some of these guys losing their shit, I would ask them, I'm like, hey, yo, so who are you invested with, my friend? Are you invested in companies that overly outsource overseas? Like, are you betting against the American consumer? And that's why you're kind of panicking right now? I mean, no, that's really how some of these guys are acting. They've betted against the American consumer, and now they're, well, kind of reaping what they sowed. I wish George Soros would one day get that. We can dream.
For decades,
though, right?
they gave up to China. I'm the only one that China. You know how much China's paid? Almost $700 billion in tariffs under me.
Dream.
And then they say Donald Trump hasn't been tough on China. They say Trump hasn't been tough on Russia. Okay, here's the story. Nord Stream 2. Did anybody ever hear of it? It's the biggest pipeline in the world. I closed it. Russia had it. I closed it. Putin told me that's the worst thing. You're supposed to be friendly with me. I'd hate to see you as my enemy. I closed Nord Stream 2. When Biden got in, he opened it up immediately. It serviced all of Europe, going to Germany. It serviced all of Europe.
I mean, yes, let's fight the Russians, but then let's make them rich at the same time. I mean, yeah, it made no damn sense. It made no sense. Like I said, the whole Ukrainian war should have seemed funny just off that reality right there. Let's make let's make Putin the enemy, but let's also make Putin rich at the same time, because, you know, we're going to open up the pipeline that he basically owns. Yeah, let's do that. But we're also going to frame him as the bad guy, but we're also going to put money in his pocket at the same damn time. Huh.
We closed it, and they say, oh, he wasn't tough on Russia. I was very tough with the sanctions and everything else. And by the way, just for your information, we're trying like hell to get the fighting stopped between Russia and Ukraine. A thing that never would have happened if the election wasn't rigged. We had a rigged election, and we can say it and say it loud and say it proud because the election was rigged, and we can't let that stuff happen anymore. Go to paper ballots. Go to same-day voting, go to voter ID, go to citizenship. You have to prove your citizenship, a little piece of paper, and you won't have it. Sort of disappointing because a lot of Republican governors, they could do that. Same-day voting, paper ballots, very sophisticated paper, actually. It's all watermark. You can't cheat. Very hard to cheat. France went that way. They were like us, and they were, you know, having very bad elections, very crooked elections. They had 37 million people. They voted. They had a winner. They had a loser. They went home. That was it. 10 o'clock in the evening, it was over. With us, you ever see, we have these machines that cost a fortune. And they say, we think we're going to have the final vote tally in 2.5 weeks. And wait a minute, this is election day. You ever see where in California they were counting votes 4 weeks later? And then they say, and by the way, all paper costs 8% of the machines. Why is it that Republican governors aren't going to it, okay? What's going on with our Republican governors?
I don't know. The fact that that whole voter ID thing was going down, I mean, it does call the whole election into question. Right there and then. Right there and then, that calls the whole election into question. The whole story about the mules and all that good stuff and the, you know, election box stuffing. Yeah, a lot of things have been called into question.
If nothing else, you say, even if it was just the same.
But hey, though, just like January 6th was right, it was this motto.
Not, it's, you know, it's nothing's foolproof when it comes to voting, but it's pretty close. But it costs 8%. In other words, you can have your election 8% the cost of the machines, and you get an accurate count. So it's pretty amazing. They gave us NAFTA, mass illegal immigration, the Democrats did. The fake Paris Climate Accord, and the China's entry into the World Trade Organization. That was a wonderful day for us. China entered the World Trade. They've done pretty good. And, you know, they didn't do things exactly by the books. And they were a developing nation. They still are. They say, we are a developing nation. We should be entitled to more. And our people say, oh, that's right, they're developing. They're not developing, we're developing. Look at some of our inner cities. We got to develop them. But we can't let the Democrats.
No, that's definitely true. I mean, like the inner cities, they have all the the cushy office jobs, but the middle city is nowhere for the middle class. Now, I would have to ask the residents of these inner cities, like, hey, would you mind having these factories here? And they probably wouldn't, because, like I said, I live in an inner city and we got a hell of like factories here, and we have hella manufacturing. I mean, a lot of stuff happens in certain inner cities. It's just that there are a lot of them that are mostly liberal ran that only kind of suit those upper echelon jobs or office jobs in general.
Democrats get away with this stuff, but we're developing more than they are. The globalists have been wrong about everything, and so I wear their attack on me, because nobody has ever been attacked like a man named Donald J. Trump. I mean, in the history of our country, nobody's ever, but I wear it as a badge of honor.
I give him that one.
Nobody has ever been attacked. I was under more investigations than the late, great Al Capone. He was the most violent criminal. He was the most violent mob boss in history.
And I mean, you had celebrities holding up your fake decapitated head. You had people making scripts about this man. Well, not scripts, but plays about this man, being assassinated. I mean, yeah, there was a decent amount of hate for this man.
And I was under investigation far more than him. It wasn't even close. Our opponents are not afraid that our America First policies will fail. They're terrified that our strategy will succeed and we're going to get bigger and stronger and better as a party. And that's what's happening. And that is what's happening. It's going to be something. And I'm actually looking forward to the midterms. I really are. We're going to prove that all of their treasonous.
I mean, the midterms is going to be a very fun time for S.E.T media. Like, I'm going to have fun. I mean, I'm going to be kicked up here with popcorn at a certain point. But guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, and make sure to subscribe to the channel, man, if you're feeling the content. We do this every night. But double tap that screen.
Years of betrayal will not be forgotten, because it's treason. What they did is treason. When they allowed millions of people to pour in through open borders from all over the world, they came. To me, that's treason. What they've done to our country is unthinkable. The money we have to spend to take people out. And then we have judges that say, no, let Tren de Aragua come back into our country. They want him to come back in. Killers, they cut off a man's fingers because did you, sir, make a phone call to the police in Colorado? Yes, I did. You've attacked us and you've taken over our building. They took over real estate all over Colorado. You did, right? Give me your hand. Put the hand down. Boom. Cuts off his fingers. And they want him back. And how about the mix-up with the MS-13, where it wasn't a Tren de Aragua, it was an MS-13 killer. And they said, oh, they got him mixed up. Let's get him back into our country.
And shout out to my man Green Bean. He says, man, get ready to have a strong America again. And trust me, I mean, they underestimate us. They really do. And it's sad how they underestimate us, because it's like, bro, do you guys honestly think that these countries are better off without us? Like, really think about what y'all saying. These countries are better off without the biggest consumer market in the world. I mean, come on, guys. Let's make sure we just check out what reality really is here and wonder why we're in a trade deficit with all these guys and why they let it go on. Because, well, I mean, let's be real. They don't care about us. They were ready to take jobs, ban products, make us lose business. But then as soon as we hit them with something, we're the enemies of the world. Now we're no longer friends. Now we're ruined trade. Now our partners can no longer trust us. I mean, it's very funny that y'all say that, because, like, how could we trust them? We've been giving them fair trade this whole time. They haven't.
We need people that are going to love our country. I'm proud to be the president for the workers, not the outsourcers. The president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street, who protects the middle class, not the political class, and who defends America, not trade cheaters all over the globe. They're trade cheaters. They cheated on us. They cheated with tariffs on us.
And I would just say, like, you Democrats support the rich. You don't know this, but you Democrats support the rich. Like, through the whole initiative of taxing the rich, you just want the rich to move out of here to get cheaper labor, and then they take from the middle class. The same middle class that the Dems say that they're championing. They're not doing that. Y'all honestly don't care. You just hate Trump. Just be real. You just hate Trump.
They stole our money. They stole our jobs. And now people are going around saying, oh, we're not treating them right now. We're treating them very good, actually. They're lucky we're treating them so good. And, you know, when I have tariffs and I say, well, we're going to charge what they did. We're going to charge what they did. And then I say, I'm going to charge much less than they did. Believe me, we're actually being nice about it. But we're doing very well, better than we've ever done before. My job is not to maximize the profits of outsourcers and I mean, these foreign corporations are horrible. It's horrible what they're doing, but we're catching them. We're catching them by the dozens. My job is I have to defend the American dream, and I have to defend the American citizens. That's my job. I have to defend that. The American dream is never mentioned. It was mentioned for 4 years, and now it's being mentioned again, but it was never mentioned when we had Sleepy Joe in office. I used to have the hardest thing I had to.
I mean, you can't talk about the American dream while you're destroying it. Like, that wouldn't make too much sense. Like, can you imagine Joe talk about the American dream while grocery prices and house prices are just skyrocketing? Like, man, and the economy was tanking, but nobody wanted to talk about that, though. I mean, it was, like I said, y'all some hypocrites, man. Because if y'all really looked at the economy back when Biden was in office, y'all low-key shut up.
To do with Joe Biden is the nickname. Do I call him Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Could we take a vote, please? Who wants to call him Crooked Joe? Who wants to call him Sleepy Joe? That's my problem. It's like the same. They both work. They both work beautifully. Joe had one ability that I didn't have. You know, he said he was a good golfer. He's terrible. Somebody said,
"Nah, I remember that debate. I remember Trump literally turned around in all seriousness, like, bro, you are not doing that. Nah, you are not a real golfer. Don't play with me. Don't talk about golf in front of me." That man was about to low-key cook Biden that very moment.
The only time I got angry during our debate when he said he was a 6 handicap. He's not a 6. Bro, he's not exactly. A 36. Okay.
I knew it. That's what I was saying. I was like, bro was calm the whole time dismantling this man's arguments. And then the one time that man Biden talked about Trump, that man's face twitched like, bro, what? Bro, don't ever talk like you that guy again. I mean, it was petty as hell, but let's be real, though. I respect it, especially if you actually compete in a sport. You're like, bro, don't play like you that guy, and you know nothing about it.
But he had one ability that I don't have. He was able to go to a beach, bathing suit in tow, so because it looked like it was actually falling off. But he'd go, had a hard time walking through the sand because, you know, sand is heavy on your feet. Carrying one of those 6-ounce chairs that are made out of aluminum that if you weigh a little bit too much, it just cracks in the middle when you sit down.
I'm done.
And he could sit down in a beach with photographers on the beach. You know, he's the president, so he had a minimum of photographers, but he still had photographers. And he could fall asleep. Who the hell could do that? Who could fall asleep?
Bruh.
And he'd turn around and drool would be coming out. He didn't care. His wife didn't care. It's an ability that I could never fall asleep under those circumstances. I'd be very conscious of my body and what we look like.
Yeah,
I'd be sitting up like this. Then I'd say, darling, it's time to go. Let's get out of here. Well, it wouldn't most people. I mean, this guy could go to the beach and he was out in seconds. Guys are shooting him. He'd be in the papers the next day, eyes closed.
Oh, that's easy.
Mouth.
Oh, that's easy. The reason why he put a tariff import, like he put tariffs on, you know, countries that never did an American import, is just in case these corporations, you know, try to be smart and go to that country where that never got American import and just go from there. I mean, we just can't tariff the countries that we've only got imports from. It's like, bro, we're not just going after these countries. We're going after the corporations as well. It's like there's two entities that we're going after, these nations and these corporations. It's like, bro, you understand that these guys have done some shady things, like the whole thing with Vietnam and being able to slide past American and Chinese like tariffs through Vietnam. So we have to tariff places that will win and never receive an export, so these companies don't go to that place and start trying to do their imports through there because, well, it'd be a nice little loophole because we didn't put a tariff on it. So even if a country never does an import from us, Trump had to go ahead and put a tariff just because these corporations, well, they sneaky.
It's open. The United States has been getting ripped off for 50 years, and we're simply not going to take it anymore, and that's what's happening right now. In 1950, the United States dominated global auto production, producing more than 75% of all of the cars on Earth. Think of that, 75%, and even higher before that. Today, we produce 11%, while China produces 3 times more than we do. Let me tell you something. With the tariffs that we're doing, as you know, we have tariffs on automobiles, aluminum, steel, separate from the other tariffs, the baseline, we call it. Companies are pouring back into our country with plants. There's a run on sites. There's a run on old plants. Most of them are being ripped down for new plants. They've stopped building in Mexico, 4 or 5 plants, and they're all coming into the United States. I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, and you know what I'm doing too. That's why you vote for me. And the chip makers are coming in. They're all coming in. We've never had anything like this. We have investment, they think, of about $7 trillion. And that's been in a month and a half. Think of that. For the first, you got to give me a little.
They don't tell you about those $1 trillion in investments, though, in liberal media. Do they now? Do they? They say, oh, the tariffs have not worked, not one bit. I mean, yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. Through these companies and certain countries coming over saying that they're going to invest billions, if not trillions, into America. I mean, shout out Trump. And for those of you guys who are upset about my explanation on why we tariff countries who don't import into America, well, I mean, come on, guys. It wasn't that simple enough. Come on. That, like I said, you guys know these corporations are evil. You know they're slimy, and we're not just talking about your Amazon or we're talking about different corporations here, not just Amazon. Let's try to broaden your horizon here. Let's try to broaden your thinking, and instead of just thinking about your favorite Fortune 500.
Little time to get warmed up with that. So let's take the first couple of weeks off. For about a month and a half, we got almost $7 trillion spoken for.
And shout out Steph. She says Air Force One flew over my area today. Hey, cool. Nice. And shout out Steph. Appreciate the support, sis.
Trillion. We've never had that. I don't know if we've ever had it any time, but if you go back and look at Biden and these other campaigns, any of them, they didn't have those numbers for the year. These are the biggest chip makers in the world, the biggest auto manufacturers in the world. $7 trillion of investment, and that means jobs. I look at it differently, not investment. I look at it as jobs. And they're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. And it is true that Mexico, they've stopped building plants, and those plants are now going to be built in the United States of America. So it's pretty exciting. All because of 2 things. They say, they want to be nice to me. They say, sir, because of November 5th, the election, and because of tariffs. I said, in that order? And the smart ones say, yes, sir. First was that you got elected, and second was tariffs. And I'll accept that, But I will tell you, because of tariffs. But I'm the only one that would have done the tariffs because everybody was afraid. They were afraid of being criticized because the globalists will go after you.
And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, man. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Appreciate the support, guys. But like I said, let's make sure to double tap that screen. All right, guys. Appreciate the support.
For 7 decades, American ships have patrolled the seas. American troops have kept the pace and peace. And American wealth has enriched the globe. But despite all we have given to them, you will not find an American car in Berlin, in Tokyo, in Seoul, in Shanghai. Not a car.
Nope. I mean, like I said, some of these countries got import bans or high tariffs on our cars. Either or they do not make our cars look too favorable in their market. And it's not because American cars suck. No, stop being a hater. But I also do want to bring down to one thing. I just want to bring y'all to one thing here, okay? Now, I would do say, where was the outrage, right? Because everybody looking at the Dow Jones, right? And I'm wondering, like, where was the outrage in 2022 when, like, we seen the lowest number, like, ever? But there was no outrage, no nothing. Nobody was complaining. Nobody was crying about their 401ks. Nothing. Nothing. Like, it's almost baffling how much complaining I'm hearing when I was saying this back, like, bro, like we're in a recession. Everybody's like, nah, we're good. Actually, we're cool. Y'all told me I was tripping. Really, really. And all this under Biden. It's crazy. But then we're right here though. But we're at 37,000. I mean, 37,000, but y'all wasn't crying at, I mean, what, 32? You wasn't crying at 31. You wasn't crying all the way down at 28. So what is this hypocrisy here? Like, please, like, answer that one for me, because every day I'm just confused. I was almost up at night just going like, how could these people even talk? But let's get right back to it. Just something for y'all to think about.
I used to say to Angela Merkel, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in Berlin? Why, none, Donald, none. That's right, Angela, you got it. How many Chevrolets do you think we have in Munich, Angela? None, Donald. I said, you sent us 7 million cars last year. So we're going to start buying American-made cars or cars that are manufactured in America. And if you can do it, not part of what I was going to say, but one of the best things that I think I've come up with is interest deductions. If you buy a car that's made in America, you get an interest deduction on the money you borrow. And I love it. I hope you can do it, Mike. I hope you can do it, because I haven't bugged you about that. I've been talking about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And I haven't really been as strong on this one, but it's only because it gets a little bit long, you know. But if you think of it, you buy a car, you borrow money, and you get a deduction on that money if the car is made in America.
Bro, I mean, that's almost cheating for American manufacturers. Like, if your car is manufactured in America, I mean, that's going to entice buyers to buy American cars because you're going to get a deal. You're going to get a deal on the interest. Like, why not? Why would you not go buy a brand new American car and get that deal?
That will not cost you 10 cents. You'll make money with that one. I think you'll make money actually in a certain way with the other three also. I think they're very important, and they were part of our campaign.
And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. Like, we get it, haters. Orange man bad. Beep, boop, beep. I know, right, man? Like, the NPCs in the chat tonight.
Campaign. I was going to say before that in Nevada, that when I came up with the no tax on tips, I think that's why we won by a massive amount. And interestingly, they came up about a month and a half later. She was making one of her few speeches. She didn't speak too much for a reason, good reason. She's making a speech. And in the middle, she said, oh, and by the way, we will have, everyone's falling asleep, we will have no tax on tips. The place booed the hell out of it. They said, you're a little late on that one, because I was worried they'd copy me. You know, it was so good. You know how it actually happened? Maybe I should tell the story quickly. I was in my building in Las Vegas. We have a great restaurant there. And this young, beautiful waitress, and you're not allowed to say beautiful because that's the end of your political career. If you call a young woman beautiful, that's the end of your career. But what the hell? She was beautiful. So she came up to me and she said, hello, sir. It's so nice to have you at the hotel. I said, thank you. I had a group of people, some political people, actually. It's very interesting. And I said, how's everything going? She said, oh, it's so tough. They're after my tips. Who's after? The government. They're after my tips, constantly after my tips. They're after all of us for the tips. She said, sir, we should have no tax on tips. I said, say it again. What? We should have no tax. She said it. This was my consultant, a waitress from my hotel. Most people go out and spend millions of dollars to come up with an idea. I said, she just said no tax on tips. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. So I went outside. There were a lot of, we finished our wonderful meal, steak, went outside, and there were a lot of cameras, as there always are, unfortunately. I say, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a new policy all over the country, but specifically in Nevada. there will be no tax on tips.
Yeah.
Right? And the cameras went wild. Click, 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 click. And we won the state by a lot. So I don't know. So I have to find that waitress and thank her. She was my consultant, except I didn't pay her $2 million like the other consultants that we all get screwed by. Even worse than the tariffs other countries impose are the non-monetary barriers. That's a non-monetary. These are not financial. These are other things, what they do so that you can't get your product in that country. And China, as you know, is one of the big offenders. And it's not all China. Look, I get along with President Xi. I have.
I'm weak. Shout out Seth. She says, "Hey, panikins, hee. Trump's new nickname for y'all. Yeah, they do be panicking, bruh. I mean, like I said, the crazy thing is, like, y'all panicking over the stock market now, but I'm like, but y'all wasn't panicking under Biden. And I seen the response in the chat. People were like, it wasn't intentional. I'm like, bro, but you still wasn't complaining about your 401ks or anything like that. So what's the problem here? Actually, we was in a worse position then, because not only was the stock market sinking, but we were losing jobs as well. So why weren't y'all complaining then? Wow, food prices were rising, house prices were rising, but not a word from y'all
over the years. But strange. You just
strange.
When COVID came, that was the end. That was it. That was called the bridge too far. But I've always had a good relationship with a very smart guy, loves his country. I love our country. So, we love our country. He loves his. I tell that to other leaders. You got to fight for your country. It's you're not going to fight for us, but we can't fight for you. We're fighting for other countries. We're trying to make them great without making us great, but those days are over. They steal our intellectual property. They rob our trade secrets. They manipulate their currency to levels that have never been seen before. Today, it was announced that China is reducing its currency. Did you see that? Big. In other words, they're going to make up for it. They got every trick in the book. I'll tell you, they are great. You got to hand it to them. You got to hand it to them. They're manipulating their currency today as an offset against the tariffs. Not supposed to do that. The game isn't supposed to be played that way. It makes it very hard for us. But in the end, it's not good because they have to buy oil.
And guys, we got over 100 y'all in here, man. Let's get us to 50 likes. So go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Yes, guys, go ahead and double tap the screen to like the video, and let's get more people in on the conversation, and let's go ahead and push the video. Appreciate the support, guys.
See, we don't need oil. We don't need oil and gas. We have more than any other country. They have to buy it. That's where it hurts them when they do that. It costs them twice as much. And they ship their products through every one of our trading partners, running up our deficits with these countries. They sell a lot. When you put a tariff on them, they sell it like with steel. They were dumping tremendous amounts of steel into our country during my term. I saved every steel mill. We only have steel mills because of what I did. I put a high tariff on them, 25 and then 50%, and it stopped. It stopped. They were dumping so much steel. We would have lost every single steel mill. The people that like me best are the people in the steel business, but I think the auto business is going to be right there. I think chips are going to be there. I think pharmaceuticals are going to be there because, we don't make our own pharmaceuticals.
And shout out to my man, James Foley. I swear I'm never ready for one of your super chats, bro. I'm never ready. He said, do tariffs on China mean my Fetty costs more? Oh, no. On God. On God, yes. The fentanyl going to cost more. Actually, it hopefully stops. But, hey, man, that Chinese triad, man, they going to continue funding them cartels.
Drugs and other things to get better. They're made in other countries. And you pay a number. The same package in our country compared to like London and other places is sometimes 10 times more. 10 times more. Something that sells for $88 in London sells for $1,300 here, made in the same factory by the same company. And that's over. I told them all that's over. They put all of their research and development money, they put everything. But what they don't tell you is that these other countries are smart. They say you can't charge more than $88, otherwise you can't sell your product. And the drug companies listen to them. But we're going to do something that we have to do. We're going to tariff our pharmaceuticals. And once we do that, they're going to come rushing back into our country because we're the big market. The advantage we have over everybody is that we're the big market. So we're going to be announcing very shortly.
The advantage that we have over everybody is that we're the biggest consumer market. That's one of our problems, but it's also our biggest advantage that we're kind of turning on the world. Because due to us being the biggest consumer market and it being so uneven, we kind of got these countries in our clutches where we pretty much say, yo, if we pull our export, bro, some of y'all countries literally survive off the fact that there's a trade deficit. If we cut that from y'all, bro, y'all economy is going to sink. I mean, probably in a month. So that's why a lot of these countries are calling in before that even happens. And they also know, like, if America's talking about building their own stuff, it's best we either drop the BS so we can have more demand for their products in our country, or we just keep the tariffs up and they start making their own stuff, or some of our corporations leave to still continue to be in the American consumer market. I mean, it was like a lose-lose situation for most of these countries. Even China, they're just not ready to accept it yet.
A major tariff on pharmaceuticals. And when they hear that, they will leave China, they will leave other places because they have to sell. Most of their product is sold here.
Yep.
And they're going to be opening up their plants all over the place in our country. We're going to be announcing that. So that's breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news.
And that is the whole point. It's like as I said, we're literally playing hardball with them. It's like y'all can drop the tariffs and increase the demand for American products in your economy, or we'll just take y'all corporations and y'all jobs and it's going to be screw y'all. I mean, how y'all want to play it?
That's what's going to happen. What other presidents allow China to get away with is absolutely criminal, but I'm not like the other presidents, and it's not going to happen under President Trump. It's just not going to happen. After all of the abuses they've perpetrated, China's attempting.
Bro, like, do y'all not hear what I'm saying to you? Bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. They literally live off the consumer economy that we have. They have no choice but to do business. There's nobody else that's going to replace the amount of business that we do with them. We're all they got. Like, there's nobody else spending $30 billion plus into these people's economy like America does. And some of these bigger countries got more than $100 billion in the surplus. These countries can't survive without us, brother. That's what you're not understanding. You thinking that, bro, they have to, bro, even if they didn't want to do business, they got to. Think about it. If that was already on the table, then why haven't they done that? Then why is Japan capitulated? Then why is Vietnam bending the knee? If they could just say F us and go somewhere else, because they need our money in their economy. They need to be able to sell into our economy. We have, like I said, we have them in that vice grip. They put themselves here just like we put ourselves here with the whole consumer economy, and we're not producing enough, and it's causing a problem. Well, shoot. I mean, when there's a bad, there's also a good.
To impose additional unjustified tariffs. Just so you understand, they all got rich because of tariffs. Now when we do it, it's so terrible what Trump is doing. It's so terrible. They got rich. And not only China, many countries. I mean, you look at Vietnam, you look at so many, I could name 50 right now. Biden couldn't do that. He couldn't name any. Name one country. Name any country. What's the name of our country? He doesn't know. That's why additional tariffs on Chinese goods are in place effective midnight tonight at 104%.
Damn.
Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will. They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started because they're proud people. China will now pay a big number to our Treasury. This is all taxes. And don't let them keep telling you that this is a tax on our people. I hate that.
Yeah.
They say it's a tax. No, often much of it is paid. And hey, look what happened during my first term. We had no inflation, and yet I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China. No other president got 10 cents in tariffs or taxes from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars. hundreds of billions of dollars. And I still got along with them because they understood what they were doing was wrong.
Yep. And let me introduce y'all to a little bit of information, because let's shout out to our highest trade deficits. Oh, God. So shout out to these guys right here, man. Our top 5 countries that just screw us over every year. So shout out to China with $270 billion in a trade deficit. Yep. Billions of dollars we give to them, but they don't give shit to us. And shout out to Mexico. I mean, our closest ally, closest neighbor, but second place and screwing us over. Vietnam. I mean, well, who isn't Vietnam screwing over? It is what it is. Ireland. I mean, just through the pharmaceuticals alone, they're screwing us over. And Germany. I mean, well, BMWs and I mean, German engineering is pretty good. I can't even be mad at them for that one. Can't even be mad, but y'all get my point, right? Right.
I understood it. It's when you explain it, they sit up, they say, I've had numerous leaders tell me, you're right, sir. I was waiting for you to bring this up.
And shout out to my man, James Foley. He says, whoop. He said, forgot Fetty. I'm old school, perk 30s and a Coke 45. God damn. It's like, what are you, bro? The neighborhood crackhead? Like you out here in the hood or something. And shout out to my man, James Foley, coming in again. He's like, get the president on the phone now. I fronted him a brick. I need my money. Bro, you never know. You just never know what's going to come out this man's super chats, bro. You never know. I'm going to leave that one up.
Because some of the trade deals that were made by predecessors as president were so bad, you almost wonder who did these deals. They were either crooked or stupid. They can be nothing else. They were either stupid or crooked. It's terrible, but it's all being changed. I changed a lot of it in the first 4 years, but it's all being changed. You know, in the first 4 years, we had the most successful country in history in terms of economics. We had an 88% increase in the stock markets. We had an 88% increase. There's never been any president that had an 88% increase. We had 88%. And there are a lot of happy people. And I think we're going to do much better than that this time, because this time I'm doing what I want to do with respect to the tariffs. I think we're going to do much better. And just remember the numbers. When you get up to $2 billion a day, $2 billion a day, they're saying, sir, can't be that, can it? I said, yeah, it can. It's the biggest transaction ever made. This is bigger than any deal. You guys, some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. Compared, this is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, you know, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are.
Damn.
They are dying to make it to you. Please.
Hey, yo. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm done. I didn't think he was going to say that. He's like, bro, they're kissing my ass right now. And I'm like, I bet they are. I keep saying, if you understand the reality of the world, you understand that we're taking billions of dollars, bro. They're caught in a lose-lose situation. Is either they lose billions of dollars in imported business, or they lose their companies and jobs. They're in a two-way connect for lose-lose situation. That's why they're kissing ass right now, because they're picking which way they want to lose. Now we're just waiting for China.
You guys, some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. Compared, this is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, you know, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make it to you. Please, sir, make it to you. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir. And then I'll see some rebel Republican, some guy that wants to grandstand, say, I think that Congress should take over negotiations. Let me tell you, you don't negotiate like I negotiate. Congress takes over.
Congress, like, bro, we can't even trust Congress to look over the budget. We can't even trust Congress to look over waste and fraud. This man, Elon, somebody outside our fucking government had to come through and do Congress's job. And then Congress want to get mad when somebody is doing their job. I mean, Congress, why did it take Elon Musk for y'all to figure this out? I mean, y'all got the money to hire these tech engineers, these software engineers that make the software to find this fraud and waste. You guys could have made things more efficient throughout your entire time with the Biden administration, the Obama administration, hell, even Clinton. Y'all didn't do shit.
Over negotiating, sell America fast because you're going to go busted. You don't. I just saw it today. A couple of your congressmen said, I think we should.
Well, my bad, except for Clinton. Except for Clinton. My bad, man. My bad. He did cut a lot of federal workers, but he could have did more. He could have did more, goddamn it.
Get involved in the negotiation of the tariffs. Oh, that's what I need. I need some guy telling me how to negotiate. I tell you, the happiest people in the world would be China. They wouldn't be paying 104%. I tell you, they'd be paying no percent. We'd be paying them 104%. That's the beauties. These guys, we gotta be careful. And even the concept of it hurts your negotiation. When they see a little story like that, the other side, it hurts your negotiation. And then the fake news wants to build it up, and it has no chance anyway. But we have to remain united. As I defend workers from unfair trade, House Republicans have a chance this week to bring trillions and trillions of dollars pouring back into America by pushing forward with the largest tax cuts in American history, which is what you're working on right now. The largest in American history. And the reason because we had a great first term and amazing first term. But I saw that the other day that we had the most successful, I knew it anyway, but I saw that we had 88% increase. That's a tremendous increase. Think of that. And that's with all of the difficulties and all of the fake investigations and the Adam Shifty Shifts. Can you believe this guy? He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. And the biggest head. We call him watermelon head. I'd say, how could that big fat face stand on a neck that looked like this finger?
Hey,
how can it? It was the weirdest thing. It said,
oh, no, this man having fun right now. He's like, all right, now's my time to roast.
It's a mystery. Nobody can understand it. But he's one of the most dishonest human beings I've ever seen. And how we can allow people like that to run an office is a shame, but we did. He was in charge of the witch hunt. He was in charge of the fake witch hunt with Russia. It was a made-up story. Made up. Think of it. They make up a story. They know it's made up. It's gone on for a year.
Guys, let me play this short little clip real quick. Let's have a Trump appreciation moment because, epic moments in Trump history. Let's go.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. But it's political bullshit. She said he's a pussy. They're ripping the shit out of the sea. Not you. Your organization's terrible. Can you imagine if I used the F-bomb? It would be the electric chair, right? You're not going to raise that fucking price.
That there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Oh, go ahead. Sure. She's shocked that I picked her. No. She's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
To continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said.
Man, he been a savage. The man been a savage. All right, back to it.
And a half, 2 years, Russia. I knew nothing about it. The only thing I knew was that I taxed the pipeline that I told you about, that I put all sorts of sanctions and everything else. They never had a problem like they had with me. But it was Russia, constant, as a method of,
And shout out to my man, Fox Chase, man. Appreciate the support. Shout out James Foley, Fox Chase, and Zoloff. But Fox Chase hit us with a lot of blue hairs in here. Yeah, there are. But hey, man, the liberals been on attack all week. And shout out to my man Zoloff. He says, count. Man, I love this. 1,382 days left of Donald Trump's presidency. I want y'all liberals to read this and remember, it's not over. It's only the beginning.
What they did is that was the complaint about why she lost an election, because crooked Hillary was expected to win the election, but they didn't see what we saw. We saw the biggest crowds in history gathering, only superseded by the crowds we just had. But here's a guy that goes out and he goes to an intelligence hearing or whatever you might call it, and it's supposed to be secret. He'd walk out, he'd either make a call off the record, just this crooked Adam shifty Schiff. He's a shifty Adam. Or he'd just go out blatantly and have a news conference. And because it had to do with me and my family, he'd go out and have a news conference. And he said, now you've got to remember, he knows it's a hoax because he made it up with Crooked Hillary. So he knows it's a hoax because we're dealing with human beings on the other side. He'd say, Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, will spend many years in prison because of what he's done with Russia. Now, think of that statement on a human basis.
I mean, which is absolutely hilarious considering what Hunter Biden was doing out there with the energy companies. Is absolutely funny that they said that. I mean, out of all, really, you pretty much like try to blame Trump's son for what pretty much Hunter Biden was pretty much doing.
I have a son, a young son, who is being told that he's going for prison on something he doesn't even know what they're talking about. He said, Dad, I don't know what's going on. They keep talking about I'm involved with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. I swear to you, Dad. And yet Adam Schiff goes out and makes a statement about a hoax that he made up that he knows is false. How bad a human being do you have to be? They put my son and my family through that kind of trauma. These are bad people. These are sick degenerates. And I used to be much nicer to them. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, but I've just seen too much. They make up a story about Russia. It's a hoax. And eventually, now they've all admitted it was a hoax. On to the next one. That's Russia. But they know it's a hoax. And they say about a young man that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison because of what he's done with Russia. He knows it's a hoax. How bad do you have to be to have that happen to your son? And, you know, it has a bad effect on a family, a bad effect. You know, you okay, Don? I am, Dad, but I don't understand. They keep tying me to Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know a damn thing about Russia. It's a disgraceful situation. That's why we got to kick their asses in the midterms, and we got to kick their asses again.
Yep.
In 4 years.
I mean, we literally kicking ass like all season. Like, here's the thing. Like, I love how these guys are hopping on this now. Like I said, the libs are low-key foolish for even talking about this whole tariff thing in the market right now. Like, I mean, because when everything works out in about 18 months or so, and here's the funny thing, it's gonna work out less than that. It's gonna take less time than that for y'all to honestly see where this is going. And when it does, like I said, y'all won't apologize. I know that, but at least y'all be doing better. And that's all that matters. I don't need to be right. Just need y'all to do better.
If we slash taxes on American workers and producers, our economy will soar, jobs will surge, manufacturing will boom, and our country will prosper like never, ever before. We got to get this big, beautiful deal done. We got to get it done and get it done now. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 2 weeks. See, bad things happen. Crazy things happen in politics. Just get the damn thing done and stop showboating.
Here we go.
Couple of people want to, sure, I got to get a little bit more. You know what you're going to get? You end up getting nothing. You end up getting a Democrat bill or worse.
Oof.
In the past 11 weeks, we've already created 350,000 jobs. It's unprecedented, including 10,000 manufacturing jobs that we haven't even started yet. Gas prices, you know, when I came in, they said he campaigned on prices coming down and prices going up. They're not going up. They're going down. Gas prices are way down. In fact, they had something $2.50 a gallon. I saw on television a little while ago in between watching my great friends on C-SPAN. I saw that the prices are down to $2.50, $2.60, $2.75. When I came in office, it was $3.50, $3.75. But prices are coming down. Prices on groceries are coming down. Prices of eggs are down like 87%. 87, you know, they got me with that. I told you. Before I even got in office, they were telling me they're down close to 87%. And core inflation has dropped to the lowest levels in 4 years. And as I said, we had no inflation in 4 years, despite the fact that I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, so we hadn't even started yet. Nearly $6 trillion of new investment, and that number is now revised up to about 7. Apple, great company, is spending $500 billion because of tariffs. 500 billion, not 500 million. That's a lot. 500 million. You know, when I first heard the number, I said, you mean 500 million? You can build a lot of plants for. No, sir, 500 billion. 500 billion. TSMC, the biggest, most powerful chip maker in the world. This is without that stupid Chip Act, where they say, here's billions of dollars to a company that doesn't need it. These chip companies are loaded. They give these companies billions of dollars to build a plant in the United States. They don't build them in the United States. They keep the money. It looks good. They give them billions. No. TSMC, I gave them no money. Great company. Most powerful in the world. Biggest chip company in the world. They're spending $200 billion in Arizona building one of the biggest plants in the world.
But they don't tell you about that part. They don't tell you about, how his tariffs or through his negotiation are getting chip companies back in America. But y'all don't know that part because you're too busy trying to search for the negatives. I mean, here's the thing. You guys live in America, right? Do you want the economy to fail? Like, no, you don't. So why are you guys looking for the worst case scenario when the worst case scenario does you no good? I mean, you might as well be like us and look at the positives, honestly. Like, look, we know this is going to work. We see where this is going. Why don't y'all go ahead and tag along, for your mind, for the sake of your mental health? Because I don't think it's mentally healthy to be thinking this negative all the time.
And that's without money. All I did is say, if you don't build your plant here, you're going to pay a big tax, 25, maybe 50, maybe 75, maybe 100%. NVIDIA is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. Johnson & Johnson is investing $55 billion. Eli Lilly is investing $27 billion. The Mac is investing $20 billion. We have billions and billions being invested by Merck, Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, Honda, Nissan.
Tanking the economy. I mean, hold on. I don't know about that one, buddy. I don't know. I don't think you guys can honestly talk about tanking the economy when where we're at right now. 37. So tanking the economy, this would be considered tanking the economy. This right here is just a tough time. But what about this? Like 32, y'all didn't say nothing then. Was that tanking the economy? How was y'all guys doing on the October 27, 2023? Was y'all crying then? No. I mean, what about then? What about March 10th? I mean, shit. What about, honestly, what about September 30th, 2022? Where was the outrage then? It's kind of funny that y'all waited till Trump to come in office, start crying about something that's been a problem. So, what about then, my friend? What about then?
Hyundai, all are putting in billions and billions and billions of dollars. They're buying sites all over their building because they don't want to have to pay 25 and 50% tariffs. They're all doing it. And I think they also have confidence in the country. They have a president that they have confidence in. I know many of them. With the help of people in this room, we are one big, beautiful bill signing away from the greatest economy in the history of the world.
All right. And shout out to my man, Hellbat. Appreciate the support, man. Let's shout out. He said, bought my first car during Trump's first term. Interest rates, 18%. Biden's term before the election, 28%. What does that tell you? I mean, bro, everybody was paying more under Biden. But they don't want to admit that. Like I said, I just showed how the economy was way worse under Biden. The levels that it's at now is way better than it's at under Biden. And these guys are crying. Like, it don't make sense. And it's very hypocritical. But they're not trying to see that. I'm pretty sure they noticed. That's why they're kind of just like, getting belligerent. I mean, bro, we got a guy in here saying, bro, show your house. I'm like, dog, show your face. Like, man, y'all keyboard warriors is hilarious. And anyway, though, he says, shout out to, but Breton or Brettonard or whatever. But he says, we the ones who set it up like that. What do you mean, my man? What do you mean, like, y'all set it up like that? I mean, set up the economy like that? Set up what? Like, well, shoot. Hopefully you'll tell me in the comments. I'll be looking out. My man.
And it's an overhang. You know, this bill's an overhang because if it doesn't get signed, we will have imposed the biggest tax on the people of this country in our country's history by 40%. Biggest tax, because we gave you the biggest tax cut in history. Now we're giving you another, which is one of the reasons that there are many reasons why we were so successful. That's one of the big ones. The other one is that 1 year deduction, all in 1 year deduction, so big, and I know they're working on that, the big deduction. It makes people invest. But now we're working on something that's going to, I think, blow it away. This bill is unbelievable. It's going to bring a lot of money back into our country. But if we don't do it, it's going to be a disaster. And you just better hope that people believe that it was the Democrats' fault, because, you know.
Hey, guys, look, go easy on the go, guy. Well, look, the guys want to lie in the chat because every long-term investor in real life that I know and in YouTube has been salivating at the mouth, going like, bro, the market's on sale. This is great. It's like, bro, keep buying. So the fact that he's saying that, complaining about money that he lost, he's just a liberal loon trying to, cause hysteria, to be honest. He's just a liberal loon trying to sell a story, trying to make it sound like, oh, I've lost all this money. I'm like, dog, I mean, it's like, bro, no investor's complaining because they know the economy is a long game. They know the SP 500 is a long game. Dow Jones, it's a long game. It's like a 5 to 10 year hold. So why are you complaining now? And this is a long hold. You're complaining like you're a day trader or something. But we're talking about these high indexes. So you're not day trading. So why are you complaining? That's what I'm saying. You sound very uneducated with the way you handle your stocks if you got it like that.
No, they're very good at saying,
yeah, because the way you handle your investments is pretty dumb if you're kind of just looking at this one day on something that's supposed to be a 5-10 year investment.
It was our fault. It'll be the biggest tax increase in history. And all my life, as I watched politicians, I wasn't a politician, but I watched them and I contributed to them a lot, contributed a lot of money over the years, but I watched it. But all my life, I'd hear politicians saying, we are going to give you a tax cut. I will cut your taxes. We will cut your I never heard. They're the only party that says, we are going to increase your taxes. Vote for me. Who the hell ever heard this?
Man, I know.
Only these people. We're in a strange.
The worst part about look, I'll give it to them. They're very sneaky in their way of advertising it. They say they're going to tax the rich, but really they're taxing everybody. Like, even when Kamala Harris released her tax plan, it even showed like, yeah, you're raising the Social Security tax, and they're going to do the feel good, like, but don't you want more people to get Social Security money? And I'm like, well, yeah, but you said you were going to tax the rich, not the people, like not the regular everyday people. But they forget to tell y'all that.
Time, these lunatics go out and they tell everybody how you're going to have a big tax increase. So maybe they want the bill to fail so that we can have a tax. Maybe they'll take credit for it.
Yeah.
But I've never heard that said. Oh, I've watched politics all my life. I've never seen politicians campaign on, we're going to increase your taxes, except these crazy Democrats. As part of this legislation, I am committed to spending cuts, and I will fight hard to include the elimination of hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse in the bill. We've already found hundreds of billions of dollars through Doge, and Elon has been terrific. He's been really terrific. But we've found hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. But now we need to get the budget resolution, and we have to get it passed the Senate. We have to bring it through the House. It's going to pass in both. One thing I'll say is that Thune has been great. John Thune has been great. And he's worked with your great leader hand in hand. Those two bills are coming up together, and they're very similar. And I didn't know if that would happen because you have a lot of different rules, procedures, complicated stuff. But Mike has been amazing, and John Thune, and they've worked like amazingly well because they've just been going on at the same time. And we're ready to get this thing done and beyond and get rid of the debt hangover ceiling that's a disaster for our country and for everybody, and to give people the biggest tax cuts they've ever had, because we're going to add them both up together. It'll be the biggest tax cuts. It'll blow away the tax cuts that we got them 4 years ago. If we follow through with this
done.
agenda,
You're
we
done.
will be rewarded with a
You're done.
phenomenal economy and a massive victory at the ballot box in
done.
2026, because we will have a record of triumph like no president has ever had, like no Congress has ever.
Like, how uneducated? You know what? That's what I'm saying. Y'all liberals be killing me sometimes, or y'all trolls be killing me. Bro literally just said, yeah, after 2 years, he's complaining about a index fund, bro, that is a 5 to 10 year hold. And he's talking about, yeah, 2 years. Are you? Yep, that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about, bro.
Had. They will not be able to.
Man, don't talk to me about stocks unless you're ready to verify your trader status at this point. Because I ain't even no trader, but come on now. I do throw a little chunk of change into the stock market and a decent amount of crypto. I mean, through to advice to my boy Castro. So appreciate that advice, Castro. It has been doing well.
To even touch your seat. Your seat is secure, and we'll pick up 40, 50, or even 60 seats. And we'll have something that's going to be smooth sailing for years to come. If we don't get it done because of stupidity or a couple of people that want to show how great they are, you just have to laugh at them or smile at them or cry right in their face. In less than 3 months, our new administration has already accomplished more than most administrations achieve in 4 years or 8 years, and everybody says it. And we have to have this stuff documented and approved. In a matter of weeks, we've achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings in American history. They have a plaza in front in Tijuana, Mexico. I wouldn't advise going there on a trip, but nevertheless, they have a plaza, a big plaza, held hundreds of thousands of people. Yesterday morning, there were none. There was a man sweeping this massive plate of concrete, massive. You're to demand paper ballots. You're to demand one-day elections. You know what they do when it's longer than 1 day? All of a sudden, well, we're fixing the room up. Move those boxes. We're putting an air conditioner. Oh, really? We'll move the boxes back in a few days. Well, we're painting the room. Please move the boxes. And you notice the boxes go out, and then they move back in about half the number. Oh, it's so sick. 1 day election. You don't need any more than that. 1 day election, paper ballots. It's
On lower taxes.
more importantly than popular, it's so necessary. You have to have great elections.
I mean, who does not want lower taxes? Like, let's be honest. I mean, everybody paid less taxes under Trump last time, the rich and middle class, and even the poor. So what's the difference now? And here's the thing, like the double speak that the Democrats have about it is like, so before the Trump was coming in, they're treating us saying, yeah, we need to figure something out because we're gonna have the biggest tax hike in history. without Trump's bill or without Trump's tax cuts. So now that Trump's in office and we're looking at him bringing it back, they're kind of framing it as oh, he's only going to give a tax cut to the rich. That's it. I'm like, but he didn't do that last time though. And y'all fear-mongered on that last time. So why should we believe you this time?
You have to have fair and free elections, and you've got to have borders. Otherwise, you don't have a country. To quickly bring down the cost of energy and lower the price of everything, on day one, I declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill. We're drilling. Oh, we're drilling.
I'm weak.
I withdrew from the unbelievably expensive for us, the Paris Climate Accord. So we were paying, it would have cost us $1 trillion, $1 trillion. China doesn't come into it till like 2035. Russia's based on a 1992 standard when the air was dirty. India was based on a very low standard. Except the United States, we had to pay immediately. We would have spent trillions of dollars on that scam. And it sounds so nice. The Paris Climate Accord, what a beautiful name. Isn't it beautiful? It was a ripoff of the United States. Well, don't forget, I'm negotiating with these people, but if you really look, the European Union, why was that set up? It was set up to screw the United States of America. They formed a group of countries, got together, and let's make life miserable for the United States of America on trade and other things. And they have done that. They've done that. They've treated us very badly. We don't sell cars into the European Union. They won't take our agriculture. They want their own, but we take their agriculture. We take their cars by the millions. I terminated the Green New scam, one of the great scams, one of the great hoaxes in the history of our country, only superseded by Russia hoax. I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate where everybody had to have an electric vehicle in a very short period of time.
Man.
Everybody was forced to have an electric vehicle. They built.
That'd really screwed American auto manufacturing. Everybody would have been screwed and all business would have went to China.
Some power stations in the Midwest. They look like gas pumps with electricity, right? They spent $8 billion. And 4 of the 9 of them don't work. 4 of 9, they built 9 or 8, but half of them don't work. They spent $8 billion bringing the cables, bringing the wires. What a great investment that was. Billions of dollars they spent. Now people can go out and buy a gasoline-powered car or hybrid.
And instead of talking my man Fox Chase, he says, S.E.T. He says, Cuddle and Craig don't like that you're a free thinker, S.E.T. Like a lot of guys don't. I'm black, man. They expect me to be back on the plantation with I guess my black liberal brethren. And, I pray one day that they free themselves, but I will not be walking back. Sorry. We only move forward around here, my friend. And I don't let nobody control my thinking. Look, y'all may think that I'm just going along with what Trump says or I agree with whatever Trump says. It's like, nah, honestly, I'm just surprised y'all don't see the common sense in it. That's really what it is. It's like we're in a situation. He's coming up with a solution. Now, you may not agree with that solution, and that's perfectly fine. I will never blame nobody for disagreeing with the man. I will never get mad at you for disagreeing with the man. But if you don't got a better way, then what are you bitching for? Sorry for the lack of words, but yeah, what are you complaining for? You don't got any better way. Please give us a plan outside of tariffs, since you think it's such a bad idea to help American manufacturing, to help the middle class. Yes, to help the middle class in general. Give us something better than Trump. And if y'all can't, then shush, and wait till this works.
They can buy whatever they want. We don't want hydrogen because they have some big problems. They blow up and you never see who is driving the car. You're not recognizable. That's a big problem. They would tell me about, sir, I'm really liking hydrogen cars. I said, but isn't there a problem? Yes, they tend to blow up on occasion. I said, how bad is it? Well, we found body parts 250 yards away from the car. We think it was Mr. Jones, but we're going to go to see his dentist and see if we can. So if you have one of those incidents, Let's forget it, right? It's a bomb. It's a bomb. I don't want them to work. I actually said, don't work on it. Between that and windmills, you can have windmills too. Most expensive form of energy ever. Anybody have a windmill by your house? Congratulations, you'll never sell your house. And today I signed historic executive orders to unleash coal production to the highest levels ever.
I mean, we need that.
Because, you know, coal is the most powerful thing. We have more of it than any. We have more liquid gold under our feet, oil and gas, and we have more coal than any other country. No other country has as much as we have.
I mean, I've heard plenty of scientists who aren't, well, pretty much don't believe in the climate change BS. The scientists who don't believe in the climate change BS pretty much been saying that, yo, there's a lot of untapped like resources that America has. In terms of oil, we have more than enough. A lot of people say, oh, we don't got this and that type of oil. I mean, well, shoot, tell these scientists that, because they're going to tell you different. They're going to be like, nope, if you go over here, it's a little bit lower. Yeah, we might be able to get that right there. Now, like I said, this is just something that I've heard off, what was it? I think it was Dr. Soon. Yes, this was something I was hearing off Dr. Soon, but, you know, you could take that one I'd say take that one and look it up yourself.
Different forms of coal. And take a look at China. They're building 2 coal plants a week. Think of that, 2 a week. We are screwing around with wind. Oh, wind. These people are crazy. They say, oh, it's great for the environment. Yeah, it kills all your birds. You want to see a bird cemetery? Walk under a windmill sometime. Got birds all over the place. They're screaming for help. They got whacked. The environmentalists, it's an environmental dream. You know why? Because you're never going to have energy. They're the most expensive form of energy there is. 10 times more expensive than clean natural gas, 10 times much more expensive than coal, and they're very unreliable. Like if they wanted to watch us tonight on television, Alice, I want to watch the president tonight. I'm sorry, darling, but the windmills aren't blowing. We're going to give them confidence to do what they have to do long into the future, because coal is going to be a big factor in our country now. You know, it does give us our electricity, because there's nothing like coal in terms of power. But
bro, you know, it's going to be so funny. As soon as this whole drill baby drill initiative starts, like as soon as we start drilling, I guarantee you there's going to be so much liberals starting to bring up the environment, the parks, like climate change. Is like, trust me, they're going to ride off the cliff with the whole environmentalist activist BS with us. Like, trust me, they're going to do that next. As soon as we start drilling, I promise you, like, bro, they might start strapping themselves to oil rigs or whatever. Like, who knows? Who knows how far it'll take it? Look what they're doing with the Teslas.
it's going to be clean, beautiful coal, like our bill. It's going to be clean and beautiful. Coal miners, and by the way, they've made tremendous progress with also coal in terms of clean coal. But the coal miners standing alongside of me this afternoon in the White House, they were incredible. They were a beautiful sight to behold. These are really great American patriots, beautiful guys. I didn't want to have any arm wrestling contests with any of them, I can tell you that. They're good, strong guys. That's what they want to do. They love to dig coal. That's what they want to do. They don't want to do gadgets and widgets and wadgets. They don't want to build cell phones with their hands, their big, strong hands, doing a little thing. Remember when Hillary Clinton went to West Virginia and she had decimated them 3 weeks before in like some state where they make little tiny circuit boards. And she said, we're going to teach the miners in West Virginia how to make a circuit board with little tiny things. He said, we're going to teach them. And then she went to West Virginia. She was in the campaign and she had to go there. Do you remember that stop? It was memorable. It was one of the worst. Did they go after her? And one of the miners said, I don't want to do anything else but dig coal. I want to dig coal. They said it today. That's what they love. They love doing it. It's like that in a lot of it.
But all right, now let's get into the Steven Crowder video about him pretty much going off on Jon Stewart, because Jon Stewart had quite the rant about tariffs. That was just like, you know, it was factually incorrect. I'll just tell you that. Like everything that man said besides the definition of a tariff was incorrect.
Claim that Jon Stewart is making regarding tariffs, that we are blaming everybody else for a system we designed.
But we continue to blame everybody else in the world that we designed.
Man, you got to give these liberal like political comedians, that ish is funny. You know, I'm gonna have to start doing this. I might have to start pulling this shit.
And policed after World War II. We're the richest country in the world ever.
I told you. Look, Jon Stewart, he's talking about tariffs. I'm trying to think of how to set this up because pretty much everything he says is wrong, and he kind of encapsulates what we told you would happen regarding the worldview. Just as you watch this, remember, anti-American.
Yeah.
And that was a term that was thrown around a lot, but I mean it here. So let's first go to the media and see exactly what they are saying. So you can see that Jon Stewart is also carrying their water regarding this Donald Trump New World Order. That's how they're describing it, right? Which, by the way, was coined by Bush Sr. They're saying he's trying to create a new world order. No, he's trying to destroy what was the New World Order as far as globalism, global non-free trade. And of course, because they don't care about you, the American worker, the American business owner, they are panicking. Here's a media montage starting with Wallace from Wallace and Gromit.
Where do you see the balance going forward for the president to start having a negative cost to this reframing of the world economic order?
His longer-term plan is to create a new world order.
How could you possibly do this? How could you go down this path? How could you personally and intentionally destroy a global trading system?
Destroy a global trading system that has no benefit to us? I mean, it's pretty damn easy. If it has no benefit to us, I mean, think about it. If it had a benefit to us, it'd be a little harder to topple than this. All the president had to do was just say, yeah, I'm not doing this no more. And everybody just falls on their head. All these countries are crying, talking about, hey, yo, bro, you're messing with our bottom line here. We're telling them, okay, cool. You don't want that to happen no more. Drop the tariffs. Cool. Drop the import bans. Stop the currency manipulation. You stop playing dirty and we'll stop playing, well, correctly. And I'll be honest with you, us playing correctly is us putting tariffs on them. And it's also us, lowering our corporate tax as well to enticing these corporations to come over. Like I said, we're leaving them in a double loss. It's either you're going to drop your bans or you're going to drop your tariffs and you're going to create more demand for American products, or we will make our economy so appetizing to producing that we will steal corporations and jobs from you. No problem.
Musk and Trump are actually
y'all did it to us. You don't think it happened in reverse?
Destroying our processes. They're actually harming us. They're actually creating fear.
I don't understand how one person can destroy something so well.
What you have.
Pause.
Is,
oh my God. You know, someone just looks evil. He looks like if there was a you know those dinosaurs you get in cereal boxes? If there was a George Soros dinosaur before you add water.
He looks like he's wearing a bald cap on his entire face.
He looks like Andrew Klavan playing George Soros.
He looks like a ball sack is what he looks like.
He does. He looks like if you go to the optometrist office and they put the glasses on like that faceless head to showcase the glasses, only the optometrist office had a fire.
He looks like an unfinished clone.
Yeah. He looks like Freddy Krueger before the accident in his man cave.
Oh, poor Freddy.
Looks like he washes himself with just lube.
Yes.
Scrubs it on.
He looks like he was born at the age of 71. Let's continue.
An attempt to rip up not only the global world order, the liberal world order, but to also completely destroy the world economic globalized trading system.
Don't get me any harder.
I can't vote for him again.
I know. Come on. There's only. Let's go to claim truth. And this is Jon Stewart. And you can comment below. Would you rather be stuck in an elevator, a non-operational elevator with Jon Stewart or John Oliver? I would pick Jon. Jon Stewart is very funny. Jon Stewart is very good at what he does. Jon Stewart is just. There's something that happens when you are steeped in this. Your whole life, really, for him. But I've seen people that go to LA, they go to New York, and even people who are more right-leaning, after a few years, boom, they just start parroting the same talking points, and there's no self-awareness left. Let's go to the first claim that Jon Stewart is making regarding tariffs, that we are.
And I ain't gonna lie, like, bro, you need to wake up, to be honest with you. Like I said, you're trying to tell other people to wake up when you're honestly missing the point. You're missing the argument altogether. Do you understand where these trade, understand where these trade deficits come from? Due to import bans, due to currency manipulations, yes, it can equal out to these trade deficits. Trade deficits are caused by more than us just overly buying into their economy. It also is caused by their, import bans, to the fact that, we're trying to get into your economy too, but we can't, but your product can get into there. Yeah, that's going to cause a trade deficit. And it doesn't have to be more than just us being able to buy into there. The problem is we're able to buy into there, but they're not able to buy into us, or their country makes it impossible for their economy to buy into us. So you're missing the argument there. It's like you're focusing on the definition of a trade deficit instead of understanding where these trade deficits are coming from. It's like a 1 + 1 = 2 situation.
Are blaming everybody else for a system we designed.
But we continue to blame everybody else in the world that we designed and policed after World War II. We're the richest country in the world ever.
I told you. What did I tell you? And by the way, just because we're the richest country, when you have some people who are insanely wealthy, doesn't mean that you are, and doesn't mean that you are not being affected. They don't take that into account. You, the American worker who subsidizes the world. But I told you that this was going to be their argument, that you can just afford it, right? Being rich doesn't make you moral or immoral. Here's me predicting this back then. They say the
big dog, yep, I'm done. I can't do it. I can't do it with people who purposely miss elements of the argument. You're purposely missing variables of the argument. Like they can't afford U.S. products, bro, because they tariff it. They tariff the hell out of it, so it becomes unaffordable. Did you forget that part? Did you forget the tariff part where they raise the prices on our products? Did you forget? Like I said, it's hard to debate with you guys when you purposely miss variables of the argument. It's like, bro, it's like solving for algebra, but you don't want to solve for the missing variable. It's like, then what are we doing?
United States can afford it. When they are saying the United States can afford it, whether it is USAID, whether it is the IRS, CIA, FBI, whether it's our spending into NATO, UN, whether it's what we send to other nations, whether it's how we are subsidizing these illegal immigrants in this country, what they are really saying when they say the U.S. can afford it is the American worker can afford it. And that includes those who are employees and small business owners. You can afford it. To which John,
bro, you're low key. So everybody's poor. Everybody's poor. So like, bro, are you that ignorant? Everybody's poor, dog. So nobody can afford American supplies. Nobody can afford American products. Everybody's poor. We're the only rich country in the world. Nobody can afford our products. Like the Saudi Arabia don't exist. Like what? Germany don't exist. Like the UK don't exist. Like, please inform me how the whole world is poor, how nobody can afford our products. Please tell me more. I can't even argue with you no more, G. I can't.
Jon Stewart said, you can afford it. That is their argument. You can afford it. Let me ask you, do you feel like you can afford it?
Just take the 24 hours to sit down and calm down and sit on your finger, G, because ain't no way.
$50 to $250 billion a year that you have to pay as a taxpayer, the American, for illegal immigrant. Do you feel like you can afford it? Germans have free internet because they haven't paid into NATO, but you have through your tax dollars.
Yeah. And that's a lot of things too. It's not just through trade. It's like I said, also through NATO, where they don't want to pay their fair share. It's like, man, they don't want to do fair trade. They don't want to pay their fair share. But like I said, though, they want to say, oh, you're going against your friends. Yeah, okay, friends.
You can afford it. To which Jon Stewart said, you can afford it. That is their argument. You can afford it. Let me ask you, do you feel like you can afford it? $150 to $250 billion a year that you have to pay as a taxpayer, the American, for illegal immigrant. Do you feel like you can afford it? Germans have free internet because they haven't paid into NATO, but you have through your tax dollars. Do you feel like you can afford it? You. In fact, this is the problem with class warfare, which you can go back to Bernie Sanders. The idea that someone rich must be inherently bad. Look, just because we can afford it doesn't mean it's right to steal from us. If you live in a good neighborhood and the nicest house on the block with the wealthiest people on the block are incredibly generous, they hand out baked goods, they constantly come over, ask if you need anything, they give you their old clothes, their hand-me-downs, they're great. Does it make it right for you to rob their house just because it's the nicest, most expensive one? It's irrelevant. The amount of wealth that I have, or Gerald has, or Josh has, or anyone in this room is completely irrelevant to the morality of your actions, Germany, Mexico, China. Let's continue with his argument on tariffs.
We're not the world's victims. If we have inequalities in this country, that's on us. It's not a supply problem. It's not unfair trade for the most part. It's an investment and distribution problem. It's our fucking fault. And I'm not saying we can't make adjustments and renegotiate things, but it didn't have to be this reckless. You killed the hostage. And then
bro, that's the problem, though. It's like, oh, we could have done something different, but we didn't have to do it this reckless. I'm like, then what were you? Then what's the plan then? Because you can't say, oh, I agree with Trump's trying to do, but I disagree with how he's trying to do it, but I don't have a better plan ourselves. All we have is all the criticism. It's like, bro, shove it. Like, shove it at that point, bro. Who cares what y'all think now? Because that's all y'all ever have is criticism, but no solutions. That's why y'all lost the election, because all y'all had was criticism of Trump, but no solutions for the American people. Like, y'all think y'all gonna win primaries with this attitude?
Then when? So, ransom?
Okay, that's a funny joke, but here's the truth. The system has not only outlived its useful purpose. Yes, we are the wealthiest country in the world, post-World War II, but it's now morphed. It's metastasized. Metastasized. It's cancer, okay? It's a hard word to say.
It's rough.
It's now a cancerous growth, meaning the rest of the world. Yes, this system was created because we had the Cold War.
Nah, G, I can't let you just lie to my man Zoloff like that. The biggest drop in history. The biggest drop in his. Are you sure about that, bro? I don't know, man. Like, the biggest drop. Like, we got the chart right here. We got it right here. I mean, shit, 33 in August of 2022, and like, let's go ahead and right here, and like, damn. I mean, where was the complaining at? Like, I'm so, like I said, it's like, are you sure? Are you sure that's the biggest drop? I mean, we've had bigger drops throughout time. I mean, but come on now. Like I said, you're over exaggerating this just because it's Trump, and it's low key disingenuous. Like, the way y'all are placing your arguments right now, y'all might want to leave off the market, because the way Biden handled the market, y'all kind of have nothing to stand on.
Right at that point, the United States would help other economies in exchange for really some kind of guarantee as it relates to international security or influence. It was choose the United States over the Soviets. Now, the Soviet Union, before we get to the fact that it no longer exists, let's take into account that that's kind of the reason for some of these agreements. All right, we'll make a sacrifice if you choose the United States.
But in decades, though, brother, you're right. My bad. I'm sorry. But in decades, all we need to do is go back like 2-3 years. Like, so in decades, I don't know, brother. I don't know. It might be over exaggerating because it's Trump. But then again, I don't know. I guess that's what y'all libs do. Look, like I said, I'm trying to have that conversation with y'all, but y'all over here over exaggerating
over the Soviet Union. But we now find ourselves at the point, or as John Stewart describes it, we're not the ones being taken advantage of. We now find ourselves at the point where the system designed to keep the Soviets at bay, who are a great threat, is being used for European nations to put tariffs on our energy, demand that we spend more money funding the Ukraine war against Russia while they buy their energy from Russia.
I doubt that.
It's your own fault. Sure, I agree with the premise. This system is no longer relevant because the Soviet Union no longer exists, just like Kwanzaa.
Come on, everyone. It's Kwanzaa time. Let's come together now. It's Kwanzaa time.
Screw you for popping that in there.
Oh, come on, Steven. Don't get mad at me.
That was the first time I ever hated myself.
Well,
was as a child. They said, "Hey, the Christmas special, you want those royalties? You have to sing the Kwanzaa song." I'm like, "Oh, crap, this is Canada, so I can't shoot myself."
That was you singing? It sounded like black women.
I know. No, I was able to.
You're
like
talented, dude. I didn't know.
Like a grasshopper, I can throw my voice.
All right.
By the way, we were a pretty rich country before this arrangement was put in place. Also, we're kind of rich to some degree in spite of this ongoing agreement.
Right.
Like you said, it makes no difference. But what would $20 trillion back into our economy look like in this country? Do you think those inequalities might be a little easier to deal with if $20 trillion was here instead of overseas since 2003? That's that differential we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Would that be good, John Stewart?
Right.
We should just shut up and be happy that we have what we have? No.
Right.
I don't think so.
Here's another key truth, by the way. Right now, we're dealing with China. China is not the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Okay. The Soviet Union was excluded from that. China is that system. Let me be really clear about what is happening with China.
Now, see, bro, and this is where I say you guys argue very ignorant of how stocks are measured. Now, we're talking about an investment. Like the Dow Jones is a huge index, it's a huge investment fund. And here's the problem is we're talking about something that you look at within a 5 to 10 year span. Like these are long-term investments. So the fact that you're talk about a few days, I'm like, bro, that's not how you look at the market. You look at the market really in quarters every 3 months when these companies release dividends, earning reports, loss statements, all that good stuff. So what are you talking about the last few days? That's a very misguided way of looking at the market. If we're talking about days, I'm like, bro, we're talking about long-term investment, not swing trading here. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. Y'all talking swing trade. Y'all talking day traders when we're talking about a long-term investment. Now you putting into the stock market for one day and taking it out. We're not day trading. We're not swing trading. We're talking about a long-term investment here. A hold for really honestly 5 to 10 years. People hold on to this. So you talk about a few days on this is very no, I don't even want to get mean, but yes, very misinformed, a very misinformed way of looking at it.
Okay. What our fiscal deficit means. We buy more goods from China, right? Our deficit is $300 billion. We create more jobs in China than they create here. Since 2001, the United States has lost 4 million jobs to China alone. You, the American worker, you subsidize this system. All references, links in the description. To give you an idea how perverse this has become, as we sit here and we bitch about tariffs and the catastrophe, even though I believe the S&P closed slightly higher than it opened yesterday, to give you an idea, is the United States Navy, in protecting cargo ships, literally maintains the communist the communist dictatorship of China. I'll go one step further. We have to fund the Navy, which in turn protects Chinese interests, but we have to borrow money to fund the Navy from China.
So you could say they're paying for their own protection.
You kind of could.
In a way.
Good luck calling in the bill. And here's the third key truth that, of course, the left never really even takes into consideration. It's not the only thing that matters, but at a certain point, when you do look at the debt, which is being driven up through this system, in 1991, we had about a $3.6 trillion debt. Today, it's $36 trillion. The interest payments alone are more than the military budget. At what point do you say, hey, hold on, wait a second. The interest payments we're borrowing to fund this military that maintains these foreign adversaries abroad, how much, by the way, we're also spending money into NATO that no one else is spending. They're not, I believe Poland and maybe France are the only two exceptions now that Donald Trump stepped up. So they're not actually funding them. They're not having to borrow money to protect the rest of the free world. And that's coming from our tax dollars. Oh yeah, internet, Germany, you're giving free internet and you guys are free social health and 19 weeks paid vacation while you bitch about how the United States is a meritocracy. I agree. The system is broken, and it's broken because of ungrateful brats across the world. We're borrowing money to protect you while you don't even honor the contract.
$36 trillion. I didn't even know that amount of money existed.
It doesn't
really. Yes, exactly.
Okay. I felt dumb for a second. I'm like,
no.
Josh, you see what you do? You just keep adding zeros.
Yeah.
Fine.
Is that Chinese monies?
Well,
No,
what do they call their money?
That's our money. What is it?
The NINBI.
The
Useless?
NINBI. Yeah, pretty much useless. Is it?
Lane's freaking out if I'm wrong, by the way.
I know it's not the yen because that's the other Asians.
Well, let's pay him in that.
Yeah,
And
let's just confuse them.
know.
You know what? Screw it. Let's pay them in pesos. See them do some long division without
true.
graph calculators.
The funniest name for money is the Vietnamese dong.
Yes, it is.
Literally a dong.
Yes,
and the dong is down right now.
Clip that. The dong is down right now.
No. You play your cards right. My dong will rise. Dong higher. Large. Happy. Thriving dong.
We have the most dong.
That's right. My dong is thriving.
We must make our dong go up.
Dong go up. Your dong go down. You have one dong. I have 6 dong.
That's my favorite position. Downward dong.
That's By the way, none of this, we're going to get to John Oliver too in the Muslim undercover. None of this happens without you.
I mean, like, bro, it's so crazy to like talk to people like you because I mean, bro, you're not making any sense. You just try to compare 4 years under Biden, talking about, oh, I did 20% plus on my 401k under Biden. I'm like, year for year. And I'm like, yo, you're year for year, right? So you're going to compare a year, 12 months to 4 months. Like, and then here's the thing, like, I know you're lying because if you're talking about for year over year, you're telling me your 401k didn't see a dip during that, time it went from like 32 to 22. So there's no way your 401k didn't see a dip. Like, you're lying. And that's why I'm not going to debate you, because you kind of just expose yourself.
Download the Rumble app.
Like,
please, if you're out there and you want to stay in touch, you only
bro, trust me, it's easy to catch a liar when I just let you talk. When I let you talk, it's just like y'all kind of just expose yourselves. It's the beautiful thing about liars in a way. It's just you sit back, y'all let y'all talk, and I'm just like, bro, you're cooking yourself low key. So that's why I just sat back and let you run off at the fingers. I was like, oh, he really don't know what he's saying here.
It's technology. Let's move on to the next claim. And this one is kind of nuts, but he makes it that the economy is crashing. Okay. I don't even necessarily know that I agree with that premise. By that, I mean, I don't. And Trump did it on purpose.
Need some time to go sit on your fingers, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow.
The worst 3 consecutive sessions since 1987.
Even worse than it was during the 2008 financial crisis.
Their worst day since June 2020 during the COVID pandemic.
Financial destruction not seen since the pandemic. And this time, there's no controversy over how it all started. There's no wet market. You, Trump, released the contagion. It's your lab leak.
It's they don't hear what they're saying. They go, it's the worst that we've seen since 2008. First off, you guys remember 2008?
Yeah, I mean, like, y'all remember 2008? Like, bro, does that? It's like y'all are very disingenuous. Was y'all not alive when? I mean, bro, I remember everybody was losing jobs left and right. Like when I was not watching the news as a little kid, it was like every day I was hearing about people getting laid off. I remember there was like a fear in the air about people getting laid off. I remember even my mom was afraid about getting laid off. It was just people losing jobs left and right. Like, so we're not dealing with that now. So what the hell are y'all talking about? That's the problem. It's like y'all try to compare things to like, well, you try to compare it to 08 recession. Now y'all sound crazy. What? Next thing y'all try to what? Next thing you know, you're gonna try to go for the depression, and then we're really gonna look at you like you're insane.
To feel like that? Let's be clear. Remember, these are the same people the first term of Donald Trump said that our economy was awful. And they said that it was actually doing really well under Biden. Don't believe your lying eyes and ears. You remember 2008? I hear, oh yeah, 2008. How was that created? Oh, the subprime loan crisis.
Yeah,
that's right, the housing crisis. But we're talking about Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Frank Dodd. Oh, okay, that's right. That was liberal policy. It was orchestrated. Then he says the worst since the pandemic. Okay, let me ask you this. Who orchestrated the lockdowns?
That's right.
Who demanded that we have vaccine mandates?
Who closed down small businesses?
Who kept schools closed for 2 Years.
They voluntarily cratered the economy because old people were getting sick and dying.
We know how you feel about that.
Listen, I'm not even going there, but I'm just saying it's so ironic.
I mean, man, you could blame Trump for the spending on COVID, but the economic downturn of COVID, man, yeah, that was low-key biting, like shutting down businesses, keeping everybody locked in. Now, this didn't really affect the economy, but having kids out of school for 2 years, man, that ain't help.
Ironic, like, I can't believe he would do something to the world order and try to turn things over, and it's going to throw the economy into a tailspin. It's not even clear that that's actually going to happen. But you did it voluntarily last time with more information on why you shouldn't have done it.
Also, yeah, stock market matters, sure. But it's probably the least valuable metric by gauging a presidency because it goes up over time. Now, you may have some presidencies where depending.
And if you don't understand that, well, I'll show you right here. Let's go to the max. Because like I said, I showed the 5-year to pretty much prove my point with the, how these guys be hypocrites. But let's go to the max. The max it will go is all the way back to 1985. And as you've seen, the Dow Jones has always been going up. It had its dips. It'll go up, it'll dip again, it'll fly right back up. And as you've seen, it's not like we've ever returned to low numbers. It's like, shoot, there's a time it was at 6,000. Now we're looking at times at 37. I mean, shoot, I was at 25 when in 2020 when COVID popped off. So yeah, the market always goes up. It's like, it's kind of funny how, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you're a real trader, you would know this. I mean, I'm not even a real trader and I know this. I low-key just know a couple, and they'll tell you all the time. It's like, bro, this is what the market always does. It's what you make money off is if you can predict it, if you can see it, if you can predict it, and then ride the wave out. That is where you make the money. I mean, shoot, honestly, anybody will tell you that though. Anybody. But all right, though, let's get right back to it.
When someone leaves, if it takes a sharp downturn or a sharp spike, but it's kind of the issue over which the president has the least amount of control. It is one metric that you take into consideration. More important ones as far as how it affects you would be things like labor force participation, average household income. For example, we saw that go up by over $4,000 in the first Donald Trump presidency. We saw it go down by $4,000 in the Biden presidency. These numbers matter. The stock market's always going to have some volatility, especially when you have to correct course because we have a system in which the rest of the world mooches off of you, the American worker. But hey, crashing the economy on purpose. I don't know if you know this, the March jobs report, this was something nobody expected in the media, came in way above expectations. There's a first in 4 years.
Diane, we should note that it is not all doom and gloom here. The March jobs report was actually better than expected. 228,000 jobs were added.
What did I say? And I remember I said this on stream. I was like, bro, breaking news, but yeah, 228,000 jobs were added in March. Unemployment fell to 4.2, but y'all didn't want to talk about that because y'all don't see the magic of Trump's tariffs. This is the tariffs working in action. Well, or his negotiation strategy, since y'all don't like the word tariff.
Added last month, beating economists' estimate of 140,000 added jobs.
So that affects you. Jeez. And here's what's funny. Notice how they moved on. They had, just go through your mental Rolodex here. What was the argument all over leftist Reddit on social media when Donald Trump first became president? Right? And he was racking up these wins. The left, and they actually coached other leftists. They would say, yeah, answer with, how about the price of eggs? How about the price? Notice they moved on from the price of eggs completely to the stock market. It's just a game of whack-a-mole because egg prices are down 47% since Donald Trump took office. That affects you.
Jeez.
So let's just recap this to be clear. People like Jon Stewart and the media, status quo, more money. They want to continue the status quo of the global economic system where they're actually
Rodney, nobody cares what you got to say. That's all I have to say to you.
Owning the idea that Donald Trump is destroying, according to their words, this new world order to establish a new world order. They're saying the quiet part out loud. It used to be considered a conspiracy theory if you referred to the new world order or if you talked about globalism. They are now advocating for globalism. Now, what does that mean? Okay, we have to borrow from China, a communist dictatorship, to finance our debt, and then use that debt to finance our military to protect Chinese shipping while they put tariffs on our goods. Let's look at this system. We subsidize Europe's defense against Russia entirely because they don't spend into NATO, while They demand that we spend more of our money, a never-ending supply rate. One of our greatest sins was finally pinching that valve, shutting off the tap on money to Ukraine while they put duties and tariffs on fossil fuel exports from the United States and spend more money on Russian energy.
Oh, I got you. What's Trump racked up? Oh, trillions of dollars of investments in the United States. So, I mean, hey, he's racked up trillions on that. Racked up billions on his net worth. I mean, he racked up hella jobs and out. So, I mean, hey, man, he been stacking it up. I mean, you asked, right? And you got your answer.
Then they did supporting Ukraine. That's the system. That's the status quo. It's not maybe there are some negotiations. This is Jesus Christ flipping over the tables in the temple time at that point. Are you starting to get the picture? Everything I have just said is factually correct. Does that put it in context?
I think it does.
I'm sitting, wait, we're borrowing money from China and they can't actually run their globe without our Navy?
Do you understand what you're saying? And China is supposed to overtake us at some point, and we're supposed to just sleepwalk into a moment where China now has all of the leverage over us and militarily would catch up to us at some point? You really want to play that game? And by the way, there are people out there like Bill Ackman saying, well, Trump should have just done like a 30, 60, or a 90-day pause so that he could negotiate. I'm sorry. He said he was going to count to 3. Right. He got to 3.
Yes.
Nobody came to the table. He said these tariffs were coming on April 2nd. Everybody had advance warning. They were going to be reciprocal tariffs at least.
Because the corporations thought that his government, or I'm gonna be real, that the Dems are going to be able to talk them out of it. It's like you got to understand that these corporations, they got control of the Democratic Party because they're betting on the Dems to fearmonger us to get Trump to stop, or to get the Democratic Party to get Congress to step in and stop the tariffs because, well, the Dems work for the corporations. I mean, you want to continue for these guys to be able to get cheap labor and sell into the American economy? You guys want to continue that relationship, really? But then claim that you want to go against the rich. Like, you guys do not make sense.
They knew that was going to be bad enough. Did people come to the table and negotiate?
Yep.
No. Trump got to 3. The punishment gets implemented. You want to come and negotiate now? Fine. It's from a position of strength.
Well, some people did.
The line again.
Some people did come to the table and negotiate.
Some people came to the negotiate. That's fine. But not
use
China,
the example.
not the EU.
We discussed this yesterday. Israel, right?
Yeah.
Now, Netanyahu came out and said, not only are we going to get rid of our tariffs, he said, because it's the right thing to do, but we're going to eliminate this deficit. We're going to eliminate this trade deficit. We're going to start purchasing more from the United States. Now, they're not a huge economic partner for us, to be clear, the Israelis. But just take that and imagine if 50% of the countries that are facing tariffs took the same approach. I guarantee you, I would bet my life, you'd be entering an era of the United States, a new golden era, without a doubt. If everyone took that approach, it's the right thing to do. No more tariffs. I don't know how we got to this point with these tariffs. And you know what? Yeah, it's a fair ask. You do a lot for us. We're going to start purchasing from you. Yeah. Hey, what if the EU just said, okay, you know what? Not only no more tariffs. Yeah, hey, why wouldn't we purchase the energy from you instead of Russia?
Yeah, our greatest enemy.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
Yep.
Oh, you're still here and you're still watching?
Higher close on the NASDAQ this morning. Mr. Secretary, it's a pleasure to have you on. It's been a while.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the Treasury Secretary. So we're going to go ahead and get some info from him on how he expects things to work out with the economy. And shout out to this man, because I ain't going to lie, he has a really simplified way of explaining the economy, and I like it.
It's good to see you.
Good morning, Joe.
Market is trading higher today, and we did see what was welcomed yesterday, and that is a bounce from some of the lows and even a higher close on the NASDAQ. One of our guests, Mr. Secretary, earlier mentioned the resumption of the trade put. And not coincidentally, it coincided with your trip to Florida over the weekend, where reportedly you were stressing that the market needed to hear that negotiations about these tariffs were in play. Lo and behold, we did see a bounce. Is that a fair assessment? Do you think that's what happened?
Well, it's not a fair assessment of what happened over the weekend. I went down to see President Trump, as I do many weekends, And, I can tell you, it's all President Trump's decision. And he had a view on, after Liberation Day, that we should go into quiet mode and let our partners think about the kind of the shock and awe that he presented. And over those following few days from April 2nd, we had I think we're up to 70 countries contact the White House for how to come and negotiate. So, I would say that the negotiations are the result of the massive inflow of inbound calls to come and negotiate. Had nothing to do with the market.
I think the market took some solace, though, in kind of a change in the perspective. Just last week, we were hearing no negotiations. Now we're talking about, you mentioned 70 different countries. We're approaching Japan, I guess, was early in terms of placing a call to the White House. And now, in earnest, you and the U.S. Trade Representative are going to begin negotiations with Japan. I think that some of the stability in the markets, there's no doubt that's what I think helped massage the markets to some extent.
Well, look, Joe, my advice on April 2nd to our trading partners was not to panic, don't escalate, and then we will see where President Trump is after a period of days or weeks. The response was overwhelming, so it was after a period of days, and he decided that it would be a good time to begin negotiating. The Japanese were very good actors. The president had a very good call yesterday.
Like literally the first country to walk on over and raise their hand and was like, you know what, Trump, I'm not going to play with you. I'm not going to play with you. I'm just going to go ahead and walk on over and handle business.
With the Japanese prime minister that led to these negotiations. And look, the Japanese are military partners, they're economic partners. We have a substantial imbalance with them, and I'm sure that they are as anxious as we are to get this remedied.
Mr. Secretary, we spoke yesterday with Peter Navarro, and he described his view on these things as it's not enough to get to zero tariffs. You have to take down all the non-tariff barriers that exist as well. His proposal, as he's written about today, is to get rid of the VAT, the value-added tax on top of a lot of other things, that is what it would take for us to reach any sort of a settlement with Europe. Are you in the same frame of mind as Peter Navarro is when it comes to that?
Becky, I think everything's on the table. So they're tariffs. The academic literature shows that it's actually the non-tariff barriers, which are both harder to quantify and harder to, they're more insidious because they're hidden, they're obfuscated. So tariffs, non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and then subsidies to both labor and industry. So everything's on the table, Becky.
Meaning that it would take all of those things for us to reach any agreement that would make any sense. I mean, the value-added tax isn't directed at us. It's a tax that every manufacturer, including those that are based in Europe, pay as well. It's more the equivalent of a sales tax like we impose here.
Well, again, I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth. President Trump is going to be personally.
Is she against taxing the rich? Like, hold on, I thought that was y'all whole thing.
Involved in the negotiations, and we will see what our trading partners offer. For instance, there is talk of a big energy deal in Alaska where the Japanese and perhaps the Koreans, perhaps the Taiwanese would take a lot of the offtake and provide financing for the deal. So, that could be an alternative for them to come forward with that, because not only would that provide a lot of American jobs, but it would narrow the trade deficit. So, Becky, everything's on the table.
Mr. Secretary, though, help us just understand this, and maybe it's a very nuanced answer because there's sort of a different component parts to this. So the president said yesterday with Netanyahu, quote, that these tariffs can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations. We also had Peter Navarro, as Becky mentioned, and you just talked.
I believe I explained that already. I'm like, yeah, these companies, these countries don't want to drop their tariffs or import bans or whatever currency manipulation they're pulling off. then yeah, the tariffs are going to stay there, and we're going to see how long they last. Like I said, so they can become permanent if that country chooses to play hardball. I mean, like Canada.
It's about saying that the whole goal of this is to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And then there's been the discussion of trying to raise revenue as a function of the tariffs. All of those different ideas, to some degree, oddly enough, are at odds with each other. Meaning, if you're successful at creating revenue from the tariffs, you're not bringing jobs back to America necessarily, though that could be an offshoot of what happens. I'm trying to understand from your perspective whether these really are negotiations, they're not negotiations, what success at the end of the day actually looks like.
Well, Andrew, that lot to unpack there, and let's just go through it piece by piece. That if we put up a tariff wall, the ultimate goal would be to bring jobs back to the U.S., but in the meantime, we will be collecting substantial tariffs. As I've said, I believe on this show that if we're successful, tariffs would be a melting ice cube in a way, because you're taking in the revenues as the manufacturing facilities are built in the U.S., and there should be some level of symmetry between the taxes we begin taking in with the new industry from the payroll taxes as the tariffs decline.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a separate question, and maybe you can speak directly to the CEOs and business leaders who are watching this broadcast, along with perhaps policy leaders and others who are frankly running other countries. I've talked to a number of...
And that is why he can't tell y'all the full strategy. I mean, it's kind of crazy how the news media is almost trying to get the Trump administration to give out the strategy here, trying to get them to show their hand. And it's like, oh, well, what do they got to do? Do they got to wait out? Like, what do they have to do? Or do they have to wait till the market hits a certain level? Like, bro, what are you trying to do? Give the enemy the play? Like, you're trying to do what? Take our cards and give it to the enemy and be like, yeah, this is what they're about to do. If you wait it out this long, or if you wait until this happens, yeah, we'll make sure to get them tariffs off you. It's like, nah, bro, they're not trying to tell y'all the strategy here. They're not going to tell you if it's permanent or not, because we don't want them to know that. We want them to be just as mystified as you, just as lost as you are about it. We want them to be as lost as about it. It's like, if you got it all figured out, and this guy knows what to do, then trust me, we ain't doing a good job with negotiating. To be real with you,
of them who say, you know what, I'm going to sit back and just watch all this play out. I'm not going to make any decisions about whether I'm going to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. or, frankly, how much I need to negotiate with this administration. This is now other countries just yet, because depending on how the markets play out, depending on what you think is going to happen in Congress, depending on what you think is going to happen with the courts, all sorts of other things could happen first before I would need to make an actual decision as to either negotiating over the tariffs themselves, or if I'm a business, investing back in the U.S., because who knows what's going to happen, not just in 6 months from now, but in 2, 3, or 5 years from now, when maybe my plant would actually come on board or online.
So, Andrew, that I think that may be what some of the countries are saying in public, but I can tell you I've seen the call list at the White House, and it's substantial. We were having a discussion last night about which countries to prioritize, and I think you are going to see some very large countries with large trade deficits come forward very quickly. I think we can, if they come to the table with solid proposals, I think we can end up with some good deals. And, part of the calculus on that may be that some part of the tariffs stay on. And I actually think, as I said,
and the beautiful thing about the tariffs is that it kind of skirts the child labor. I mean, we could tariff you high enough to where child labor don't matter. I mean, I don't think y'all understand that. Like, let me clarify. Like, we can add a high enough tariff to where it don't matter how much child labor you use, no matter how low you pay them, we can give you a tariff to even it out with our products. Like, did y'all forget that part? Is like, yeah, you guys know that tariffs raises the prices on products. Well, why can't you guys, get it in your head that, oh, wait, hold on. that means we could also raise the price of products on these child labor products, on these low wage products. We could raise the prices on those through tariffs. Oh shit, I see what Trump's doing now. I get it. But you refuse to see the positivity in Trump's plan or in anything.
Over the weekend, President Trump has maximum negotiating leverage right here, right now. And I think it would be a mistake for anyone to think otherwise. And as I said, many of our trading partners, they have queued up and they have kept their cool. They have not escalated, and they will get priority in the queue. I think it was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with a pair of twos. Traditionally, if you look at the history of the trade negotiations, we are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
What about the business leaders who are watching right now?
I mean, like I said, and here's the thing: a lot of y'all like to say, "Oh, America, we can't make nothing. We can. We just have to start." I know, right? That's all we gotta do is start. Just start making stuff for ourselves. That's what Trump is pretty much getting us to do. So it's kind of funny how y'all think that, oh, wait, like, what are we going to do with the whole child labor thing? I mean, bro, I already told you what the tariffs is going to do. Oh, but we don't produce anything. I mean, we can. Like, we can definitely produce our own energy. I mean, we already produce our own aluminum foil. We produce steel. I mean, we produce most of our food. So where's the complaining here? Like I said, it's like, I don't think I know too much about what's going on for real in America.
Thinking to themselves,
like, we're better than you think. Like, I know the left has been selling you this whole America bad. We don't got nothing going on here, but we got everything going on here. Like, you need to find your inner patriot.
Supposed to actually make a commitment right now to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., or should I let this ride and watch all of this play out first before I make any kind of decision?
Well, Andrew, as you know, unlike we financial market operators, business leaders, they have substantial lead times. So I am sure that they are putting together plans for what they would like to do when we finish these negotiations. So I think, again, they're not going to snap their fingers, find a greenfield site and build a factory. But I am sure that the planning has already started in boardrooms, because I spent the weekend talking to CEOs and investment bankers, and that's exactly what's happening.
Mr. Secretary, the actual tariff rate on Japan is
like they're already picking out sites.
4.3%. The number that President Trump's chart used was 46%. There has been a lot of conversation about how some of the numbers were arrived at, and using that formula, which puts a lot of weight on trade deficits to try to take into account all of the other protectionist policies. But was there? I mean, there was kind of a lot.
When people say, "Oh, those aren't reciprocal tariffs," the formula they use, the calculations, and I'm like, bro, y'all are childish. He put a reciprocal tariff on according to the economic damage that these countries put on us. Then now do y'all understand it? It was like, it wasn't reciprocal in number, it was reciprocal in effect.
A lot of blowback on that formula. Do you think that accurately represents what we're talking about, or was it an actual intentional effort to make things look worse in terms of the protectionism, so that the United States, so President Trump could start at a much higher level for the retaliatory tariff?
Well, Joe, a couple of things.
And you know, it's also making these countries shaking their boots. No, some of these countries is paying for this propaganda against Trump as we speak, to say everything about these tariffs, about his whole plan, about the market crash and all this. This is paid advertising or paid propaganda. And it's just funny that, I don't know. I think it's just funny that nobody sees. I lost my point. I lost my point a little bit there.
I think if you look at the actual numbers, President Trump cut those.
Oh, yes. Now I'm pretty much, yes. Bro, these companies are pretty much paying for this propaganda against Trump. Why? Because they don't want this plan to succeed. And what's irritating them is pretty much Trump standing in the fire. He's like, everybody's coming after Trump. Bro, there's even people on the Republican side who are coming after Trump. thinking that, and these companies are hoping that, okay, well, eventually he's going to get swayed off these tariffs and we can go back to business as usual if we put enough fire on him, if we feel like his position is going to be threatened. I mean, y'all kind of helping these corporations stay in power, but you do not see the bigger plan. I don't know why, but hey, these guys ain't that smart.
Those in half. So, if we wanted to create a canard to have a large negotiation, a non-credible, or the very extended negotiating position, we would have started from the actual number. And I believe that by cutting it in half, then we are at we have shown some willingness. President Trump believes in trade. He wants to have fair trade for the U.S. I wasn't involved in the calculations of the numbers, but what I can tell you is that we can see from these huge surpluses that some of these countries have, that they've accumulated these gigantic surpluses over the years. That has to tell all of us that there are imbalances. And again, whether those imbalances are from the actual tariffs or non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, or the state-favored funding, it's very difficult to disentangle. But those big surpluses tell me that there is a large imbalance, and President Trump is committed for the American worker to fixing those imbalances.
We're going to let you go, Mr. Secretary. I just wanted to shift a little bit to the notion that maybe in trying to extend the tax cuts from the 2017 bill, that maybe the top rate, that there's some openness with Republicans to raising that, letting that go back to over 39 or even 40%. And I don't know whether the president has signed off on that.
Now, guys, I do want to show you this fakeness, because this video of Nancy Pelosi's been going around, and I want to show you it, right? Shout out PBD. And after that, I think we're going to get into the, honestly, I think there's another Trump speech right here where he was talking with the workers and all that, and he signed some executive orders to unleash American energy. So shout out to my man Trump. Hey, he's talking big on coal, and we need to unleash American energy, like I said, so we can honestly, cut energy prices. I mean, it would also cut manufacturing costs. Yeah, things would be looking pretty good in America in a couple years. Shoot, I'll give it a year. Just a year alone, we're gonna be looking pretty good. And shout out to my man Strict 99. He says, "Great show, thanks." No problem, man. Appreciate you tuning in, Strict. All right, let's get into this Nancy Pelosi video. Because, yeah, I want y'all to see the hypocrisy. Libs, Kamala Harris supporters, Donald Trump haters, or, you just disagree with the man. Look at this video and tell me, are tariffs really a bad idea?
I think if you click like a minute into it, shows her at the chart.
How far does China...
That's okay. Go back a little bit. Perfect. Go for it. Okay. Watch this, folks.
On the status quo that the business community is asking each and every one of us to endorse today.
So isn't it funny how you guys try to say, oh, the trade deficit, it don't matter, has nothing to do with the tariffs. But even Nancy Pelosi, in calculating this whole, trade deficit with, I believe, China, even she has to sit there and include tariffs. In fact, that there's 2% and they got 35% on us. On our average product, then that goes through there, gets 35% tariffed. I mean, even she brings this up. So why can't we? I mean, Nancy Pelosi's dinner y'all hero.
Right now, we have a $34 billion trade deficit with China, the 1995 figure. It will be over $40 billion for 1996. Since the Tiananmen Square massacre, this figure has increased 1,000%, from $3.5 billion then to about $34 billion now.
1,000%, like, God damn. So it just gets worse and worse. I mean, exponentially worse and worse. It's like, okay, it goes up 5%. All right, but 1,000? I mean, bro, it going up any percentage is bad, but 1,000% is like really bad. How are we surviving?
In terms of tariffs, I think it's interesting to note that the average U.S. MFN tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States is 2%, whereas the average Chinese MFN.
So now you guys know why Chinese goods are so cheap. I mean, imagine if we hit them with the same tariffs back then too. Imagine we hit them with the same tariff. You think Chinese goods would have been so cheap? You think it'd have been that easy to sell out American products? Like, really think about that. That's what I'm saying. You got to bring in these tariffs when you talk about the trade deficit, because it's an important variable. It's like you can't solve the full equation of how the hell we get to this trade deficit without adding in the tariffs.
Tariff on U.S. goods going into China is 35%. Is that reciprocal? On exports, China only allows certain industries into China, of U.S. Industries into China, and therefore only 2% of U.S. exports are allowed into China. On the other hand, the U.S. allows China to flood our markets with a third of their exports, and that'll probably go over 40%.
Damn. So in the exports, only 2% of our exports get into China through, like I said, tariffs, trade bans. And think about it like this. The 2% of exports that get into China is tariffed at 35%. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The 2% of our exports that can somehow make it into China is tariffed at 35%. You wonder why there's a trade deficit.
And it's limitless because we have not placed any restriction. In terms of jobs, this is the biggest and cruelest hoax of all. Not only do we not have market access, not only do they have prohibitive tariffs, not only are our exports not let in very specifically, but
like,
China.
Hey, yo, I'd have voted for this Nancy Pelosi. I'd have been like, hey, nah, now you cooking, sis. You're cooking. Like, what happened? Who got to you? Somebody check this lady's bank account from 1995, and please, who started paying you to where you was for the people? This lady used to be for the people. Now she's for the corporation. Do you see what I am saying now? They have convinced you to fight for the corporation. She used to be a real Democrat. She used to be out there fighting against the corporation because they're running off to China. She's trying to go ahead and fix that problem. She went from trying to fix the problem to defending the damn problem.
China benefits with at least 10 million jobs from U.S.-China trade.
We gave them
the president
jobs.
In his statement requesting this special waiver said that China trade supports 170,000 jobs in the United States. 170,000 jobs.
Through Chinese
whereas
trade. So Chinese trade. So through China, us getting Chinese products, I mean, only this much jobs are supported, 170,000, but 10 million jobs. We support 10 million of their jobs. And this is a fair exchange? Like, this is cool. I mean, well,
our imports from China support 10 million jobs at least. Fact is that U.S.-China trade is a job loser. And one of the reasons that it is because first let me just make another point, and that is that our colleagues on the other side of this issue will say the trade with China, exports to China have increased 3 times in the last 10 years. They have. But they fail to mention that imports from China have increased 11 times, thereby leading to this huge trade deficit. The other issue, in addition, if intellectual property.
So, and then she gets into intellectual and a bunch of different things. This is Democrat Nancy Pelosi, 96, talking about what's going on with China. And
I mean, shout out Nancy Pelosi in 1995. Like, I guess that was her golden era. Like, if she was a trading card, the 1995 edition would be the golden one with the holographics on it and all that, like a Pokemon card, damn near.
And if you go back and listen to what Trump said on Oprah Winfrey in 1988, when they talked about tariffs, that's exactly what he's been talking about. Trump's been talking about this with Oprah Winfrey since 1988. Is this a clip on tariffs?
Yes.
Go for it, Rob. Watch this, folks.
Foreign policy. What would you do differently, Don?
Watch this.
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily.
Brilliant.
I'd make our allies pay their fair share. We're a debtor nation. Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion.
And yet
we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything.
What's so crazy is, like, y'all not arguing with me. Y'all arguing with Nancy Pelosi. Remember that. You're arguing with Nancy. Don't talk to me. Talk to Nancy about that. Y'all is hilarious. Y'all coming at me like I said it. I mean, I agree with it, but Nancy's the one who said it. And y'all cool with Nancy, right? Well, let's get back to what Trump was saying about tariffs.
Policy. What would you do differently, Don?
Watch this.
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily.
Brilliant.
I'd make our allies pay their fair share. We're a debtor nation. Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion, and yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade. If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And hey, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
This sounds like
pause it right there.
Political presidential
Pause it right there.
talk.
So the people that say Trump is, he's just hard, he's doing this, he's doing that. Yeah, he's been on this position with tariffs since 1988. Tom, your thoughts here with what's going on with China?
Before that, though, we're gonna get into Trump's little speech he had with the workers. Shout out to this man Trump.
In the area that I'm standing on, and that's a lot of weight on this platform, so I don't know what's going to happen. I hope it's structurally designed for you guys. I don't know, but we have just really well-deserving, great American patriots, and it's such an honor to be here and making such a big move, such a bold move in energy, because for years people would just bemoan this industry and decimate the industry for absolutely no reason, because with modern technology and all of the other things that we do, it's one of the great forms of energy. That's why other countries, leading countries, are using it, some exclusively. For 4 long years, Joe Biden and Congressional Democrats tried to abolish the American coal industry. They did everything in their power while he was awake, which wasn't much, shutting down dozens of coal plants, banning coal leases on federal lands, and putting thousands and thousands of coal miners out of work, destroying their lives, actually, destroying their lives. I'll never forget when I went to West Virginia, which I won by 48 points, I think, right? Big Jim, I won by 48 points. But in the first campaign where Hillary Clinton was about 4 states too early, and she was talking about how bad coal was and how they were going to teach coal miners how to make widgets and gadgets and technology, which they didn't want to do. They want to mine. One thing I learned about the coal miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse on Fifth Avenue and a different kind of a job, and they'd be unhappy. They want to mine coal. That's what they love to do. And she was going to put them in a high-tech industry where you make little cell phones and things. I don't know. Do you think he'd be good at that? I don't know. You wouldn't. You don't want to be. And she was brutal about 3 weeks before, but then she had a problem. She went to West Virginia looking for votes, and that was a bad situation. You remember that? And there was a coal miner around the table with his family, and he was in tears because of what they had done to him and his family. And I hope he's still around, but that man made quite an impression on the world and the public. And we ended up winning in a great election, but we ended up winning by a lot. The Democrats' Green New scam killed jobs and sent prices soaring here in America. But meanwhile, China opened 2 coal plants every single week, and other countries likewise went very strongly back into coal. Some of them never got off. Those are the ones that didn't have the problems. The Biden energy policy was to put America last. We want to be last. We got to be last. Not a good policy. Under my administration, we're putting America first. It's very simple. America's always going to be first. On my first day in office, I terminated the Green New scam. I declared the national energy emergency and withdrew from the unfair, one-sided, and extremely costly to the United States only Paris Climate Accord.
Get out of that climate change BS they had us in. Like, whoa, like, bro, it was we was literally in that we was literally in that holding back our energy potential for climate change. Like I said, like it was the most leftist BS we could get into, the Paris Climate Change Accord. And we're just, and when I looked over, I was like, oh yeah, that's all it is. Pretty much stop your energy productions in certain fields. It's pretty much the gut energy and just keep on going with this electric vehicle BS. I mean, it's perfect. It's kind of perfect for what Biden had coming with the electric EV mandate.
You know, under the Paris Climate Accord, we had a terrible situation. We would have paid over $1 trillion. Think of it, over $1 trillion. And Russia was paying almost nothing. Russia had a 1992 standard. China was paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. This was 5 years ago. So they didn't kick in for many years. India had no standard whatsoever. But we had the highest standard you could imagine. We had to start paying from day one, and we had to pay lots of money. We paid for everything. So I was not a big fan of the Paris Accord, and I let it be known, and I got out of it early. Then they went back into it, and now we get back out of it. And hopefully we can be there for a long time, okay? A long time, because it was a scam to take money away from the United States and actually hurt us very badly with coal and with other things. Now, under the executive order that I will sign in a few moments, we're slashing unnecessary regulations that targeted the beautiful clean coal. We will rapidly expedite leases for coal mining on federal lands, and these two gentlemen are going to do a real job of it. You've already started. And we'll streamline permitting. We will end the government bias against coal, and we're going to unlock the sweeping authorities of Defense Production Act, the Defense Production Act, to turbocharge coal mining in America. They made it impossible. You actually, I know a friend of mine has a plant. He said, you know, it's a shame. I'm ripping it down and I'm replacing it with another form of energy. I won't tell you because it's also very good, but it's not as powerful as this. He said, you know, the plant I'm building, the new plant is literally half as good. It's no less, you know, it's not probably even as good environmentally, but he said it produced half the power for more money, much more money. It'll never compete with that beautiful plant I have down the road, which was really a modernized coal plant. Well, he'll be happy to know that he can open that plant up very quickly, and it's going to produce a lot. But he was complaining. He said, this is so much better. He wasn't doing that as politicking me. He was doing that because that's what he felt. And he knew every form of energy. We talked about that. He knew every form of energy. But our government is going to do something that's very different. And I don't think even you two know about this. This was my idea from about 15 minutes before I got up here. We're going to guarantee that we have a strong business for many years to come, that your coal companies and your miners don't get all excited about their jobs. And then should a radical left liberal become president, they end the business right away, and somebody's built a plant and spent hundreds of millions of dollars in building a plant, and the plant is going to be closed because a Democrat got in or a liberal got in. They're opposed to coal.
I mean, yeah, it's happening. That should happen in Columbus before. I mean, I think we got a liberal mayor, and I forgot what did this cat do, bro? What did he do? He did some BS that got this entire big factory. The big factory was coming here. They was setting up shots. They was setting up the plants and all that good stuff, the factories and all that. And then this person comes in. I don't know. Damn, what did she do? I'm trying to remember, but they left. I mean, I remember Big left. They didn't even get the job, bro. They didn't even finish building the plant. They left that mug there cold and dry and left. It's like, it happens. Like, bro, sometimes when Democrats come into power, it just screws up everything business-wise. Sometimes, not all the time, but a good amount of times. It doesn't seem like middle-class jobs really prosper around those liberal cities. But then again, though, they don't respect those type of jobs.
And Republicans are very much for it. Clean coal. And we're going to give a guarantee that the business will not be terminated by the ups and downs of the world of politics. So should somebody come in to this very important office and say, oh, well, you spent hundreds of millions of dollars and you guys have given up your life because you want to be in coal, and then all of a sudden you don't have a life anymore because it's what you know the best. That's not going to happen. We're going to give a guarantee that it's not going to happen, so that if somebody comes in, they cannot change it at a whim. They cannot just going to go. They're going to have to go through hell to close you up. All right, so that's pretty good. We're going to give that in the form of a guarantee that we're writing on right now structurally and from a legal standpoint. So your investments are going to also be protected. And you're going to have no reason to be concerned about your future, your life, or your investment if you're a miner, as this great governor was a miner. Actually, he was one of the larger coal miners. He could fit up here very easily, Big Jim. But he was a great success. But they were very, very tough on him.
No, this is live, my friend.
And he did a beautiful job with a beautiful product. Already under our leadership, the Department of Interior has approved the expansion of the Spring Creek mine in Montana, supporting 280 coal mining jobs and unlocking over 40 million tons of coal. And there's more to come. Spring Creek.
Now that's what we can't wait for. Like I said, when he finally unleashed that coal, that's what we're going to see a drop in energy prices. I mean, that's when we're going to see a drop in prices in general, because everybody adds energy. And when it comes to either keeping the lights on in the factory, the freezer, or putting trucks on the road, everybody adds the amount of energy they use to their, cost of product or service.
Big one. And there's more to come in the states of Wyoming, Alabama, Utah, North Dakota, and many others. West Virginia, I can't believe they didn't put West Virginia down. It's lucky I mentioned that, right? Can you imagine if I didn't mention West Virginia? I would have been in big trouble. They didn't mark it down here. It's good to have a president like that that can pick that up, right? You think Joe Biden would have picked that up? I don't think so. Gee, they didn't mention West Virginia. I don't think so. I don't think he'd be standing up here either. The value of untapped coal in our country is 100 times greater than the value of all the gold at Fort Knox. And we're going to unleash it and make America rich and powerful again. Under this order, I'm also directing Secretary Wright to use billions of dollars in federal funding to invest in the next generation of coal technology, which is an amazing technology in terms of getting the full potential of coal and also doing it a very clean, environmental way. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy there is on Earth today. It's a big statement. You never hear those statements, You've never heard that before from a politician, have you? Well, maybe from that politician, but not too many. But that's the way it is. I say it again. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy. It's cheap, incredibly efficient, high density, and it's almost indestructible. You could drop a bomb on it, and it's going to be there for you to use the next day, which you can't say with any other form of energy. You're virtually indestructible. Most importantly, we have more of it here in America than anywhere else on Earth. We have more coal than any other country. You go to Australia, they have fantastic amounts of coal. You know who they sell it to? China. They sell it to China. They're nearby. They sell a lot of it to China. But we have more than anywhere else on Earth. We also have more liquid gold than anywhere on Earth. So we're really an energy behemoth, but we're unleashing that also. That's going to be another part. But I didn't even want to mention that. It's not down here because I didn't want to mention today is about clean, beautiful.
And I see why, because I think there's something that Trump is leaving out, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's codes to liquid technology. So CTL technology, yes, code to liquids technology enables conversion of abundant coal into valuable liquid fuels such as gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. What did I tell you? What do we tell you? This man got a plan. I didn't even know about that. I was like, hold on, why is he going so hard on coal? I didn't understand it for a second, because I'm like, I know coal is important, but I'm like, hold on now. I don't think we can use for all that much. But I mean, yeah, shout out to technology. Yes, Coal can be converted into gasoline and other liquid fuels through processes like coal liquefaction. So when you guys say that we can't create certain type of, gases or certain type of oils or certain type of energies, yeah, we can. I mean, y'all want to say that we depend on other countries for our gasoline oil. I mean, pretty much saying that, oh, we need other countries to drive our cars. I mean, no, we don't. No, we don't. Shout out to coal.
Beautiful coal. So I'm going to give this to you. This big guy. Should I give it to him? You take that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. For example, we believe it's possible to extract enormous amounts of critical minerals and rare earths, which we need for technology and high technology in the process of coal mining, making in America the mineral superpower of the world, actually. In addition, I'm instructing the Department of Justice to identify and fight every single unconstitutional state or local regulation that's putting our coal miners out of business. And we are withdrawing all of those objections from our government today. It's all being withdrawn. So all of you people that have been fighting for your lives, we are withdrawing all of that today. We have excellent lawyers, excellent. Have you noticed that lots of law firms have been signing up with Trump? $100 million, another $100 million for damages that they've done. But they give you $100 million and then they announce that, but we have done nothing wrong. And I agree, they've done nothing wrong. But what the hell? They give me a lot of money considering they've done nothing wrong. And we'll use some of those people, some of those great firms. They are great firms too. They just had a bad moment. But we're going to use some of those firms to work with you on your leasing and your other things. And they'll do a great job. I think they're going to do a fantastic job. And for those of you that want to know the tariffs, you've been hearing about tariffs, we're taking in almost $2 billion a day in tariffs, $2 billion a day. And we're doing very well.
All right. $2 billion a day.
And we're doing very well in making, I call them tailored deals, not off the rack. These are tailored, highly tailored deals. Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here to make a deal, and others are flying here. I mean, my only problem is I'm not sure I have enough. We're going to have to use those great law firms, I think, to help us with that. But we're going to probably do that, actually. We're going to use them. And we're getting them for the right price because we need a lot of talent. We have a lot of countries coming in that want to make deals.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And make sure you guys support the stream, man. We do appreciate the likes and all that good stuff and the views. But guys, let's make sure we also support the stream by super chatting in any question, comment, or disagreement. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
If I told them about making those deals 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, they'd be laughing at us. Now they're all signing up, Mike, you know that. So it's going to be a great thing. But we're think of that, $2 billion a day. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money even in the coal business, isn't it? Huh? It's a lot of money. And America is going to be very rich again very soon. You're going to see that happening. You see it all along. And it's so that whole situation that, it was somewhat explosive. But if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be talking the way we're talking right now. It's been amazing what's happened. Sometimes you have to mix it up a little bit, but we've had great consideration. We've had talks with many countries, over 70. They all want to come in. Our problem is can't see that many that fast. But we don't have to because, as you know, the tariffs are on and the money is pouring in at a level that we've never seen before. And it's going to be great for us. It's going to be great for other countries. We've been ripped off and abused by countries for many years with the tariff situation. They've used tariffs against us. We didn't use tariffs against them or in any way. I mean, we just didn't use them of any monumental proportion. And so we are doing it now. We have tariffs on cars. We have tariffs on lumber, tariffs on steel and aluminum. Steel plants are going up because of it. all over the country. We have 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. And I think the steel workers like me even more than the coal miners like me. I'm pretty sure that that's true. We have, instead of having no steel business, I put them on originally in my first term. We wouldn't have had one steel mill in the United States if I didn't do that. And now we upped it, and we not only are we taking in a lot of money, but we're protecting our workers, our steel workers. We're protecting our steel industry. And one thing that steel and things like steel you need, because you need it from a defense standpoint. You need steel for your tanks and your planes and your everything. And certain industries you can get away with not having, but others you need, and steel is one you need. So I want to let you know that's in full force and effect. And
shout out to that Ben Castro. Okay, that's funny. I'm weak. He says, Daniel, shout out to my man Castro. He says, gonna tell my kids that liberalism makes your dick small. Like, hey, yo. I mean, yeah, low key though. Tell my sons, like, look, man, it's gonna cause low testosterone, it's gonna make your dick small, all that stuff. Like, and you're gonna sound like a bitch. It's like, well, okay, you know what? It actually does come with liberalism. Actually, that does kind of come with it. But yeah, sell it as bad as possible. Now, to my daughter, man, you gonna become a hoe, a stripper, a whore, like nothing good, and you're gonna become fat, and you're gonna be fat if you become a liberal. Like, this is all in your future if you choose liberalism, my daughter. It's like, hey, sometimes we gotta sell it to them, man. We gotta sell it so they know better.
Literally,
do better than us. Do better than us. Because I know I started off liberal.
I spoke to executives in the steel industry over the last few days, and they're all coming in to build plants in the United States of America, because if you build them in the United States, you have no tariffs to pay. There are no tariffs to pay, zero. If you build them outside using outside labor and hurting our businesses, and you send your product in, you have to pay a price for that, and they will be having tariffs, as you know. It's an amazing thing. This has been something used against us for many years by other countries, China in particular, but others, not just China, others, and taken advantage of us, ripped us off, and left us for dead, frankly. And I believe if I didn't become your president, I believe that this country would have had problems like they've never had before.
Bro, if you didn't become president, I mean, I don't even think people really would have had jobs in the middle class. It'd have been over. I mean, actually, we'd have had a good like 6 months, and then as soon as Kamala Harris's tax plan gets voted in, we're screwed. It'd have been over. At that point, it took probably like 6 to 8 months for the Kamala Harris supporters to realize, okay, yeah, we fucked up. Yeah, we definitely fucked up. But then they didn't even want to admit it under Biden. So I doubt that if Kamala Harris actually did get in office and she did just completely destroy the economy and pretty much gutted the middle class further than what Biden was doing, trust me, they would sit there happy about it, being homeless and poor, not being able to afford anything, and they'll still be like, oh, well, it's Trump's fault. Trump's not in office, but still it's Trump's fault. I mean, that's what y'all did last time with the border bill. Bro wasn't even in office and you blamed him for it. So it's kind of like, when do y'all ever take accountability? Like, think about it. This man could have been in office or not, won the election or not. As soon as Democrats do bad, y'all have found a way to blame Trump.
Before, because it was serious damage in so many other ways, not only the border, where people came rushing into our country from prisons and jails and mental institutions, murderers, drug dealers, and some vicious criminals. 11,088 murderers came into our country. We have to get them out. We're getting them out. 11,088. Of that number, half committed murder on more than two people. And this is what they allowed into our country with their open border policy of lunacy. And we're taking care of that, just like we're taking care of you today. We're taking care of that. I want to thank Christine Noem and Tom Homan for doing an unbelievable job. The whole thing is the job they're doing is incredible. It's really an unforced error. Should have never happened, that we have to be spending such time and resources, Mr. Senator, right, on getting people out of our country that shouldn't be here. I mean, literally from mental institutions, insane asylums were opened up and emptied into our country. Prisons from all over the world, not just South America, prisons from think of this from Africa, the Congo, a lot of people from the Congo, prisons in the Congo, prisons from Asia, from all over were opened up. And I knew that when I heard it was an open border policy. I said, if you do that, every country is going to be dumping people that they don't want into our country. And that's what's happened, but we're cleaning it out. And the courts, we had a good decision, as you know, from the Supreme Court, allowing us to do that. We have judges that didn't want us to do it. We have judges that wanted the very evil gang members from Trendy, Iroquois, and MS-13. They didn't want them taken out of the country and put in very powerful prisons. When you look, you've all seen those clips, pretty amazing clips. But I want to thank El Salvador. They've done an incredible job. But we've been fortunately winning those cases. But we have judges that are out of control that say, oh, bring them back, bring them back. We don't want them back. We don't want them back. Can you imagine? You spend all of that time, energy, and money on getting them out, and then you have a judge that sits there, a local judge who sits there, federal judges, sits there and says, no, bring them back. One was brought back, or they want to bring him back because he wasn't a member of Tren de Iroquois. He was a member.
And shout out, honestly, now, I do. Okay, let me see if I can go in and find it, because I had a video for it of the Supreme Court. Everybody pretty much celebrating the Supreme Court's ruling on the planes. That, yes, that district judge had no right to tell Trump to turn them planes around. Yes, a district judge does not have the power to tell the president what to do. Surprise, surprise.
Member of MS-13, which is just as bad. So they misidentified him, but it sounds to me like he was a member of MS-13. So they want him brought back because he wasn't treated properly. It's we got to be smart. Our country's got to get a lot smarter than it is, but we have to give the people that are empowered to do this kind of work, and it's not pleasant work. We have to give them the option of making our country great again, and that's what they're doing. And I have great respect for those people, and they're doing it out of love. They could get a much easier job. They're doing it out of love for our country. It's so important. Just like I'm doing this with coal today for love for our country. Earlier this afternoon, I signed another executive order to strengthen our electric grid by ensuring that coal-fired power plants are always available to meet surging demand for electricity. Unlike wind and solar, coal plants can run 24 hours a day in rain, sleet, or snow, and you will not be subject to the incredible blackout situation that's taking place in California, where they have blackouts all the time. It's an amazing thing with California. They have blackouts and brownouts at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And all they want to do is keep going the way they're going.
All right, though. Let's go ahead and get into this explanation on the Supreme Court ruling.
The Supreme Court has decided to nuke a judge, once again, a far left-wing activist judge, that ordered Trump to reinstate all the workers that he has fired. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's read here. And it goes very nicely along with a brand new ruling from last night that we were planning on covering. Too much breaking news in one short moment. The Supreme Court on Tuesday halted federal judges' ruling requiring several federal agencies to reinstate 16,000 workers the Trump administration has sought to fire. The decision to grant the administration's request means the federal government does not have to take steps to bring back these workers who were laid off. Wow. This is a judge in California. Oh, wow. Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson, two of the court's liberal justices, noted that they dissented from the unsigned decision. The order indicated that some nonprofit groups that sued may not have legal standing to press their claims. Further complicating matters, a judge in Maryland issued a similar ruling that applies to the same agencies at issue in the California case as well as others. And that decision, which requires affected employees in 19 states and the District of Columbia to be kept on paid administrative leave. The affected agencies in California case, Department of Veterans Affairs, Defense, Energy, Interior, Agriculture, and Treasury. The Trump administration, in its initiative spearheaded by Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, has sought dramatic decrease in the number of federal employees, sparking fierce legal fights. Why?
Yeah.
Wait, why? Exactly. You're getting fired. That sucks. I've been fired.
I know we all been fired before. I mean, we didn't kick and scream to the government to it. We didn't make it a unconstitutional matter, I guess. It's like, bro, y'all are freaking hilarious. Like the stuff that happens to the everyday people, bro, the Dems are appalled if it happens to their politicians. I'm like, bro, or if it happens to immigrants. I mean, they'll cry for an immigrant they'll cry about what happens to an immigrant that happens to Americans like every day. Like, you know, the whole, are you really going to separate them from their family because they committed a crime? I'm like, yeah. Yes, we are. I mean, we do it to each other every day. Like, yes, when parents commit crimes or a parent commit a crime, yes, we will separate them from their kids if they got them. I mean, why would an immigrant be different?
No fun. No fun. But it happens to every successful person. It happens to all of us. This is just how it goes. If a company that you're working for fires you, what kind of a person sues the company to be brought back? Like, in what universe do you do that? Like, what kind of the company's already said you're not a valuable employee. Go do something else.
Weak.
And you're going to go to the Supreme Court to beg for your job back?
Not the most.
Don't make no sense to me. I don't get it. Yeah, I fired. It wasn't fun. You kick a rock, you hit the bricks, and you go build something else. You go do something else. What a bunch of whiny little babies.
Not for real.
What a bunch of entitled and privileged entitled scum. I don't understand. Like, what kind of a life do you think you're going to have when you, like, the judge says you cannot fire federal workers? Yeah, you can. It's called the vesting clause. It's in Article 2 of the Constitution.
And I'm just like, then who can fire these people then? It's like, obviously the department ain't doing it, so who can? Like, bro, that's the crazy thing about the Congress is like, it almost, the Congress is kind of making me scared. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Congress kind of sounds like y'all want to be president. Kind of sounds like y'all want all the power. And y'all trying to convince the American people of honestly thinking that this is normal. And it's not.
And members of Congress are elected on a state or district level, whether you're a senator or congressman. Judges are appointed. Only one man is vested with the power of an entire article of the Constitution and is nationally elected. In this election, right here.
And you got to understand, you can't feel bad for these workers. They did everything they can to keep these bastards, okay? They literally said, look, bro, I'm going to send you something just to make sure. I sent them an email just to give them a litmus check. Like, bro, do you even check your email? Some of them wasn't even checking their email to make sure they had shit to do, but they was collecting a paycheck. It's like, bro, it's Trump, bro, Elon sends them, yeah, yo, tell me the last 5 things you did for, like, the government or in your department. People over here complaining that, what? Bro, we're asking you to tell you what you did. Like, yes, what do you do? Because it ain't obvious. Like, obviously, we're just checking because your position says you're supposed to be doing this, but we ain't seen nothing. There was people like that working for our government. That's what y'all got to understand. There's a lot of bad actors who got a job for pretty much no reason. No reason. But to just take up space. And to hide the fact that they was gutting the middle class and all the manufacturing jobs. I mean, hey, you got to add jobs somewhere, right? If you got to gut manufacturing in the middle class, you know, you got to make up for it by adding these government jobs. And, you know, it works out for maybe the upper middle class and higher, but middle class and lower, you kind of decimated them, Biden. Yeah, so if that was the plan. All right, next point.
Last night, the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act from 1798. Oh, man, do we have that amazing Tom Homan clip on this? Oh, an old law? Give me that. That's amazing. Yeah, okay. Oh, look, here. ALX at the top of the article. Here we go. Scroll down. Is ALX's tweet embedded in the article? Boom. We everywhere. Really? Oh, okay. You got the blocker on? Okay. Well, that's how it works. Anyway, guys, this is the Breitbart article. ALX's tweet is used here to announce a massive victory for President Trump. For the outlet, in a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court justices found that the migrants had improperly challenged their deportations in Washington, D.C. They should have challenged them in Texas, where they were being held. Oh, wow. Would you look at that? So they had improper venue. This is called venue shopping. The ACLU went and venue shopped to Judge Boasberg, to the far left wing. 98% voted for Kamala Harris, D.C. Circuit Court, to get this ruling. Judge shopping and circuit shopping is illegal. And the Supreme Court destroyed Judge Boasberg here, ripped the case from him, and said, okay, go try this in Texas. go on down to South Texas and find yourself a judge. Yeah,
I'm done
with that. So that's what they said, and this was a huge victory. Now, why is it a 5-4 decision when we have a 6-3 court? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's the image. You have Ketanji Brown Jackson. You have Elena Kagan. Amy Coney Barrett siding with the liberals. Sonia Sotomayor. It looks like a literal faculty, like the DEI faculty at your local liberal arts college is what it looks like. We shared the photo last night. Somebody grab it. It's on our X account, please. This is Amy Coney Barrett is a real problem. Amy Commie Barrett is what some users on the internet are calling her. I am sickened about her. We didn't have time today, but I want to have a full conversation with Mike Davis about this. Donald Trump said so many nice things.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I do feel like Donald Trump did say nice things about one of the judges that voted against him, but she was supposed to be like a centrist, like damn, I ain't gonna lie, kind of like where my position is. Like I like to say I'm center, but I do lean more towards conservative. But I do have my liberal values, or I like to say I have my liberal talking points, of course. So yeah, I like to consider myself a centrist who does lean a little bit more towards conservatism. I'm not all the way down with conservatism, but I'm rocking with them a little bit more than I'm rocking with liberalism.
About her, advocated for her,
I
fought for her.
Come on now, I do smoke weed now. Come on, there got to be a little bit of liberal in me.
Did all these lavish and wonderful events where he talked about how great she is. And then she has betrayed him time and time and time again on the court.
The women.
There are some warning signs.
Bro, this lady right here pissed me off. I ain't even going to lie. Ketanji Brown, the black lady who couldn't tell you what a woman is. I mean, Supreme Court, Biden Supreme Court pick, couldn't tell you what a woman is. This lady right here, they asked her, what is a woman? She could not answer that question. I'm just like, whoa. You're supposed to be one of the highest court officials. Well, really, you are one of the highest court officials, and you can't tell me what a woman is, and you're supposed to be making key decisions in law and our government and our lawmaking is crazy. It's crazy to me. But I mean, this is where we are. All right, now let's get into Steve Bannon as he goes off on Europe, pretty much saying Europe is not an ally. All right, shout out to that man, Steve Bannon. Last interview was pretty good.
Sorts of easy money, media.
Get right back into it.
And if they steal 2028, or for some reason we don't prevail, which will be them stealing it, they're going to put Trump back on trial for prison. They're going to put me back in prison. Every day I said, hey, this thing's all or nothing. Just because we had this tremendous victory in November, I told her at the time, they're all partying and, oh, this is great. And everybody's running around, got a MAGA hat now. And I said, hey, it's fine.
I can't be full right wing. I'm not Christian. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's pretty hard to call me conservative. Just if you just see my lifestyle just a little bit. It's like I have conservative values. I do believe in nuclear family. I don't believe in men. Honestly, there's a lot of conservative things I believe in, but honestly, I do have my liberal ways. It's just that, like I said, I will always lean more conservative. Just because, well, I'm always down for common sense. What can I say, man? They got the most common sense down there. They're not trying to mutilate children. They're not trying to make young men gay. They're not trying to make women feminists. Feminists is like, come on. Why wouldn't I rock on that side that has the least mind control on it, that has the least indoctrination on it? Of course. I'm not for anybody that's trying to control my thinking. I mean, at least on the conservative side, you can have at least some type of free thought. Some type of free thought you can have over there on the conservative side, as long as you don't go too far into the Israel stuff. But, bro, On y'all side, there is no free thought. Y'all all think the same. Y'all all have the same positions. Y'all all hate Trump.
But understand we're at war.
Will Trump's Tariff Liberation Day harm the US economy? Is Elon Musk leaving the administration? And is the president deporting enough illegal immigrants? My name is Stephen Edgington, and I'm GB News' US correspondent. Joining me to answer those questions and many more is the former White House chief strategist, Stephen K. Bannon. Thank you so much, Steve, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We just had Liberation Day, but many Americans are concerned that prices are going.
Like, bro, see, you kind of prove my point. That's the most closed-minded statement, because you're pretty much assuming that just because people, and it's a bit narcissistic, but, and let me explain it to you, because people don't think like you, and you just think you're just so better than everybody else, you don't think that nobody has any free thought. They don't think like you. I mean, isn't that the definition of being closed-minded? You're so closed-minded that you only think that people have free thought around your thinking. If they don't agree with you, they don't got free thought. How is that free thought? The whole point of free thought is them being free enough to think not like you, for them to think against you, for them to disagree with you. That's the whole thing about free thought. Like, you don't even know the definition of free thought in the way you're using it.
Going to go up, and
Americans,
tariffs.
okay, stop. This is just the only reason people have any concern at all is because the running dog for the capitalists on Wall Street and the lords of easy money media continues to go on with this false narrative that prices are going to go up, stock market is going to crash, everything's going to happen over and over and over again without looking at any evidence. We put some of the strictest tariffs ever on China in 17 and 18, and prices didn't go up at all on Chinese product. This is just another false narrative put out by the media. It's the same as all the lies they told about the pandemic, all the lies they told about the Ukraine, all the lies they told about the whole election. I could go on.
Yeah, facts. I mean, here's the thing. Y'all like to say that Trump lies a lot, and I like to bring up this comment here. He's like, how can you hate it? How can you not hate a man who lies? Like, bro, how much times has the liberal media lied against Trump? Like, bro, I could bring you up a counter about how much time these guys lied against Trump, and it's atrocious. It's almost atrocious, but y'all don't even want to look that up. I mean, y'all don't even want to give Trump the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, the good people's thing. Did you guys know that he mentioned already that he never said, no, I'm not talking about the white supremacists and the neo-Nazis. He's talking about the regular protesters. So what's up with that? I mean, y'all say a lot of crazy things about Trump that don't happen to be right. I mean, even with the whole dodging the draft, I'm just like, bro, he didn't dodge the draft. His doctor pretty much said you can't go to war. I mean, that's not dodging the draft, but hey, y'all will say anything to make this man look like a criminal. You'll give I mean, I ain't gonna lie, the most misinterpreted information. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. It just shows that, man, my man Bannon speaking on some stuff. There's just underlining hate that just blinds y'all common sense.
On and on and on. The only people worked up about, did the market crash today? No, did not. You have a sorting out of things. I didn't say it was not going to be any turbulence. Didn't have any crash. Didn't have gold blow through the roof. Nothing that was prophesized yesterday. And look, Trump went hard. And it shows you, I think, to the world, he's not a maximalist. I was always for the reciprocity. But the reciprocity has a maximalist side where you just go and match whatever your analysis shows. He was also thinking there was tension around with President Trump to just do tiered at 20%. He did do reciprocity, which I thought was very important to show the American people how people have abused the United States of America and American companies. And just this narrative that's out there by the vested interests in this country who don't want to see the end of the globalist system. The globalists are sitting here in panic mode because now Trump has gone large. And he's not going to back off. If you notice today, I thought was very important. There was a lot of commentary out there, including his Secretary of Commerce and even me saying, hey, Trump will be negotiating between now and the end of his current term before his third term. And he put out the word, no negotiations. They are what they are. So I think you show has he stepped into this decision. This is core Trump. This is something he's been thinking about for 40 years, but really thinking deeply about with his advisors.
Nah, for real though. It's like I said, my man was thinking about this for a while now. I mean, the man was on Oprah talking about it. So that means obviously he was even thinking about this before he hopped on Oprah. But all right, guys, let's go to this quick video so we can prove that I ain't gonna lie. There's a whole lot of lies against Trump that y'all don't want to talk about. Like, you can't call the man a liar, but then, I mean, almost everything y'all talk about the man or say about the man is a lie. I mean, bro, even the what was it? The Central Park 5 talking about he took an ad he took an ad out in the newspaper wishing for the death of him. That was a lie. Even that was a lie. You guys are like damn near insidious. It's like, what are you doing here? You're damn near out here trying to paint a picture of this man's this racist towards blacks. Then you actually go look at the actual damn article, and he's talking about rapists in general needs to get the death penalty. He didn't even mention black people or anything. Actually, he said black and white people should be able to walk in the parks without fear of being hurt. If you actually read the article or the ad he took out in the newspaper, in New York Times, you can actually even look it up.
He will sign a national.
But let's get straight to this.
He will sign a national abortion ban.
It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban.
Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor.
What she says is an absolute lie.
Actually, I can go to Project 2025 right now, and it doesn't even say anything about a ban. That's the worst part about it. I mean, if you go to Project 2025, and I mean, let's go right here. All right, let's go to about the truth about Project 2025. Shout out. I mean, it's all right here. Everything, even debunking the lies of Project 2025, like terminating the Constitution, false. Giving the government more power over your daily life, false. I mean, there's a lot of things they said that you could honestly go right on project2025.org. You could have did this during the election, but hey, here we are today. That was false, but y'all won't recognize that. So tell me, why would I debate people who we can't even come to a basic understanding of reality? Of, yeah, well, this was proven wrong, that was proven wrong, but you're still going to sit here and tell me that, oh, he's a liar, oh, he's a felon, oh, he's this and that, but with all the evidence proving that he's not. Like, how can I debate somebody like that?
Since the election was stolen with Mar-a-Lago, but so, and I think this narrative just on and on and on, particularly by
No. I ain't saying that Trump don't lie. I'm saying that the stuff that you guys said he lied about is a lie. Actually, you guys can't tell me one lie this man honestly told that's a lie. Like, please tell me, because every time y'all do, I'm able to go ahead and disprove it. I'm just saying, please tell me. Like, shoot, like I said, y'all trying to prove to me that this man, or you're trying to prove to me and the chat and the fans that, hey, yo, yeah, Trump's just this evil guy. Where's the proof?
He was also thinking there was tension around with President Trump to just do tiered at 20%. He did do reciprocity, which I thought was very important to show the American people how people have abused the United States of America and American companies in just this narrative that's out there by the vested interests in this country who don't want to see the end of the globalist system. The globalists are sitting here in panic mode because now Trump has gone large and he's not going to back off. If you notice today, I thought...
Nope, Trump did not lie about his crowd sizes. Trump crowd sizes were actually, that's an actual factual thing. Yes, his crowd sizes were pretty big. Yeah, especially when he goes to those places that are pro-Trump. Yeah, those crowd sizes were pretty big. So what are you talking about? Like I said, it's like, these are things we could prove if you want to go ahead and look up at Trump's events and look at the ticket sales. I mean, we could. Do you really want to go through that? Or no, I'd advise you to go through that. Why don't you go ahead and bring the data? And you, honestly, I'm going to be real with you. Once you look at it, you're going to feel stupid.
It was very important. There was a lot of commentary out there, including...
Shoot, I ain't going to lie. Trump filling up seats more better than my favorite rapper is. But shoot, better than my favorite R&B singer.
His Secretary of Commerce and even me saying, hey, you know, Trump will be negotiating between now and the end of his current term, before his third term. And he put at the word, no negotiations.
It wasn't.
They are what they are. So I think you show has he stepped into this decision. This is core Trump. This is something he's been thinking about for 40 years, but really thinking deeply about with his advisors since the election was stolen with Mar-a-Lago. But so, and I think this narrative just on and on and on, particularly by people on the left who want to be populist or understand that the reason that they lost is that the Democrats abandoned the working class in this country and they won't support them or vote for them anymore. You would think that they would try to at least understand the populist economic nationalist policy in bringing massive amount of capital investment in plant and equipment here and bringing plants and bringing high value added jobs back.
But that's the key point, isn't it? And isn't it more honest to say, look, we know that this is going to have an impact on prices. If you put at least a 10%, in some cases much
But it doesn't
higher.
mean, but
Now, guys, somebody brought up January 6th. And you know what? I'll even take it there as well. All right. So please tell me how it makes sense to call January 6th an insurrection, right? And I want you to be really honest. Because, I mean, let's go ahead and separate them. January 6th was a right wing. BLM rise was left wing. One lasted 7 months. One lasted about 4 to 6 hours. Now we have 20 murders by participants. 20 murders by participants. Now, there are people who say there are cops who died, and I think there was like, what, 2? This says 0, but I'm going to give y'all 2 or 3 cops. 2 or 3 murders by participants. I'm going to give y'all 2 or 3, even though it says 0. Hundreds of small businesses destroyed, vandalized, ruined forever. But okay, that's not an insurrection. Okay, it's whatever. All right, no small businesses destroyed during January 6th. 1 federal building damage, 150 federal building damages. So if going into damaging 1 federal building is an insurrection to you guys, then what the hell is doing it to 150 then? What is that? Okay, great. Oh, causing damages, 1.5 million in damages, 1 billion to 2 billion in damages. What do you mean it wasn't an insurrection? I'm like I said, look, is either we gonna play this fair and we both call them riots, or we gonna be, or we just gonna be ignorant and we just gonna be biased? Like, come on now, how y'all want to play this? It's either there are both insurrections or there are both riots. We ain't gonna do the double talk here. Over 2,000 officers assaulted, 140 officers assaulted. But that wasn't an insurrection. So 140 officers get assaulted, insurrection. 2,000 get assaulted, and y'all hushed up. Oh, it's just a riot. This is for justice, right? Right. Okay. Protesters kept in solitary confinement. Protesters bailed out. I mean, even when y'all did the most bullshit, y'all still got bailed out. I mean, encouraged by the media and politicians, encouraged by fringed political groups and agitators. I know, right? And one's downplayed by the media, and one was, exaggerated by the media. One was turned from a riot to insurrection, and this one was turned from, honestly, a riot to a peaceful protest, apparently. So please leave out that argument if you're not ready to match up at how things are, honestly seen. Because when you match them up together, I mean, you can either say they're both insurrections or they're both riots, but you're not going to call one thing and the other. I mean, you're not going to call January 6th insurrection, but not call also BLM. Like, nah, that's insane. Especially when you line them up metric by metric.
But it doesn't
Powerful
mean
tax on American imports. There's going to be an impact on the price.
It doesn't mean it doesn't mean the increase.
My bad, Zoloff. My man came through with a super chat. He said, like at 69. Nice. Could be higher though. Yeah, let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Costs flow to the consumer. Let me repeat this. Okay, you can add everybody combined, and we don't buy as much as we buy from China. I think it's the net trade deficit with China is $500 or $600 million.
And this is what I'm saying. So how can you guys get mad? No. Think about what you're doing. You guys get mad at people who defend January 6ers, who just and your argument, who hurt police, right? But you are also defending BLM rioters who also hurt police, hurt people. Do you not understand what hypocrisy means? The hypocrisy is crazy with you guys. You want to cast judgment on one people who you claim hurt cops and people, but then won't pass judgment or use put the same type of lens on the people who hurt more cops and people. Really? You want to talk about context of the situation? Is it ever okay to do that?
$1 billion.
Say anything.
We are essentially to the Chinese what the colonies of America used to be to Great Britain during the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We're just shipping raw materials. We send very little finished product because they.
But all right, guys, I'm done. I'm done cooking the loons in the chat. From now on, yes, now you got to super chat in $2 and up. Any disagreements, comments, jokes, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just go ahead and super chat it in.
Gutted all our factories and sent them to China. So in buying that 500 billion and 600 billion is actually more because that's the net deficit. In buying that amount of finished product from China, prices didn't go up in 18 and 19. They just didn't. In Christmas of 19, we had virtually no inflation, lowest interest rates we've ever had, exploding growth, 3.5% growth. We had blue collar wages rising faster than white collar. We had non-college graduates raising higher than college graduates. That's kind of the economic nationalist model of Trump, and we're restricting immigration at the time. Since that time, Biden's exploded, invited in 10 million illegal alien invaders to drive down wage costs among unskilled workers. But there's no evidence when Trump did this the first time, not a scintilla evidence from the largest partner we buy from on finished goods that there was any price increase. There was no price increase we could see when we put the steel tariffs in. So they try to use this to scare people. The two reasons for tariffs is, number one, and I think for people in Great Britain to understand, is that this is a premium market. The United States is a premium market. So what President Trump, he thinks about, he says, hey, it's like.
I mean, yeah, we're a premium market because I'm like, bro, this is a very special market to be able to sell into, and you're going to make a lot of money doing it. But you will lose a lot of money, or you'll be like, I'm be real, you won't have access to all this wealth and money if you are either tariffed out of it or if you have an import ban on it. I mean, bro, we could do the same thing to these countries and it would devastate them. Like, to be honest with you. So it is kind of funny how everybody on the world stage is trying to frame it as, oh, you guys are shooting yourselves in the foot. I mean, bro, you guys were shooting yourselves in the foot by letting us over-consuming your economy. We were shooting ourselves in the foot by letting y'all overproducing our economy. So trust me, we're both in a bad spot right now. But actually, we're in a better one because we can afford to last a lot longer than y'all.
Buying a box.
The only reason why I put this one up is because I'm like, hold on. You calling me an Uncle Tom with a white profile pic or with a Hispanic white woman profile pic? I'm like, damn, I done seen it all tonight. Huh. Interesting.
A skybox at a sporting event or front row tickets to a concert. To get into this market, you're going to have to pay a premium, okay, to get access to the biggest consumer, the deepest consumer market in the world. There's two ways to do that. You either stay outside and manufacture finished products, and you're going to pay a tolling fee to get in here. I think the reciprocal tariffs are in Great Britain, I think it was 10%, if memory serves me correctly. Or you have an option. You have an option to come and move your manufacturing to the United States. I think he'd rather have the manufacturing come to the United States. But if not, we have an external revenue service now that Peter Navarro says in the auto tariffs alone will bring in $100 billion. Remember, just think about this for a second. We sell essentially $800 billion of cars in the United States a year. Okay. Of that, only 500 billion of that are made overseas, Germany, Japan, etc. Even of the 350 or 300 billion that are manufactured here, they're really not manufactured, they're assembled. Mm-hmm. We take still the high value added finished goods, the drive chain, train, the engine.
That's what we mean by manufacturing. I mean, we're actually trying to build these parts, put in mold the pieces for these car parts and these tech parts. We're trying to get into that, not just assembly line.
Mexico, Germany, or in Mexico.
The assembly line is great too, but not the manufacturing all the way out. We need the whole process here in America.
We're making it for the Germans. So, or the Japanese. That all has to stop. We have to bring, and this is about bringing high value added manufacturing jobs to the United States. And certainly it's going to cause a little turbulence. I mean, we essentially, I think, went to economic war with the Chinese Communist Party yesterday. Those are particularly where Xi is on his economic revival, which they're in very bad straits. These tariffs, I think, could put Xi out of business. So it's both geoeconomic and resetting the post-war international rules-based order, but it's also geostrategic.
Lots of companies tried to outsource their manufacturing away from China and into other Southeast Asian countries like Vietnam.
Cambodia. Right. Cambodia had a bad day yesterday.
Exactly. So is putting 50% tariffs on countries like Vietnam strategically a smart thing to do when you're trying to decouple from China, when you're trying to encourage people to stop building in China?
I mean, yeah, because Vietnam is one of those places that people go to avoid tariffs. So Vietnam has to get a tariff put on it because these corporations will move over there or set up operations over there to get past China and America's tariff. I mean, shoot, talk about a great play, because I can't even be mad. I mean, shit, if you're trying to over here get the best bang for your buck or make sure you get the best profit margin, I mean, shoot, setting up shop in Vietnam does sound about right. But then if you add it, but if if America and China was just start adding tariffs on them and import bans, then it would be useless to be able to be building Vietnam. I was saying Venezuela, my bad.
Coupling with China, we want to bring those jobs back to the United States. Yes, there's still going to be product made in Cambodia and these other places, but why? It's just reciprocal. Remember, President Trump's adamant. If you bring the tariffs down, and particularly on reciprocity, you bring the non-tariff barriers, which is really where the juice is. You bring that down, we'll let bygones be bygones.
Right, but it's not reciprocal, though, because the data that they're relying on is the trade deficit. They're not actually talking about specific tariffs those countries have implemented or non-tariff barriers. They've made that calculation, and the White House have said this, they've admitted this, based on the trade deficit in goods with the United States. So how is that reciprocal?
What's reciprocal to that country? You've got to work with us to decrease
the deficit, but not to the.
But you have to do what you have to do to work and make sure that we somehow take care of that deficit. The accumulate, because everybody talks about our debt here, the $37 trillion in debt. We're going to have, I think, the Biden last year is going to be, I think, near $1 trillion trade deficit. We have a cumulative trade deficit, I believe, at $25 trillion. They're kind of inextricably linked with debt, but the globalists never want to talk about trade deficit. They say, oh, it doesn't really matter. It matters tremendously. That was the wages of United States workers going overseas to pay something, or it's the monetization of certain assets we have to pay for it. So no, I think each country in its own way will work out some sort of individual deal. President Trump said he's open. Right now he says no negotiations, because I think he wants a time for them to kind of realize that he's serious about this. And he is serious about this. His primary focus is the economic rejuvenation of the United States. And I think that's very powerful. And for the American people, it's been an eye-opener. Because remember, one of the reasons we're $37 trillion in debt is we have a $1 trillion defense bill. Why do we have a $1 trillion defense bill? Well, we're underwriting the security of Western Europe, of the Persian Gulf and the Gulf Emirates, of around the South China Sea and the Straits of Malacca, and then up to Northwest Asia with Japan and Korea. That has to stop. We're upside down. We have trade deficits basically with every part of the. You go around the horn, around the rim of the Eurasian landmass. We have trade deficits everywhere.
Yeah, what kills me is like we even got. I mean, trade deficits with the richest countries in the world is not really the best look. I mean, we are the richest country in the world, but we're talking about second, number 2 through 10. I mean, we're going down to the 2 through 10, and guess what? We're in trade deficits with all of them. Like, I think I even showed it here. I showed the trade deficit with countries. I think country by country. It's not good. It's not good. I'll tell you this right now. And it's kind of crazy how people try to play off the trade deficit as if there's not a lot more that goes into it. Let's see. I believe I found it right here. This is the website. Boom. Shout out. I mean, look, you mean our top contenders in trade deficits. We got China, Mexico, Vietnam, and there's a reason why we mentioned Vietnam. Like I said, they're doing some shady things through Vietnam. Ireland is like I said, mainly blame pharmaceuticals. In Germany, we're just gonna go ahead and put that on cars. Yeah, that's what we'll put it on. So yeah, I mean, then you want to go down further down the list. I mean, shit. U.S. trade deficit 2024. Let me see here. It's gonna stop playing with me with this. There you go. But yeah, kind of see where I'm going with this. Is like we're in the billions with a lot of countries. I mean, yeah, this doesn't make sense. And some of these countries are not poor. I mean, like, bro, please tell me, like, is Mexico? Okay, Mexico's kind of poor. Ireland ain't poor. Germany ain't poor. Thanks to us, Taiwan ain't poor. Japan ain't poor. South Korea ain't poor. Thanks to us, Canada ain't that poor. Yeah, I mean, yet. Thailand, they doing all right. India doing okay as well, and so is Italy. I mean, these aren't poor countries. They can afford to pay.
We can't continue. He's trying to bring down the financial deficit. At the same time, he's trying to bring down the trade deficit. And this is the first time in our history, even with Reagan, that any president has stepped up and said, my first priority is American workers. And I'm going to show you how it's going to happen, because I'm basically going to lay out a new economic model for the world. And the world can think about it, adjust to it, and then come to us. I'm sure they'll have open discussions.
Right. You mentioned Ronald Reagan. I'm going to quote from Reagan. This was when he was president. He was massively against the tariffs that occurred.
I'm weak. Shout out Castro. He says, but tariffs don't work. I know, right? It's like, man, tariffs been working since the man been threatening them. Since he been threatening tariffs, they've been working. So I really don't get some of y'all thinking right now. But then again, like I said, you're only listening to one side.
In the early 1930s, during the Great Depression, he said, you see at first when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes that works for a short while. What eventually occurs is homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and making innovative management and technological changes they need to succeed in world markets. And then something even worse happens. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries. The result is more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition.
Okay, Thatcher, I don't need to be, okay, I got it. I understand what Reagan said. Reagan and Thatcher were neoliberal neocons, okay? At that time, in trying to take on the Soviet Union, I appreciate that. But also remember, Ronald Reagan was coming in at the beginning of which we had been a manufacturing superpower. And Carter started to, as soon as we started running trade deficits and we stopped protecting American industries from mercantilist systems, this is not that.
See, Travis, that's not going to work. And I'm going to tell you why, because they're not going to budge. You can make threats all you want. If you don't actually put it out there, they're not going to come here. So you're pretty much saying you're going to go to them and be like, oh, put us in a favorable trade deal. We'll put a tariff on you. They're going to look like, yeah, whatever. Like, whatever. That's literally what they're going to hit you with. Yeah, you can only really come to these world leaders when you actually did something like, yeah, this tariff, how's it working for you? Are you ready to negotiate? Because I think Trump and other presidents already admitted, like, we've tried to come to these countries and work things out before, and they ignored us. So what you're saying is to do more of the same, that which got us ignored. And what Trump is doing is understanding that, yeah, we've tried to talk to these countries already. Already we've tried to talk to them, and this is how they're doing us. So the only way to get these guys to act is to hit them with the punishment already. Like, we got to come punishment up front. Like, we already tried that. I'm telling you, we already tried. Like, think about it like this. Why would we be here if we could just talk to them? Obviously, talking to them ain't work. You think we didn't want to talk to these guys first? We've been talking to them for years. It's just that finally a leader, a president finally has enough balls to come out with some tariffs and actually go against these corporations.
That right there is a fantasy. It's a fantasy that comes out of the kind of the National Review and all the intellectual conservatives like the Tory party that have gotten us into this situation, that gutted England, that gutted the United States because they believed in the system of fair trade when it's not fair. This is a complete mercantilist system, as reciprocity just showed the American people. The American people didn't know that all these tariffs and trade barriers were up against our allies, that we're underwriting. This is the whole thing, like with Europe. In Europe, it's quite frankly, we've been underwriting your defense since World War II, and we're kind of underwriting your prosperity. That's going to end. We're going to get prosperous here. President Trump is just wrong. The system that worked, that when we broke off of the monopolistic power of the British crown, and one of the reasons people don't understand this, we broke off not just for political freedom, but also economic freedom. What drove the revolutionary generation as much as the suppression of their first free speech, that we couldn't even do cartoons about the king and pamphlets or we'd be shut down, was also what the crown did in corrupting, the crown and the aristocracy did in corrupting commons and giving monopolistic power to entities like the British East India Company or other industrial combines. That what England had gotten to at that time was kind of how the United States runs today, right? Oligarchic power with state power combined, you have a system. That's what our revolution broke away from. And what happened? A document that's just as dear to us, economic populists and nationalists, as the Declaration of Independence, which was really a declaration of war against the empire, and the Constitution, which tried to get this thing organized later, is the report on manufacturers by Alexander Hamilton, who was a true economic nationalist. That's the third founding document of the United States. And what happened from the American plan from the beginning of the from the beginning of the country right after the Revolution all the way up to the early 20th century, and particularly through McKinley, we certainly protected. And some of the biggest protectionists of protection on native industries were not just Alexander Hamilton, but a guy named Abraham Lincoln, right? And then McKinley, they understood. And this is what drove us. Although the Industrial Revolution started in England, we rapidly became an industrial superpower.
Yeah.
Why? Because of a smart system of tariffs. The free trade is a
that's the thing. Is like, bro, we could have been sold out to like corporations all the way back in the England days, but we didn't. We just said no, screw them. If you want to sell in here, you're gonna get tariffed out the ass, and we're gonna build stuff here. And that's exactly what we did. I mean, it's exactly what we did. Everything was built here in America. We had all the resources and everything. So where's this argument about, oh, we can't do it here? We can't do it here. I mean, we used to. We can definitely start back. And shout out to my man, Galactic Atoll Production. Appreciate the support, my man. I believe it. He says, customers pay the tariffs. You're willing to accept paying at least 10% extra on everything? Bro, everything? Everything, bro? That's not accurate. But Trump has smoked the market while raising prices equal recession. Prices haven't risen at all, my friends. I mean, if you're saying that's a forecast, then it's yet to be seen. Then I'm gonna have to be like, all right, bro, I'll catch you in a couple months. But yeah, I mean, tariffs is a tax you can definitely avoid, right? It's kind of like it's self-imposed. Like I said, like, bro, if you want to go buy the foreign product, then yeah, you're going to pay a higher tariff. I mean, you're going to pay that tariff, especially if there's an American-made product without a tariff, or a product that's just manufactured in America without the tariff, then you're good. You're not going to pay on higher prices. But if you insist on going with foreign-made prices or imported goods, then I don't know what to tell you. You're pretty much running into those tariffs yourselves. Like, that's it. It's like with the cars. It's like you can go buy a foreign car and get the tariff, or you can go buy an American-made car and get no tariffs with a low interest rate. It's all on you. So you can't even say tariffs is going to be raising on everything. That's inaccurate, especially not our food, because we produce most of our food here in America. So there's a lot of sections in the economy, or a lot of products that will be okay. We'll be just fine. Now, because like I said, if I want to accept 10% on what, foreign made goods, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. I'll be all right. I will be okay. But yes, and he's smoking the market. Yeah, like I said, my man, if you weren't saying that during the Biden administration, then I can't really take that with any validity. Or honestly, just take it with any substance, because it's like, if you're not willing to say that during the Biden administration, you have all the excuses for Biden, then where is this grace with? And then why can't you get the same grace to Trump? I mean, y'all wasn't complaining with Biden. Y'all wait till Biden to get y'all out, but y'all don't got that same grace with Trump. It's a bit disingenuous to bring that point up. I'm just saying.
Or a fantasy. It doesn't exist in the real world. They're gaming the system. And the Chinese Communist Party, which quite frankly, Thatcher and Reagan set the basis for the opening up of both, and the shipping. They didn't do it. That was Bush and the globalists later. But to ship all the high value added jobs from England and the United States to ship it to China, so they could leverage the slave labor of Lao Beijing. So these people have been called out. The thing I love so much about reciprocity in this, of all the original ideas President Trump has, and then build the wall and deportations, all that, which, by the way, everything he told us he would do, he's done. And now the southern border is totally secure 65 days into his presidency, which just shows you how corrupt the imperial capital, Washington, D.C., with this huge bill. But President Trump, the idea that's burned in him from the beginning, from the 1980s and 90s, go back and look at the interviews, is Lou Dobbs on CNN talking about the trade deficit.
And you guys got to remember, we're already benefiting from tariffs. We're already benefiting. Like, little do y'all know, some of the countries already dropped the BS. Some of these corporations and countries are already investing trillions. I mean, Taiwan is even now bringing back the business of semiconductors. We'll be building our own semiconductors now. So it's kind of just like all that stuff y'all was talking it's kind of falling on deaf ears because you haven't been paying attention to what's been going on. Well, in reality, like I say, you're so stuck in your echo chamber, you don't know what's going on outside. And what's going on outside is that, hey, Trump got like $4 trillion in business to come back to America. Hey, Trump got Apple scared enough to leave a $14 iPhone manufacturing in China and bring 500 billion over to here. It's like, have y'all been outside lately?
At the time, Japan, but ultimately China, ripping off the United States and all of our jobs. This has been an obsession of his from the beginning. And yesterday, I couldn't have been prouder. For your audience that hasn't seen it, take time and watch the entire speech. It is one of the 2, 3, or 4 most powerful speeches Trump's ever given. Totally on point. The stagecraft was perfect. They took the Rose Garden, which is right outside the Oval Office, and they put the flags up in between each column. It was so powerful. And the message was on point. It was said with authority, and then inspired. He brought up union workers. He brought up union workers to actually talk about how much they loved it and how much this was going to help rejuvenate the automotive industry.
You talk about declaring economic war on the Chinese Communist Party, but these tariffs also impacted or perhaps even declared economic war on your
Wrong, Galactic. And the only reason why I'm answering you because you super chatted in, and I respect that. So Galactic, no, everything will, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. The CHIP Act under Biden was actually a success. I mean, we got 90 manufacturing plants out here making chips. Now, what Trump has done with Apple is outside. I mean, what Trump has done with the semiconductors in Taiwan is outside of that. Yes, that's outside of the CHIPS Act that Biden did. The CHIPS Act what Biden did is already good. It got 90 manufacturing, it got 90 places manufacturing chips now. So that what Apple is, or I'm sorry, with the semiconductors in Taiwan, that is outside the CHIPS Act because that's already being done today. I mean, I'm sorry, but with Taiwan, that was only done through Trump's negotiating with them by saying he's going to put tariffs on them and their semiconductors that they kind of make for us. It's kind of funny how they kind of capitulated. I thought they would hold out a little longer, but they didn't. So I guess that American consumerism could really hurt
our own allies.
Seeing that they make something so important, I thought they were going to hold out a little bit longer.
It's the European Union, Britain,
Who are the
Canada.
give me the allies again?
European
Who are the allies?
Union,
Here's what
Canada,
I consider. Here's what I
Britain,
consider.
Australia.
I am so insulted by you using the term allies. Allies supposed to be somebody in something together. The European elites are total and complete deadbeats. I was the guy on point in the first administration. I had to be a supplicant to ask you guys, would you please consider getting up to the 2 and 2.5% that you committed after you forced your way into Ukraine in 2014. You realized you were going to have a fight on your hands. You actually realized we have to get to 2% or 2.5%, which none of you did. Only the Brits came close and later the Poles. And if you look at really, and particularly the Germans, the Italians, some of these people are horrible. The French, if you actually look at where the defense budget goes, it's not going to combined arms operation. It's not going to maneuvers. It's not going to, we're going to pensions or women's health care or climate change. Climate change is the big one. It's all phony. It's all fake. You haven't been an ally forever. You can't pull your weight. If you took the United States out of Western Europe today militarily, the whole thing would collapse. We're the infrastructure and the backbone of everything. It's completely unacceptable. This is why they praise Joe Biden. If you read the new books coming out about Joe Biden, own chiefs of staff, they had to tell him, hey, you're not the president of NATO, because he kept sitting there babbling. Well, the NATO guys really love me. They love me. Of course, you're giving them everything. The Western European people must understand that their elites have not been allies to the United States. You've looked at the burden of everything, of manpower, right, of defense. Right now, you call yourself an ally? In the Red Sea right now, we have 2 carrier battle groups. That's about 24,000 sailors doing airstrikes on the Houthis to keep the Red Sea open, to keep the Suez Canal open, to keep trade going to Europe so your prices don't explode. And you know what we have down there? Last I saw, you have, I think, one British destroyer, one French frigate, one Italian corvette. You don't even take seriously your own thing. So how can we take you seriously? You're not allies. You don't act like allies. What you do is you bitch and you moan when the United States says, hey, look, we just can't do this forever. We have $1 trillion defense budget and we got to cut the defense budget. We're going to cut spending because we have a $2 trillion deficit every year. People should understand the signal that President Trump is sending every day about Greenland is about the defense of Europe. To wit, the Russian army's your problem. The Russian Navy's our problem. Yeah. We get some sort of partnership or alliance or something with Greenland. Maybe even they become a territory, whatever that form is. We get those naval bases that President Trump, I believe, wants to set up, and we block the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap so no Soviet submarines cannot come through there that we don't track one-on-one. And also, I believe, take the pressure off the nuclear base at Cregan in Scotland, which has always been very controversial about Scottish nationalism. I think that's a necessity. I think that's the core. I don't think it's rare earths, and I don't think it's minerals about Greenland. I think it's strategically. I think it's sending a strong message that in 80 years after World War II, we're now going to think about the hemispheric defense of the United States. This has massive implications for Europe. But the EU, and the EU was the first to start bitching and moaning about the tariffs. They ought to look how these countries treat us. They don't treat us as allies, and they particularly don't treat us as people who have been underwriting their defense for 80 years. Number one, freed them twice, World War I and World War II. And number two, have then basically paid 80% of it ongoing. Let me give you a story. When the Germans came in 2017, I was assigned to sit down with the National Security Advisor. And I said, oh, by the way, you're not meeting your 2%. This is how far you're missing. And we had done numbers because President Trump's a real estate guy.
No, I never said that Biden didn't do the CHIPS Act. I never said that Biden never got any chips built in America. I just said the Taiwan deal was done under Trump. It was negotiated through Trump and his administration. Well, why? Because the Taiwan president and the CEO both came over and worked the deal out with the man. So you can't say it was Biden if these guys are on camera working the deal out with this guy. It's like, sorry, bro. Like, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to take anything away from Biden. I'm just trying to say that deal right there was negotiated by Trump.
Back rent. Oh, by the way, this was in 2017. You're 4 years arrears. Oh, not me. Your number is $50 billion. He almost had a heart attack in the room. He starts spouting. He starts speaking German again. What can you do? This is not cumulative. What are you saying? I'm saying, hey, you want to be an ally? Then he throws up to me. He says, oh, you don't understand. We can't do that. And I go, why?
Yeah, you're out of here, bro. I mean, you've given no arguments. You've given no substance. I mean, you have no put-ins. I ain't gonna lie. You're just insulting. But all right, you can do that somewhere else. Bye.
Even make up to me. He says, because we have in the Constitution that it has to be a balanced budget. I go, dude, I know you wrote that part of your Constitution later, but let's be blunt. Till we bombed you into, the Stone Age, there wouldn't have been any Constitution. You can't pitch to me that a country that has $2 trillion deficit, and at that time, $32 or $33 trillion, the face amount of debt that we can't afford to pay off. Please don't come and make the argument that your Constitution is so pristine that you can't have budget deficits. And duly noted, just a week ago, they changed it that they actually can run budget deficit because these deadbeats have not paid for their defense in 80 years. So don't throw ally at me. They're not allies. They're coalition partners. And I think they have to if they want NATO to continue, and I mean to convince the American people that it's worthwhile continuing, the elites of Europe have got to step up and say, okay, we're going to put real money into this situation. We're going to have more than 2 combat divisions. And this is more than the Brits. The British have been extraordinary, right? And although your military is very small to what it used to be, quality-wise, it's unparalleled. But it's small because you haven't invested in defense. But the rest of the people have just let the thing go.
Well, it's ironic because many in Europe, and particularly in Britain, feel that Britain's been a kind of vassal state to the United States for the last 70 years. And the fact you've had such a military presence on the continent and in Britain perhaps implies that.
Well, I've said for years, you don't want to be vassal states. The way you're not a vassal state is start to pay for your own defense and be a little bit independent. The United States, we don't want you, the populist nationalist movement. The last thing we want is the British or the Europeans to be vassal states. We're the big believers in the Judeo-Christian West in hanging together, right? But we don't want you as vassal states right now. I said the very first day I showed up at the White House and started looking through all the analysis, and I had for years, but then when I had the real classified, document, you're a protectorate. You're a protectorate, just like Saudi Arabia in the Gulf. That's not your heritage. It doesn't help us, you being a protectorate, because what you have is the elites together, the Atlantic Council, the Atlantic Magazine. Because remember, in our vast country, it's still essentially run from Boston to New York down to Washington, D.C., what we call the Acela, the train. That train corridor with the big Ivy League schools, all the big law firms, the big media, is still, I guess, it's still 20 or 25% of the American population. But it's the credential class that's all there, and it's very close. The globalists are very close to Europe. And it's one of the things I want to break away from. I keep saying we're a Pacific nation, that the pivot, the strategic heartland of America is actually the Pacific, the vast Pacific. So if you do Trump's plan, which is brilliant, Greenland, and then the Arctic, right? Maybe some partnership with Canada, all the way down to Panama Canal. And if you look at the vast Central Pacific, which people forget, the Eurasian landmass is massive as that is, Mackinder's whole geopolitical strategy of who controls the heartland of the Eurasian. The Pacific, that vast Central Pacific, is actually the size of the Eurasian landmass. And that's why Pete Hegseth went, the 3 island chains from Hawaii to then Guam to then Philippines, Taiwan, and Japan. Those 3 island chains protected by the United States, because most of them are either territories of the United States or in partnership with the United States as allies, naval allies. That vast Pacific is the buffer, is the protection of the United States. You do that naval strategy, and that's what I say. We get the bases in Greenland. Essentially, the Russian army is your problem. We'll be there, but if you guys want to get in a shootout, a gunfight with Russia, have at it.
My dog, bro, my man. No facts though. I'm in the same way. I feel the same way. Yo, Europe, if y'all want to sit there and agitate Putin and try to put military alliances on this man's border, great. Let him be your problem. Leave us out of it though, please. Leave us out. We do not want to get into it with Putin. We can go ahead and handle ourselves on the Navy side. But if you guys want to keep agitating this man, great. Go ahead. Be about it. But stand on it and don't ask for nobody's help.
Right? We saw how Stalingrad and Kursk turned out. So have at it. And all the big talk, I went on Sky News a month ago, and the broadcaster was shocked because I was giving her some basics. I said, Kurstheimer talks big, but you guys don't have the balance sheet. You don't have the budget to be. He's talking of putting 30,000 troops in Ukraine. That's all happy talk. That's all a guy trying to be Winston Churchill Jr. It's not going to happen. You have massive financial problems in England that have to be solved now. And it's got to be solved with him, or the IMF is going to step in. You're going to have a sovereign debt crisis. He's going to get turfed out, and Nigel Farage is going to be your next prime minister.
You talk about strategic islands in the Pacific. Now, one of those islands, as we both know, is the Chagos Islands. Now, we talked about this in our last interview. Britain is giving up sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, a Chinese ally, and paying £50 billion.
I don't understand how the Brits fought for the Falklands, and I had just come off sea duty. It was in the Pentagon at the time. I don't see how you fight for the Falklands in the South Atlantic and you give away one of the greatest strategic assets in the world today. People should know this obscure island of Diego Garcia. And if you're a Pacific Fleet sailor, it's everything, because that's where you refuel, that's where you restore. It's basically a pier and a runway. It's not, it's essentially an atoll. It's only one notch up from the 5 uninhabited islands that we gave tariffs to yesterday because of the penguins. Diego Garcia is so important. It is actually the linchpin of the Indo-Pacific strategy. And let me be blunt. With 2 carrier battle groups in the Red Sea, your only alternative is taking them around South Africa, which is not, if they come from the Atlantic Fleet, but if you're a Pacific Fleet, you've got to go back to the Straits of Malacca. Somehow somebody's got to refuel or restore at Diego Garcia. Now, I have been adamant And I really want to give a thanks to Nigel Farage, who has done a tremendous job of bringing up to the top of the pile here in the United States that people think about. My understanding is that the giving it back to Mauritius, who's up to the neck with the Chinese Communist Party, there is a lease that's going to be done for 99 years. Now, we saw what happened last time with Hong Kong. I adamantly oppose that. I think that the United States, and they've come and talked about, I think Lord Mandelson or Sir Keir, I think there's obviously been discussions with inside the United States because Nigel brought this up as a big deal. So my understanding is that don't worry, even if it's going to go back to the country of original ownership, there'll be a long-term lease. That will be helpful. I don't even like that, but I don't.
Come on, guys. Let's not be so quick to criticize. Now, do you not understand why we have to put a tariff on a country that only had penguins on it and all that good stuff? Do you understand why? Because these corporations could go to that little small country and just start shipping their products out there, start manufacturing stuff out there. I mean, shoot, they can get it manufactured in their country of their choice, get it shipped over there and have it shipped from there to avoid tariffs. I mean, it would be a lot, but I mean, hey, sometimes you got to cover all corners. You got to make sure they can't go nowhere.
I don't know all the
not a place on this earth you can ship from that you won't get tariff from.
I don't know all the details behind the scenes, but having been a sailor that's sailed in the waters of Diego Garcia and had ships in my squadron have to go port there and refuel and replenish, it's not I tell people when you talk about the Pacific Ocean, you talk about the South Pacific, you talk about the Indian Ocean, you're talking about vast spaces of ocean that are so vast, and these tiny spots that are these atolls. And Diego Garcia has been essentially a military base for us since World War II.
It just seems odd because Donald Trump could have vetoed the deal and he didn't, or it looks like he hasn't. And
I don't know if that's totally official, but I agree with you. That's why my understanding, because I've been pretty adamant about this, my understanding is that a situation has been laid out that you can give it back, but there's a long-term lease that you control it. I'm not excited about that. I agree with Nigel. People should know that I think that may be a bone of contention later. What the Chinese Communist Party has done is predatory capitalism. What One Belt, One Road was to basically lend vast amounts of money to these South Asian and sub-Saharan African countries to build massive infrastructure projects. And what happened is that, as you can imagine, the projects took longer. Sometimes the quality wasn't there. Maybe the business model didn't work. Virtually all of them are upside down. And what the Chinese Communist Party does is kind of what the British East India Company did in advancing cash. If you can't pay it, hey, maybe we restructure the deal, and that deal always has more control. I mean, the Brits ran India for 100 years and made it the jewel in the crown, kind of doing the same thing. And so Mauritius and all these countries have a much deeper relationship with the Chinese Communist Party because they've actually taken cash. I adamantly oppose this because I think Diego Garcia is central. And to me, what I don't get about it, with the need to have two carrier battle groups to keep the Red Sea open, and prices will skyrocket in Europe if the Suez Canal has any type of closure, or you don't have the ship volume that has to go around Africa. You'll have pretty dramatic price increases. So it's not like it's not important to the people of all of Europe, not just the United Kingdom. And it has gotten no play really in the media. It's gotten more play here, and that's just because Nigel's alerted certain people who are involved in national security here, and we've made it a big deal. But I agree with you. My understanding is that it has been signed off, but I haven't seen that sign off. And as you know, it ain't, and here it ain't over. It ain't over till it's over. So it's always open to a last minute change.
There are certainly conflicts within the Trump administration, and we know that you're on one side, the kind of MAGA nationalist side, and then you also
the maximalist too.
Then you also have
not any policy. I want to go to the absolute maximum.
Right. Then you also have the Elon Musk and the tech bros and the globalists, as you would describe them. There's been this report in Politico recently that Elon Musk is going to leave the administration in the next few weeks. Have you defeated Elon Musk?
I think I'd say it a different way. I've been Elon's actually biggest supporter. I'm adamantly opposed to the oligarchs in Silicon Valley, the apartheid state of Facebook and Google and Twitter, all these 5 or 6 companies that dominate not just social media, but so much of commerce in the United States. And they're all, including Amazon, these are massive monopolies that control American life and can make or break smaller companies that can make or break.
I would just say it's crazy how they let Amazon, be their own delivery service, their own truck service, logistics service. They got the damn near their own cloud service. They have their own Netflix. Subscription. It's like, bro, Amazon TV. Yeah, that's a bit of a monopoly. Like, dog, what don't you got your hands in?
Media companies. I'm still banned for life on all those platforms. War Room is the #2 podcast for politics in the country, and back of the Obama guys at Pod Save America, roughly. If you average everything out, and besides being on Apple and iHeartRadio and on Real America's Voice streaming and all the streaming services they get us on, we're banned on every major platform. These guys have immense control, and they banned us because of our political speech, because of economic populism and nationalism. So I'm adamantly opposed to that, and what it leads to, which is techno-feudalism. And you see this.
When the goal is globalism, then any type of national idea of keeping things in house, propping up your own country instead of somebody else's. That doesn't stand with the globalist idea.
In every aspect of your life, particularly in Great Britain today, I'm adamantly opposed to this. These companies must be broken up. The power must be taken to these individuals. They don't really support us because outside of Elon, who started to come over a couple of years ago with Twitter, but really in the spring of 24 started to see the mathematics of the coalition we were pulling together, and basically had people's back and wrote a huge check to support, not commercials, but to support the ground game, which is the way that we won. The Doge effort, I'm the first person to go out and talk about the deconstruction administrative state of CPAC. What Doge has done, I think, is fantastic. I think it's raised the American peoples of waste, fraud, and abuse. Here's the issue. We spend about $6.5 or $7 trillion a year. Our tax base, so everything we bring in, is about 4.5. We have a $2 trillion deficit every year. Think about that. Every year, $2 trillion that has to be financed. It's now up to $37 trillion, and we're adding right now about $1 trillion every 100 days. The model is not close to being sustainable. The gross interest charges now on just our debt is $1.4 trillion. Ray Dalio, one of the most sophisticated hedge fund guys, just gave an interview to CNBC 2 weeks ago. He says, hey, I see sovereign debt crises potentially happening in Europe with these governments. He says, but I see a failed treasury auction. Don't think the United States solved the hook. I see a failed treasury auction here where you go to market and refinancing these tens of trillions of dollars you have to do of debt, where people don't want to buy it unless you really jack up the interest rate. We are coming to that point. And so what Elon attempted to do and is trying to do is find the fraud, which he says is, and he said it again yesterday, is $1 trillion of fraud out of the budget.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And let's make sure to support the stream, guys, by sending any question, comment, or disagreement. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. All right, guys, let's keep it going. And let's make sure to double tap that screen.
If we can find that, I'd be his biggest supporter. I want to put some meat on that bone. I do know, given Wisconsin and given the fact it's only 130 days and his companies are getting hammered, and people should know it's horrible what they're doing to his companies. Tesla, we have an open, violent, revolutionary movement that singled this guy out and gone after his customers, who are all kind of, the super liberals and progressives on electric cars, because no MAGA will buy an electric car. It's kind of progressives that bought them and had these dealerships, and now they're getting firebomb, Molotov cocktails. People are scraping. You can't drive a Tesla into a parking lot of a restaurant, or somebody will attack it or attack you personally. It's horrible what's going on.
Bro, they're even attacking old ladies. Like, yes, there's literally a video of somebody like literally stopping an old lady in her Tesla just to hit her, just to hit on her. Why? Because she's driving a Tesla and they hate Elon Musk.
So no, I don't look at it when
literal terrorism. Like, that's a literal terrorist right there.
In defeats, or he's defeated. What I know is that they keep talking about fusionism. And what they talk about is the economic populists and economic nationalists fusing with the big tech bros to form a new political entity. And I say that's never going to happen. What will happen is we can be coalition partners, and maybe uneasy coalition partners, because we're going to agree on some things and not agree on the others. You saw in Wisconsin, a ton of Trump voters, those low prevention, did not turn out. Right? That's one of the reasons we lost. And we lost.
And do you blame Elon Musk for that?
I blame a lot of things. Number one, the reality people have to, and I hammer on this every day because we're the tip of the spear of turning people out of our audience. Trump has reformed, Trump has remade the Republican Party. You're seeing this happen in Great Britain right now, where the Tories are actually being remade by a party called Reform on the outside. Some period of time, I think they would take it over, merge, or whatever. But the Reform voter is quite different than the Tory voter today. The Tory voter is more the credential class, like kind of the Democratic Party. The Reform voter is much more working class, or it's that middle class that really, remember, it's kind of MAGA, right? Those voters are lower propensity voters. Trump voters are lower propensity. What do I mean by that? If Trump's on the ticket and we get everybody jacked up in the rallies, they'll come out to vote for Trump. If Trumpism's on the ticket and maybe it's not a great candidate, it's harder. And that is the only way you get that is not through radio and TV. The only way you get to that is through going door to door. And that's what Wisconsin showed that. I also think Elon did make a mistake and made himself too central into the campaign.
Yeah.
It can't be about yourself. It has to be about the cause. It has to be about the movement.
Yeah, literally. It's like, I honestly, I couldn't even say you're really being a centrist, because like bro was just doing his job and they made it about Elon. I don't know. I don't agree with him on that one, because he's trying to make it sound like Elon brought the attention to himself. And I ain't gonna lie, the media brought the attention to Elon. I mean, as soon as Trump won, they were trying to frame it as if Elon was the president. So we kind of seen the play we've seen the play for a while now.
Movement. Trump can make it about himself because Trump embodies all of it, right? All the rest of us are kind of servants to that, to the movement. And we had to make sure we're putting the movement first. I think the mistake there was, and I also think the mistake is when you go on stage and you have a packed audience, that doesn't mean it's filtered out to the hinterland. It doesn't mean it's filtered out for what turned out to be a Supreme Court vote. People should know we got our asses kicked. It was a big defeat. It was almost, I think, 8, 9, 10 points. And there was $100 million spent. They spent an incredible amount of money, but I think we actually outspent them in Wisconsin. So people can't whine about, the Democrats outside. The Democrats outworked us. And they did something very smart. They Alinsky'd Elon, but he kind of played into it. They made him the focus point. At the end, Trump's name was barely mentioned. Trump was barely mentioned. So in politics, you got to make sure
that was the smart thing that the liberal media was doing. They had they would say, it's Elon's this, it's Elon's term, it's Elon's presidency. They kept putting Elon on everything to the point where it did kind of overshadow anything everybody was doing within the first couple months.
You can't do that. But I think it's a whole host of things that now, I would hope before he leaves, two things have to happen. We start to have to identify real numbers, particularly on fraud. Because the American taxpayer is sitting there going, hey, I don't trust the government to do anything. Even if Trump's there, all these guys in the administrative state are stealing from me, et cetera. We have to identify the actual fraud. And then we have to prosecute people. One of the things I keep harping about is if it's all this fraud and we're now 3 months into this, or 2.5 months into this, how can we haven't named anybody if they're stealing hundreds of millions of dollars, name them, and hey, what'll have to happen, the authorities will have to stop from being the French Revolution and getting guillotined. They'll have to make sure these people have fair trials, because the citizens are worked up about this, given the fact that they pay so much in taxes and we pay the hidden tax of inflation. So I hope that in the time he's here, and I believe he's still going to be here for a month or two before he goes back and takes over his businesses, and he'll obviously be a big part of this. I've never tried to run him out totally, because I understand he did write a big check. President Trump likes him quite a bit, takes his advice. He's done a good job. Doge has got to go on, but now we have to make Doge real. It has to. I have to see the real numbers, because for your audience, this is a crazy thing. Because of the way we finance things here, we actually had to approve a budget that is actually Trump's first year. It's Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's budget. This is what we've approved. That budget also had a $2 trillion deficit in it baked into it that we agreed to. And all of the fraud that Elon Musk had found up to 3 weeks ago is actually, none of it got taken out because there's an up or down vote. You got to vote for all or none, or it doesn't pass. So even War Room, who's the most adamant deficit hawks.
So pretty much we're saying, they're catching them. It is there's some factual things going on there, but Congress is still voting to keep it. And this is why we say, bro, y'all want us to trust Congress, but y'all pretty much voting to keep the waste or keep the fraud around. So why are we to just trust Congress to make all these decisions all of a sudden?
Our audience said just to get things forward and to move for President Trump, so eat it now. However, we were promised impoundments. We were promised rescissions. We were promised that all this money in Doge has been found and we're not going to end up paying for it. We're going to pound it. You know, I love Russ vote like a brother, but I keep asking every day, where's our impoundments? And people should know right now in America, this fight between the judiciary and the presidency is between this battle between the executive branch and the judicial branch, where the judiciary is basically saying, you're not chief executive because you really can't cut personnel and you can't cut spending, which he's tried with Doge or not with Doge. Number two, you're not really the commander in chief because although as commander in chief, you send terrorist criminals on a plane to Central America or back to Venezuela. You can't do that. We have to know the manifest where they given due process. So federal judges. And the last, his chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer, they're freaked out that he walked over to the Justice Department to give a speech. They don't want any contact between the Justice Department and the president, and they certainly don't want the FBI talking to the president. That fight, the unitary executive theory, is the big
and that's what kind of scares me about Kash Patel, because I remember everybody was pulling Kash Patel's card, like bro might be blackmailed as well, because bro was coming in like, oh, I'm about to kick down the doors of the FBI, unclassify this, declassify that, everything's gonna be cool. Like we're about to have a whole new FBI, and nothing's happened at all since the man got there. I mean, what the hell? RFK Jr., I mean, hey, he's doing his things with the food, but last time I checked, we mainly wanted you in there for the vaccines. So who's in their camp that's deterring them from doing what we asked them to do? Because I mean, I'm more disappointed in Kash Patel, because I'm like, bro, like, all right, you're supposed to be kicking in the doors of the FBI, the corrupt FBI, but you was Pam Bondi, you know, getting the immigrants. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool and all, but I think she could do that on her own. But we'll see. Maybe they're doing it task by task.
Theory that's driving the ideas have consequences, driving President Trump's administration right now in this judicial revolt that you're seeing, kind of like in a smaller scale you're seeing in the United Kingdom.
Now, you promised in our last interview that a lot of people will be going to jail, or a lot of people will be going to prison. And it doesn't seem that there are any prosecutions of so-called corrupt Democrats.
Well, hang on for a second. We're 65 days into this. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know if grand juries have been impaneled. You don't know if investigations. And I also said, I don't want to target just like the Biden family or things like that, although I think we'll eventually get there. To me, the corruption, what happened at the Justice Department is tremendous. I have been told that there's progress being made and all that. I'm prepared to keep an open mind, but to be blunt, if by this summer or by Labor Day, if there's not announced investigations going on these people, I think you're going to have the entire MAGA. Look, Pam Bondi's the replacement for Matt Gaetz, and Pam Bondi's kind of revered by the MAGA base. Pam Bondi's been with us, not just as Attorney General for 8 years in Florida. Pam has been with us since 16 on the campaign, all the time in the first White House, always on media in the darkest days of when we got.
Yeah, but everybody's saying Matt Gaetz would have did better. Hey, look, of course, you would like, come on, it's MAGA. We kind of wanted a man to be in that position, but it is what it is. You gave us Pam Bondi, and that's fine. She's not doing bad. It's just that she kind of failed us with the Epstein files and shit. Like, oh, they're gonna drop, and then what's with all these redacted names? I'm like, bro, why aren't you putting charges on these guys who's giving you redacted names after you told them to give you the client list, after you told them to give you everything unclassified? So, what's going on here? That's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, y'all ran in saying this. Y'all ran in with all the energy of fighting corruption, of fighting the deep state, and where did all that steam go? That's what I'm wondering.
Got of when President Trump had the election stolen from him. Pam Bondi's always there. Pam Bondi has, quite frankly, been a player and beloved. So when she stepped in for Matt Gaetz, people were happy. She gets lit up every day now. Your audience should know the MAGA base lights her up every day because they don't see arrest. They don't see the Epstein files. They've got 10 things that are priorities for them. They don't see the guys around J6 getting compensated. They don't see the trials of people that put, they don't care about the pardons given to Shifty Shift in the J6 committee or the staff. They want prosecutions. They want files. They want action. And I keep telling people, hey, you know, folks are going to understand you got too much going on, et cetera. But there's an end date for that. And that end date sooner rather than later. I keep saying sometime in the summer as we get closer to Labor Day. Hey, that's not our audience. If I mention it in the show, people's heads blow up. They go, no, we want to see them now. Where are the prosecutions? Where are the files? Where are the Epstein files? And they don't want to hear that, oh, somebody in Southern District has done something and we got to go do it. That's all.
So what's
that's all
going to happen in the summer if this doesn't
That's
happen?
what I'm saying. Like, that's what pissed us off. It's like, you're not about to tell us. It's like, we're so close. We know y'all got it. We know the evidence is there. We know who it is, okay? We know it's going to be some presidents. We know there's going to be some state officials, some high up there businessmen. Shit, we might even got some of our own damn family members in that bitch. But we need to see it.
I think that, first off, President Trump, no one can read a room like Donald Trump. Okay. And Donald Trump is, people think that
It's
Trump,
like, bro, you can't just tell America that there was a complete elaborate pedophile ring running through our country and we don't get no names. We get no conclusion, no nothing. Actually, a pedophile ring that goes around the goddamn world that was damn near stationed in our country and we can't get no names. Hey, yo. And these people are just free to walk around. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We do need that Epstein list because it's kind of hard to feel comfortable when we know people like that are just kind of let on the loose.
Donald Trump's driving investigation. He's not. He's got the whole world geopolitically, the deportations, the economy, everything he's trying to get through in his big, beautiful bill. He's deputized these people and they're off to it. But he will know with feedback from his base pretty quickly, I think in the summer. If things aren't going forward on investigations, he'll read the room first as they have. Let me be very specific about what just happened in the last 24 hours. There's a big consternation about the National Security Council and some of the people that President Trump has put into some areas of the administration. Remember, his base is hardcore. And there's an influencer, Laura Loomer, and Laura is very aggressive on her investigations. And, you know, she'll throw a sharp elbow. Right. A lot of people get very concerned in working with her because she's very aggressive when she's on a story or in this information. Her voice, and she essentially has no power. She's an influencer, but independent investigator. In this entire thing, in the signal situation, something's come up that people are not ecstatic with Waltz's staff. And it's kind of seen in the signal chat that people believe, well, why are we bombing the Houthis? Is this a prelude to getting into it with the Persians? Is Saudi Arabia and Israel, are we getting more drawn into this thing? We just got out of these two wars. We're trying to get out of Ukraine. President Trump's trying to bring peace to Gaza. Is this a preamble?
Like, bro, are we just trying to slide into another war like with the Middle East, with Iran? Are we just trying to fight Iran? Are we just trying to be Israel's attack dog? Well, not even Israel, but Benjamin Netanyahu's attack dog. Because that's all this man been talking about, Iran. I'd be damned if we go after Iran because this man says so.
To military operations in Persia. Okay. The war room audience and the MAGA base is probably 2/3 against that to 1/3 supporting. When Waltz came out in the signal chat, but also came out more that he had a number of neocons on his staff, Laura Loomer started lighting people up on Twitter with information and documentation of how these people on social media and in the past jobs had not been loyal to the president. I can say that I think 2 or 3 people in the National Security Council after she met with the president have been dismissed. Senior level positions. When I say senior level, I mean like deputy national security advisor positions that run big things in the NSC have been dismissed. I think 2 or 3 already, and maybe more.
What about Mike Waltz himself? Because he also has a background of being a so-called neocon working in the Bush administrations, but he also seemed to add this journalist into the signal chat. Why did he have his number? Why did this happen?
I think those are all open questions. Look, I think, Mike, I support the president in the no scalps policy. Laura Loomer is different going in, but the original thing, I think you just gotta, as I said to the
people say Trump is a Zionist control because of Laura Loomer. So that's a funny angle right there.
Axios, it's a no scalps policy for right now because we hate the globalist media more than we hate the neocons. And so, but I don't think it's a pretty open secret. Is Mike Waltz as good a man as he is, as good a guy as he is, he's under pressure right now to perform. And part of that performance, I think, is unrelated to the signal chat because they just announced they found 24 more, but more related to the policies you're advising the president of. Our movement is not isolationist, but our movement does not want to be sucked into more forever wars. They're very anti-interventionist. And this is one of the reasons the Houthi situation, the Saudi Peninsula.
Yeah, and that's where I agree with MAGA as well. It's like, yo, I don't want to get into no foreign war. I think we could all agree with Donald Trump when we say we don't want no new wars, okay? Nobody would have to send our soldiers out there or nothing. I don't care about the economic boom that comes with war. Like with the lives that are taken, it just ain't worth it.
In and of itself, and President Trump has announced his first trip is going to be Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, and maybe Israel. So a lot of his base is very concerned right now. Are we getting sucked back in to a broader, war on the Eurasian landmass, particularly in the Middle East?
Now, you love to talk about this phrase, flood the zone, and Trump is very good at doing this and generating headlines and rage and so on. But my question to you is, where's this long-term strategic thinking here when it comes to things like
long-term
Ukraine? Hold on. Let me just give you three
long-term
examples.
strategic thinking. Where are you lost here?
Just give me three examples of where maybe the administration
fine.
hasn't succeeded.
Okay.
Ukraine, that's not working. Putin hasn't agreed to a deal. Trump said this was going to happen day one.
Please stop.
On deportations. The deportation numbers aren't high enough.
Keep going.
And the judicial blocking of the tariffs and also other immigration policies are causing you problems. Those are the three issues.
You're going to take your number two principle out and as I tell the audience. Number one, the key to stopping the kinetic part of the Third World War, and your audience understands something. They go back and they think, hey, from September 1939, that's when World War II started. It was this huge mess. It was very bloody. If you go from September 1st, 1939 to when the German armies turned on their ally Russia in June, I think 21st of 1941, right? For those couple of years, there was essentially very little killing. There was some, France fell, you had the Blitz, don't get me wrong, you took casualties. You've lost 1 million, 1.2 million, or 1.5 million people in Ukraine. This has been every bit as bloody, if not bloodier, than the start of the Second World War in the first couple of years. Damn. President Trump, and this is why the rapprochement with Russia, which is a reset, takes precedent over everything else. Everything will fall out of that. What's happening in Persia, in the Middle East, Ukraine. So when you sit there, oh, nothing's happened in 60 days. I said from the beginning, if you include Zelensky and try to give Zelensky a seat, particularly if you ask his opinion on anything, of which I wouldn't ask it on anything because I could care less. He's already made a big deal about the economic plan not working. He wants to do this and do that. It's a process. I adamantly oppose getting involved in that process. I think you ought to say, hey, we're not sending any more arms. We're not sending any more economic aid. If the Europeans want to send it, let them send it, because you're not going to send it. You don't have the money. And your people will overthrow these governments if they keep funding Ukraine at the levels that need to be funded if the Americans walk away. Everything's Russia. And I think they're making true progress. There's going to be a meeting in Saudi Arabia. His Witkoff and his lead team are all over that with the Russians. And it's not going to be perfect. Some days President Trump comes out and says, hey, if Putin doesn't agree to stop bombing, he's going to feel the might of the United States. It's all a process, but it's engaged. It's a high level. And it's a rapprochement that takes care of many, many problems, particularly in the Middle East and Ukraine. On your second, he shut down the border in 60 days. There's no crossings. We were told for years this was a natural law of physics, that hundreds of thousands of people had to come across every month. Just understand something. Between January of 2021, when Biden took office, in January of 2025, when Trump returned, 10 million illegal alien invaders came across the border. Now, he started with the criminal element, but if you go to the southern border, they had a picture the other day on CBS News of the southern border being totally, not one person coming across, and I headlined it, all quiet in the southern front. Nothing's coming. We still need to build the wall. But there's nobody coming into the country now. Now, the deportations, particularly the 10 million, in this reconciliation bill that still has to be passed, it's $170 billion to do that. My first question is, people that allowed that to happen should go to jail. If we need $170 billion to deport these people, how did that happen and who's held accountable for that? Number one. Number two, he's been very aggressive on the terrorist and criminal element, and that's where, in performing his role as commander in chief, and that's where the federal judge steps in and says, hey, these guys should have due process rights. And the president says, hey, I'm doing this as a military necessity to get these terrorist criminals out of the country, and you're not going to stop me. And that's why we should be in the Supreme Court. I think in the Supreme Court, on the emergency docket within the next day or two. Won't be argued, but this one's going to the Supreme Court first because you have to have clarity. Can a federal judge step in the middle of the president performing his task as commander-in-chief? And so on every aspect, the last one is about these federal judges. And remember, this is all coming from the Democrats with no power. They have no political power, right? The protests in the streets, I think, are fairly weak, although they're getting more and more violent all the time. They have had a good show in Wisconsin. I'm the first to admit that, but I would think a lot of that's because Elon put himself front and center. So what they've done is use the judiciary, and this is the way they shut it down. There's hundreds of lawsuits right now. They go to Rhode Island, and a guy gives a TRO for a nationwide thing. Every aspect we tried to do, from shutting down VOA to shutting down USAID to firing people to try to carve back money because, hey, it's a $2 trillion deficit and somehow we got to close it. We've been stopped in federal courts for everything from stopping $2 billion in payments to the contractors of USAID to deporting people that clearly have criminal records. So that has to be worked out in the courts. But this fight is about judicial supremacy. In our Constitution, it's a co-equal branch. It's not senior to the executive. That's what's going to be fought out. And he's doing it every day. So to say there's no strategic plan, if you think what he's done the first 60 days of securing the border, securing our national sovereignty, and the New York Times reports that the tariffs on Mexico alone, the first tranche of tariffs, cut the fentanyl traffic by 50%. He's also pre-positioning military effort. And you can tell in Mexico, we have reporters down there, the Mexican military is starting to look like with the.
And shout out Dramo Woliski. Appreciate the support. Let me go ahead and give you that shout out. Whoop, there you go. Appreciate the support. Now I think they said God bless America and President Trump, and I second that. I think you get another one. Appreciate the support. Cause God bless him. Cause I ain't gonna lie. Look, we definitely needed somebody to correct course. Cause what the Dems would hate to admit is that, well, as much as they hate the plan, they love the vision. Yes, as much as they hate the plan, they love the vision. They like, yeah, you're right. We do need to build back our middle class. They just don't believe it's with tariffs. Now, my argument every time is, all right, well, give us something better than tariffs, and they can't. So this is like kind of what I'm saying is that, we were going to continue doing this until we walked off an economic cliff, literally into the sea of depression. So the thing is, what the Democrats is like, do you not see where this was going to go, though? Do you not see that through Kamala Harris's policies, taxing the rich, these corporations can move out the country, do their business somewhere else, and still sell into here? And the Democrats, well, they're free trade. They don't believe in tariffs. So for more and more companies are just going to abuse us. We're going to have less and less middle class until this economy was going to be unsustainable. Like, this is what the Dems were leading us to. And they didn't even know it. I mean, they just honestly thought that taxing the rich was going to be the right thing when we live in a free market society in a constitutional republic. So we can't just hold these people captive or disappear them like China and Russia do.
The American military interdict the fentanyl trade with physically taking down the cartels in combat, just like we took down ISIS in 2017, the ISIS caliphate. So I look strategically, whether it is Greenland, Panama, the discussion with Canada, the new strategy that uses the Pacific and the three island chain, the tariffs, all of this is in 60 days. These are all massive issues and massive verticals. No president's ever attacked one. And if you look at the Republicans, this is what I think has changed the Republican Party fundamentally. People are going, my God, all this stuff could have been done in the past. We just went along with it and figured it couldn't be done. Trump is every day. It's days of thunder. It's 10 and 12 executive orders. Now that's because we had 4 years to get ready. You had Project 2025. You had Brooks Rollins' America First Policy Institute. You had Stephen Miller's America First Law Institute. You had Russ Vought. And I'm naming people that are senior members of the administration because they ran think tanks that thought all these policies through. Russ Vought had Center for Renewing America. The Project 2025 was kind of an umbrella group that got it all together. And if you look at 25, but if you look at AFPI, the Law Institute, CRA, if you go back and look at their conferences, if you look at their white papers, if you look at what they put out to their donors, it's essentially what you're seeing every day in the Trump. So I think that's pretty damn strategic.
Last question. This is about Europe. Now, I know that you've taken a massive interest in the populist movements
Yes.
in Europe over the last few years. Now, we've talked about this before, where I've said these populist movements haven't really achieved much so far. Giorgia Meloni in Italy, for example, hasn't restricted migration. In other countries like France and Germany, they failed. In France, they've just tried to ban Marine Le Pen from standing as president in 2027. In Germany, they're looking to ban so-called far-right parties. I want to get your reaction to that and just comment on my point that these populist movements have basically been a failure.
Basically been a failure, but they're trying to put them all in jail. Isn't that kind of, okay? Let's go. I'll talk about the failures in a second. Let's go back to hearing President Trump. Remember, we're in court I could do 4 hours of war room every day and just go through these amazing court fights. And they're all important because it gets to the core of what he's trying to do as chief executive, as commander in chief, and as chief magistrate. Everything they're fighting, and these are intense on every action he's trying to take. They're in federal court and they have great lawyers. So you have, it's at the highest level, these are being argued. But Bolsonaro, and remember, Trump comes through being indicted 92 times for 372 years in prison, of which they wanted him to not imprison him, they wanted him to die in prison. Bolsonaro is up, I think, 15 or 20 points on Lula in Brazil. They have Bolsonaro's on a trial for his life in a show trial that's every bit as bad as Moscow in 1935. You have him because he was in Disneyland at the time, but because they had a protest about the election, they've got him right now being the candidates up on a trial that could send him to prison for 20 years, of which they intend to assassinate him in prison. In France, on what was an administrative thing, this is being a European member of parliament like Nigel was for years. Le Pen and some of her people were, instead of having people in Strasbourg or in Brussels, they let some of the staff work in Paris where their political operation was. She was, this is the big fraud, and everything you say, it's fraud. It's really a personnel issue. They found her guilty. And here's what's important. I talked to all the players I know in France before the thing, because I'm saying this thing's as bad as Trump's and as Bolsonaro. They go, yeah, but it's really administrative. Nothing's going to happen. They don't have the balls to put her in jail and to eliminate her from the campaign. I go, guys, you have no earthly idea how radical these judges are. You can go to each different country. Look in Romania. They are absolutely radical. And they're the last bastion of the defense they have.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, bro, when it comes to the law, man, them judges are off discretion. Actually, well, man, I think it's a police officer and a judge, man. It's just one of the very few jobs where you can just go off your discretion. Everybody else got to go by the policy, by the manual, by the process. They go by discretion. I know, right?
On Monday, they sentenced her to 4 years in prison and banned her from running. Now, that's all still to be adjudicated in appeals, but in Brazil, she's up by 12 points. The candidate that's up by 12 points is basically sentenced to 4 years in prison and banned from running. The candidate that's up by 15 points is on trial basically for life imprisonment. Okay, if he loses. And Trump's on trial. They try to put in prison on 5 different elements. And people have to understand in our movement, I preach this every day, we are not out of the woods. If Hakeem Jeffries, the problem with Elon in Wisconsin is we lost the redistricting of 2 congressional seats. Think about Commons, that's right on a knife's edge with about 2 seats. And remember, in our coalition, not everybody thinks together. So those 2 seats are.
Now, no, bro, you're not being honestly specific. So when you say that, all right, he lied about giving the biggest tax cuts in history. Well, let's be real. To what class? I mean, you got to be specific. And then you're saying, oh, well, there's 8 tax cuts that were better than his. I'm like, all right, cool. To who? Because there's tax cuts for, corporations. There's tax cuts for like Medicaid, Medicare. Like there's tax cuts that affect the middle class, the rich. Like, you feel me? And how much you get taxed on investments could have went down. Like, tax on what? That's why when people are asking you tax on what, that's a valid question that you're not understanding. Is like, yeah, you're missing like some details in your answer there. I mean, in what you're stating. Yeah. I mean, if he's lying about having about the highest, having, cutting the most taxes in history, and you want to prove it wrong. Okay, cool. When you say it's like barely 8th, all right, cool. Well, go ahead and give me 1 through 8 of these tax cuts and where these tax cuts were placed, and then take it from there. I mean, because there's, like I said, taxes can get cut from all types of places. So you gotta be specific. And that's not us being petty, that's just us being accurate.
Maybe not 2 seats. Every vote counts. We lost 2 in Wisconsin. If our other redistricting hold, and that is not a given, that means in 26, Hakeem Jeffries is going to raise $2 billion. Essentially, the race will come down to certain House seats in New York and certain House seats in California that will keep the majority by a handful of seats. I mean, 3 or 4 seats to President Trump, or Hakeem Jeffries does it. And the first thing he's going to do, because he's going to raise $2 billion, is impeach Donald Trump. We're going to be back to the beginning. And if they steal 2028, or for some reason we don't prevail, which will be them stealing it, Trump, they're going to put Trump back on trial for president. They're going to put me back in prison. I think every day.
I mean, they're the thought police. They're going to make sure that everybody that think like y'all are going to jail. I mean, that's exactly what the left wants us to for us. Like, think about it like this. You think the extreme left like really would care if they just start rounding up MAGA people and locking us up? I mean, what you mean? They tell us this all the time on the news, to our face, and in the chat, that they don't believe that I'm gonna be real with you. They think that we're traitors. They think that we're subhuman, that we just all deserve to go to jail because we all just want to hurt everybody, and that's that. And here's the thing. They're the people that's doing all the vandalism and all the hurting. I mean, y'all committed more damage than the January 6ers. So, like, it's like, come on now. And y'all can't be pointing the finger at us, but then y'all doing 10 times worse. That's crazy. Like, what is this, like an Israel mentality?
I said, hey, this thing's all or nothing. Just because we had this tremendous victory in November, I told her at the time, they're all partying and, oh, this is great. And everybody's running around, got a MAGA hat now. And I said, hey, it's fine. But understand, we're at war. They come in for this town. We had here at Butterworth, we had 4 parties and we were low key. We had 4 parties during the inauguration, packed every night, people in ball gowns. I said, guys, tomorrow we got to go to work. We're at war. It's now a wake-up call. We're at the top of the first inning, like in England. We're at the top of the first inning of this. This has taken 50, 60, 70 years to get this bad. It's not going to be turned around. Even a guy like Donald Trump, as powerful as he is, as focused as he is, as admired as he is, as big as his movement, we struggle every day. And this story is the final chapter in the story is far from being written.
So what is your message to those Republicans who are still resisting Trump? You mentioned those people in the National Security Council, but also there are certain congressmen and senators, particularly people like Rand Paul, who are opposed to the tariffs, other senators who are thinking...
Rand Paul's a libertarian, so I can understand where he comes from.
But there is I think, I forget the name of it, but there's a Republican senator who's currently put a bill forward with the Democrats to try and basically delay these tariffs from happening or block the tariffs.
It was Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins and Murkowski and...
So what's your message to these people?
Those either get on board or you don't. Look, here's the reality. There are very few populist economic nationalists in either the House or the Senate. Just like... They all kowtow to Trump and worship Trump because they fear Trump and fear the ability of Trump to turn out his people to vote against him. But if you get them behind closed doors, there's not like leading up to Liberation Day. My phone was not blowing up every day. Hey, can we really make sure that President Trump goes full reciprocal? We want total reciprocity. No, that's not how the city. It's still a neoliberal neocon and globalist. The people that oppose President Trump buy into the globalist system. They don't mind the factories being over there. They're making more money than ever. That's what the struggle is. That's what the fight in England's going to be. That's where the fight's everywhere. And I disagree with your premise that we haven't done much. Being out of power and not just having the media or having no institutions on their side, I am stunned at the progress has been made because why? The lived experience of the people, they see them and they go.
Because every time this man do something, these guys are kicking and screaming about he's breaking the law, unconstitutional. This is dictator-like behavior. It's like this man can't move a pinky without y'all calling them Hitlers. Like, don't make sense. He can't raise a pinky without saying he did the Hitler salute. He's like, y'all tripping.
I understand this. I'm being lied to here. I'm not going to continue to vote for this. I'm going to vote for another alternative. Our strength is continually putting forward to the people your lived experience. Just trust your judgment. Trust your own judgment. See what you see. Look at your lived experience. If what they're telling you is true, back them. If what you're hearing is something new and different about economic nationalism, about sovereignty, about you as a citizen in any country you're in should have a better deal than all these foreigners. If you like that, Hey, and guess what? It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a bumpy road because the forces arrayed against this are huge.
Steve Bannon, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
That was all right. That was a good one. But all right, guys, about that time. So, you know what I got to do.
Change the game for you.